Thank you so much for tuning into No Soundbites Allowed today. I'm the political dragon, Michael Voss, and I hope you've enjoyed this conversation as much as I did. Remember, on this podcast, we don't settle for sound bites. Dive deeper, challenge assumptions, and have the conversations that matter. If you liked today's show, don't forget to subscribe, share, and leave us your comments. Your support helps us reach more people and continue to bring you the hard-hitting discussions you won't hear anywhere else. Follow me on the major social media platforms like X, Twitter, YouTube, Rumble, and more to stay updated on upcoming episodes and join the conversation live on our next live stream. We love hearing from you and we value every perspective. We stream live, responding to your chats and calls starting at 2:30 p.m. every Sunday. Until next time, this is Michael Voss, and you've been listening to No Soundbites Allowed. Stay informed, stay engaged, and as always, don't settle for the sound bites. All right, everybody, hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the dragon of the political dragon here in the Bronx. And this is March 23rd. It happens to be 2:30 in the afternoon, and I am happy to be here with each and every one of you. It's going to be a very good show, I think. We're 2 weeks ahead of the birthday live stream. For those who are unaware, on my birthday, April 6th, I spend the entire day, about 12 hours or more, live streaming and speaking to you. We plan to have several guests coming on that should include Larry Sharp, Kit Cabello, may have John Restucia. Members of our Patreon will be coming on and speaking, maybe some guest announcements. We're trying to work on that. Some rather big names we hope will be also involved, and we will be promoting a charity that will help veterans, the homeless, and children, and we will be talking more about that next week as we get closer to my birthday live stream. For those who are new to the channel, welcome. I'm happy to have you here with us. We thank you for being part of our audience. To let you know, we do long-form political commentary. And every week, as you can see, at 2:30, we go around the world to hear what everyone has to say about the issues that are affecting each and every one of us. And that's because we believe in free speech. We believe in your right to speak about the issues that are affecting us all. And our political leaders do listen more often than not. And so we want to get that message out to them. So even if the internet overlords don't like what we have to say, even if your government may be against it, we will support free speech on this channel every week. And we've been doing so for 8 years now, and we have no plans to stop anytime soon. With that said, we're going to get right into the show. Now, for those who are new, our format normally is we start off with some breaking news. If there is any that is appropriate, we then go into international, take a quick break, and then come back and do domestic issues here in the United States. In every instance, we are looking at how the United States is affecting the world, how the world is affecting the United States, what we can expect to see happening as a consequence of what is happening today, and how did we get here in the first place. All of this is done while taking your comments while taking your comments, whether it be on Rumble, on YouTube, on Facebook, on all the social media, in SuperChats, in Rumble Rants, and of course, just regular commentary. So we look forward to that. Please help us in this endeavor by share, subscribe. We talk honestly and openly about these issues only because, and we're only able to do so because of your support of this channel with a like, a share, and of course, subscribing, which helps us reach more and more people and influence more and more elected officials. So we do hope that you'll consider doing so. So with that all said, let's start off this week. I want to get into some of the breaking news that's kind of going on right now in New York, and this affects the entire nation to a plus minus a pretty big extent, and that is currently Democrats are pissed off at Chuck Schumer. Not quite as much as they are at Elon Musk or other Democrats that have moved over, like RFK Jr., either became independent or actually have been helping the Trump administration which is where most of the American people are. Most Americans do support, or the majority of Americans support, the Trump administration and its policies thus far. But anything that helps the Trump administration is considered evil by the left. And we see that most clearly in the attempts right now for Democrats to basically eliminate, to remove Chuck Schumer, one of their oldest, longest serving, most powerful members in the United States Senate. Now, I am no fan of Chuck Schumer. He is my senator, one of my senators. I don't agree with almost any of his policies. He is a photo op whore. He loves to show up, get a photo op on multitudes of issues, kind of like hemp and how that was supposed to revitalize New York and transform the U.S. economy. The drones, the drone testing site in upstate New York. There's been many of these home run ideas that he has jumped behind, and when they fail, he's nowhere to be seen. He is not an honest player. He doesn't approach these issues in any way similar to what the average person would want. He pushes partisan politics. But he did make the decision to support the continuing resolution in Congress, essentially to fund the government until October, when we are supposed to get a budget. He did that because it would be more devastating to the American people to shut down the government than to keep it open. Now, he's using the political spin of saying, well, that would have let the Trump administration use emergency powers when the government is shut down to revamp the government, to shrink the size of the government more quickly and more effectively than if Congress is active. And so he decided to go with that. And of course, this would harm and hurt many aspects of the American people. The longer the government shut down, the more businesses, the more industry, the more the economy is negatively impacted. And that would have looked bad for Democrats. And they have nothing to stand on since the 2024 election. They have no plan. They have no agenda. So this would just be, basically, they'd be imitating Snow White. They'd be imitating Disney in their battle to reach the bottom, essentially. So because Chuck Schumer did side with the Republicans on something that helps prevent pain for the American people and therefore the world economy, he's being punished and they want to get rid of him. Mind you, they have no one to replace him with. There is no Democrat in New York who has the stature, the knowledge, the political influence to match Chuck Schumer. None. I know there are some people who are saying, well, maybe it could be Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. She's a joke. She's considered a political joke. She is not influential. Nothing she has ever put forth as a bill for Congress has moved forward, not one issue. She's flip-flops. Even the progressive left hate AOC at this time. Many people in her own district dislike her. And the only reason why they vote for her, as pointed out by Nancy Pelosi, is because she has the letter D after her name. She's a Democrat. And so in her district, the New York 14th, the letter D after your name in an election means you win. They have about 85% or 90% of the district is registered Democrat. It's almost impossible for anyone else to even run in her district. And that's her biggest saving grace. She's not well respected. She's not well liked. She's not looked upon as being intelligent. She's not a replacement for the influence and power of Chuck Schumer. Chuck Schumer, this happens every couple of years. There's always members of the Democratic Party that want to replace some of the old guard like Chuck Schumer. We've seen this happen before where he has stepped out away from the party, did something that would be at least moderately beneficial for the American people, and Democrats get angry because he helped the other side. They don't care that it helps the American people as well. Schumer knows that that will help reinforce his reelection in upcoming elections. He knows that that is going to be remembered by the New York public, voting public, and therefore he's secure in his election bid. Democrats are pissed off for a little while. They toss around the idea like they're going to change the old guard. They never do. And then we go on to business as usual. And that's what I see happening here. John is with me. John R. John says, I saw he told Nancy Pelosi to buzz off. Apparently, she is pushing for it too. She often does. This is not new. Nancy Pelosi is saying, you have to stay on the reservation. Be a Democrat like all other Democrats. Follow the plan. But there is no plan. So there is no real leadership in the Democratic Party. And so he's trying to give the image like Democrats are willing to work for the people rather than the party. Nancy Pelosi's kind of messing up that message. John goes on to say, hemp in New York State is the biggest bust. And I said that when my assembly member, Donald Lapardo, talked about it nonstop years ago. Yeah, it's one of the home run ideas that we've seen in New York State and many states. They usually come out just before an election. You know, you'll have the drone testing site in upstate New York, which was we spent $1.2 billion on building a drone testing site, which was supposed to bring in 80,000 jobs into New York State. It's brought in about 2,000. It was supposed to bring in $100 million in revenue every year. That's tax revenue. Hasn't happened. It's been a bust. It failed completely. Hemp was supposed to redefine industry, the fashion industry, clothing, perhaps even an alternative energy source. It has not happened. It's not a reality. But that was the home run dream, and that got many members of the New York State Assembly, like Donald Lapardo, who I do personally know, and others, to get elected and reelected. But it didn't help. New York State still massively in debt and continues to be a economic sore spot for the entire nation. I don't see much coming out of this call for Schumer to be replaced, but it is big news, especially today in the DC news media circuit, the talk shows on Sunday coming out of DC. And Chuck Schumer says, shut up, I'm not going anywhere. And there's really no Democrat that can replace him. But that is news today, and that is breaking out everywhere. In addition, there is news today that there was a Department of Justice memo that came out, and it's indicating that it's bad news for employers who use H-1B visas. Now, for those in the audience who've been following me for the last decade or so, I've been around for 2 decades, in fact, 20 years. But back in 2013, 2014, when I was running for Congress, I was talking about the H-1B visas. I do not agree with them. To make it make sense to you, H-1B visas are the way that a business can get cheap employees that work in the STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math industries, and they get people from overseas, mostly from India. About 75% of the STEM jobs, the H-1B visas come from China and India, and they get these employees who are very knowledgeable about technology, and they import them. They're cheaper than hiring the glut of U.S. workers in the STEM industry. There's about 2 to 1 for every one STEM job. There's 2 Americans available to work in that job, but they're not as qualified. They're not as well trained as many people in India. That's just a fact. And more importantly, perhaps even most importantly, those foreigners will work cheaper than the Americans because they can bring their families to America and they want to live in America. Because as much as progressives would love to tell you that America is a terrible country, everyone wants to be here. Everyone knows that by being in America, their quality of life will be lifted up. Their income will be higher. They will live a better life for them and their family. So they want to come here. And many of them come on the visas, try to get green cards, permanent status, or just when the visa ends, they just overstay their time in America, become an illegal alien, and then become a burden on the state. I have never liked H-1B visas. I think they are problematic. They have hurt the American economy. I've said that since 2013 when I ran for Congress. I continue to say so. And it seems that more and more, the Trump administration is following my view And they are making it harder for H-1B visas to be enacted and to limit the number of H-1B visas in their effort to remove illegal aliens. And about 10% of between 5 to 10%, depending on your source, of the H-1B visas and student visas, any of the visas that we extend, the privilege of foreigners to come into the United States, either to work or to study, about 5 to 10% of them overstay their visas. They become illegal aliens and they become burdens on our economy. And Trump is trying to address that by making it harder for these companies to get H-1B visas. That means he is promoting American jobs. He's helping to get Americans hired in these jobs, which are high-paying jobs, and have that security to make America first in the minds of many of these tech companies, where right now they are secondary. They would rather go overseas and get the cheaper labor rather than go into the American market, where there is a glut of potential applicants, and they would cost more. So that's what we're seeing here. And today, the DOJ came out with a memo. In it, and I will quote here, in a memo issued by the Justice Department employees, two Justice Department employees, Attorney General Pam Bondi said that the nation faces historic threats from widespread illegal immigration. This is true. We've seen that over the last 4-5 years now. As a result, immigration enforcement now tops the DOJ's list of prosecution priorities, which is a good thing. I mean, we had 8 million illegal aliens come into the country. We had individuals, Venezuelan gangs, trying to take over entire communities. We've had an increase in the amount of drugs and firearms being imported into America. We've had an increase in the amount of sex slavery in the United States. This has all been attributed to the 8 million illegal aliens that entered through the open border policies of the Democrats, most notably the Biden-Harris administration, and this has been a problem for America. So this is a good thing. And about 72% of Americans agree with removing illegal aliens because each and every one of them is a criminal. And many of those criminals do go on, or some of those, at least some of those criminals do go on to commit violent crimes as well. Thus, we have the Laken-Riley Act to protect Americans from these violent individuals that came through open borders. Pam Bondi goes on to say, the Department of Justice shall use all available criminal statutes to combat the flood of illegal immigration that took place over the last 4 years and to continue to support the Department of Homeland Security's immigration and removal initiatives. This is the February 5th memo. Consistent with the core principles of pursuing the most serious, readily provable offense, the United States Attorney offices and other departments components shall pursue charges relating to the criminal immigration-related violations when such violations are presented by federal, state, or local law enforcement or the intelligence community. This includes, where supported by evidence and consistent applicable law, prosecutions for violations 8 U.S.C. 1304, 06, 24, 28, 73, and 922. So, essentially, the Trump administration is saying, if individuals are overstaying their visas, they are becoming illegal aliens. They used to be on the back burner of attention. The Biden administration, Democrats, didn't care because they wanted open borders. They wanted as many illegal aliens in America as possible to create a path to citizenship and therefore have a dependent class of individuals, second-class citizens, essentially, that must vote Democrat for the rest of their lives, lest they be fearful of being deported. We know this because this is what Kamala Harris, on the campaign trail, running for president in October of 2024, in her interview with ABC News out of Philadelphia, she told us this was the plan. Allow illegal aliens to come into America, create a path to citizenship. They will vote Democrat for the rest of their lives. That's what the Democrats want. This is all about elections. This is about power. It has nothing to do with whether or not illegal aliens are being treated fairly or not, whether they have bad countries. It has nothing to do with anything except power for Democrats. And we are seeing the Trump administration is trying to correct that, to bring our nation back to a normal condition, something closer to 2019 than 2025. Now, I've covered a lot here, and these are just breaking news announcements earlier today. It's a lot of information. And it's something that is not promoted by what we see from Google and YouTube and many of the social media internet overlords. When they hear these things being said that aren't approved messages, that don't support the progressive left, they don't support Democrats, they suppress the living hell out of this. This is probably why you haven't heard much about these stories, or when you have heard them, you've heard them from a very different spin, which is 90% of the mainstream news media agree with the progressive left. They were trained by the progressive left in their colleges. They were indoctrinated throughout their high school. And so they support these ideas without any consideration for the consequences that these ideas bring. And so when we talk about those consequences in a realistic, logical manner, the left doesn't like that, and they try to suppress these channels. This is why your like, your share, your subscription is so very important to this channel to reach more and more people. I mean, we've been doing this for 20 years. They do not like us. That being said, I did want to take a moment after dealing with the breaking news, letting you absorb that. I want to take a second to address something completely different. And I do mean completely different, folks. And that is, I want to talk a little bit about Snow White. Now, I know you're going to say, Mike, Snow White, why in the world would you want to talk about Snow White? What has that got to do with politics? Actually, quite a lot. A lot more than what most people would think. Because it's not just entertainment. It's not just economics. It's politics. Or at least that's what it's become. In 1937, when Snow White was created by the Walt Disney Company, it was groundbreaking. It was beautiful. It was inspirational. Inspirational for generations, not one, but multiple generations of women, of artists, of entertainers, individuals involved with movies and animation. It was groundbreaking on so many levels because it was honest to the classical roots, and it was meant to entertain and make people happy. And as a result, it created the nearly 100-year-old Disney institution that we now see corrupting its own birthright. And I think it's important to point out that what they have done is they have tried to sell around the world the feminist, intersectional, progressive ideology through this classic tale, this wonderful story, Snow White, and they're trying to ship it out around the world. And it is being rejected everywhere it has been presented, not just in the United States, but internationally. Whether you look at Germany or Southeast Asia, all of Europe, everyone rejects this because it is an abomination. Now, one of our members of our Patreon went out on Thursday to the opening day of the Snow White movie at 4 p.m. They called me up, said, Mike, I'm walking into the theater to see Snow White because they got a discounted ticket and they were able to go into the theater at 4 p.m. and to watch it. Now, I don't expect that the place should have been filled at 4 p.m. on a Thursday, but you would think there are parents who would bring their kids early in the day after school to go and watch Snow White. Many moms, many daughters would go to see this, you would think. So while it may not be the most packed showing, you would expect to see a crowd of some size. You know, half the studio, thereabouts, half the movie theater or so. There were, in fact, 9 people in the entire movie theater. 9. This is a major metropolitan area, and I did get a review of this, which I'm going to put up later in the program. Can I move this over a little bit? No, it's kind of centered. All right. And I know you can't see the whole thing here because it's, why is it showing like that? Yeah, that's better. Okay. So the review goes something along the lines of, the live action Snow White film is an ironic story. What was once the film that built the House of Mouse and the media empire we see today has begun to destroy the company it created. That's not entirely true. These last 6 years, it seems to have been misstep after misstep with a company overrun by corporate wokeness and mainstream progressive ideology. Snow White, to me, is the end product of the last 6 years. It perfectly encapsulates every problem Disney currently faces. Okay. Now, to begin this review, in theory, the person who wrote this, who went to see the movie, says they should be the perfect target demographic. They've never seen the original Snow White. These Disney live-action films seem to have the purpose of trying to bury Disney's past success and replace them with the updated live-action versions, the modern audience versions. Having no emotional attachment to the original, I should be the demographic of the films as a standalone work. Going in, despite my pessimism, I still kept an open mind. I have not even followed the Rachel Zegler controversy or culture war battle very closely. I only knew that Zegler was a far-left progressive who hated the original. That's true. Skipping a little bit. This film does not tell the classic tale of Snow White the fairy tale, nor does this film tell the story of the original Disney movie Snow White. Instead, we have a story that takes inspiration from Snow White but changes every plot point to make a horrible film. The message of the movie is rather simple. Communism is great. This is the politics I'm talking about. This is the point. Again, this is not my review. This is one of our Patreon members who went to see the show, and this is what they're telling me. Communism is great. That is a central point of the modern Disney Snow White. Individualism and capitalism are bad. Snow White's father was a communist king who gave away everything and gets tricked into going off to a fake war while the evil queen assumes power. If you're wondering why there is a political monarchy drama in Snow White, then you're asking the same question that this Patreon member was asking. So right there, let's stop. This is the problem. And this is why I'm bringing this up in my program. Snow White isn't just about the economics of the entertainment industry in America today. It's about America, the progressive left, as identified or brought to life by Hollywood, the entertainment industry of the United States, exporting this progressive leftist ideology around the world, trying to promote socialism and communism in every country. And this is part of the reason why the U.S. entertainment industry has been tanking year after year for well over the last decade, that we have seen our importance, our influence reduced. And that's a very important thing because America isn't just America. It's the image of America. It's the message of America, of success, of opportunity, of the ability for an individual, regardless of the class they were born into, regardless of the gender they have, that they can come to America and they can succeed, that they could potentially become wealthy and successful and politically powerful, that they have the opportunity that they could never have in any other country in the world. That is the big draw of America. And that is emphasized by our entertainment industry, that America is so great, we're able to tell great stories without having to worry about every great story being an economic powerhouse. That we're able to do it because we can spend the money and take the time, and our people have the talent because they grew up in this nurturing environment, that we are able to do what other countries cannot. And Disney has been destroying that message, that ideology, that impression of what America can provide. It is no longer you will succeed because you put in the effort, because you have the talent, because you have the determination. Instead is they're trying to turn into, well, America might as well become communist. Communism is great. Socialism is great. Intersectionality, gender affirmation. These are the things that will make America great in the future. But that's what everyone else is doing in the world. The first world nations are doing that now. And what has been the result? They have riots. They have low birth rates. They have economies that are falling apart. They're stagnating both politically and socially. This has not been a success story anywhere in the world. And yet, Hollywood is trying to say, that's what the future of America is. Don't you want to be part of that? Don't you want to be part of that stagnation, that failure, that economic collapse that we have seen everywhere else in the world? They are effectively telling everyone there's nowhere to escape to. The bright, shining castle on the hill no longer exists. It's the same as every other place you could possibly go, and therefore, it's a failure. Now, this may be somewhat of a unique take. And again, we don't normally go over entertainment all that much, especially fantasy, especially female-centric films that are more rom-coms. And quite honestly, the classic version of Snow White is more of a rom-com kind of story. I'm not the target audience, not at all. I'm just too old. I'm too male. I'm not the target audience of the original or the new. But I can tell you that I saw the classic original Snow White when I was younger, and it was beautiful. I could appreciate, even though I'm not a princess. Never wanted to be a princess. Have never wanted to be the prince. I can still appreciate and did appreciate the artwork, the beauty, the message, the sentimentality, the emotion that came from the original Snow White animated film, as opposed to what's happening now in the modern audience version of Snow White that they tried to push around the world and is being rejected by every nation. People of every nation are rejecting this wholesale. It's one of the worst movies created by Disney arguably in a long time, and it is financially a bomb, a massive, huge bomb. Films like Dumbo, which most people don't even remember, there was a live action Dumbo film that was created by Tim Burton, the guy who did Batman. Yeah, he did Dumbo in live action. Most people don't even remember that exists. And this version of Snow White is doing worse than a film that was so disregarded by the public, no one remembers it was even made, that it was even out in theaters, and Snow White is doing worse than that film. That's how bad this is. Now, obviously, it's going to have a knock-on effect to the U.S. economy. The worse that Disney and modern Hollywood attempts at a modern audience, the more that this fails, the woke movement fails, the worse it is for the U.S. economy. People aren't going to out to movie theaters. They're not indulging in these things, whether it be movies like Snow White or Assassin's Creed, which has pissed off all of Japan. Assassin's Creed is nothing but, not only is it a mega flop because of the gameplay itself, which is completely broken, but because of what they've done to the Japanese history. They attacked a holy temple in the game until they put in a fix. They have created a fictional character based on a historical character, a black man in Japan who was not a samurai, he was a retainer, not the same thing, very big difference. Just because he wore clothing of a samurai type individual, he wasn't a samurai. And they pushed that story forward, insulting the Japanese people and their history, and then compounded that by taking what would be the Princess Diana of Japan's ancient history and turning her into a Madonna slut. And I don't mean Madonna like Christian, I mean Madonna like the singer, turning her into a 1980s Madonna slut. And that's bad. Obviously, Assassin's Creed is going to do horrible internationally in terms of sales, especially in Southeast Asia, especially in Japan. But it also sends a message to one of our strongest allies, Japan, that America disrespects them, that America doesn't care about their history, that America is promoting and more interested in being woke than being an ally. To disrespect their religious icons, to disrespect their historical icons, to disrespect Japan. If that is the message that has been approved and being promoted in not just in America, but the first world nations, Ubisoft is a French company. What a shock that the French, who believe in wokeness even more than the American colleges do, amazingly, this is what they created along with America, along with the woke ideology of California, and they're trying to spread that around the world, and they're saying that that is more important than our allies, more important than the history, more important than religion. This is the new God that they're trying to sell to you. And that's bad for the economy. That's bad for international relations. It's bad for diplomacy going forward, because it doesn't stop at, well, Assassin's Creed, it was just one bad game, no one's going to think about it again. It doesn't end at, well, Disney made a bad movie. It ends at that. No, there's a knock-on effect, because it's not just one game. It is a series of multiple games over many years, often written by individuals and groups like Sweet Baby Inc. that have infected an entire industry, which is trying to shove this political leftism down your throat everywhere you go, that are trying to infect all of our entertainment. And we've seen that over Disney, Marvel, Sony Universe. We've seen that at the DCEU, at Warner Brothers. They're trying to shove this, and we see it in our, even in our sports, LeBron James as another example, where they're trying to push this socialism, this wokeism down your throat to make you think that it is normal, to make you think that it is something that is the next step forward. This is where society is going. There is no other option, that all roads lead to wokeness, to leftist ideology. And that is driving a wedge into each and every country and the way we interact with each other. Nations that are seen as being more woke and more accepting of wokeness and more ideologically isolated from the rest of the world are being treated more like pariahs. We're seeing that in France. We're seeing that in the United States. We're seeing it in the rejection by the rest of the world to these ideas. That does affect, because that's the next generation have been raised with the idea of this entitlement, this wokeness, as being part of their norm, of microaggressions has been put into their minds as being the norm. And so when they make trade deals, when they look at politics, when they look at war, they're looking at it from the view of this woke ideology. And that's why you have college students and many gay organizations that are saying they're for Hamas, a terrorist organization, an organization that has promised and for over 2 decades has attempted to genocide another group of people because they have a religious disagreement, because Hamas does not recognize any religion other than the one they practice. And now we have college students and organizations like the LGB movement that are supporting Hamas because they're small versus Israel, which is bigger, ignoring the fact that that Hamas are terrorists and forgetting the fact that if Hamas were in control of their home country, Hamas would kill them. Hamas does not support LGB. Hamas doesn't support trans. Hamas doesn't support women. Period. Full stop. As well as not supporting anyone who believes something different than the leadership believes. And yet they're supporting them. That's because of the wokeness. It isn't just a movie. It isn't just a video game. It isn't just some entertainment, whether it's a basketball game or any other game. It's far, far more than that. And that's why this is important. It is important because we're seeing the companies that are continuing to push this on us, trying to normalize it, to convince you that this is the way of the future, even as huge majorities of the world say, no, we reject that. And that dichotomy, that opposition has to be resolved for us to go into the future in a unified manner. One way or another, we have to have this resolved for us to go to the next step to try and resolve global hunger, global peace, to have energy for the future. Everything is dependent on this. So I do think it's important. And I do think that Snow White is endemic of the problem, and we need to resolve this. And we need to do so very quickly, especially since America is the first place everyone is looking to for the future. Whether you like it or not, America is the global leader. We are effectively, in everything but name, an empire. And many organizations, many nations will say America is an empire. I don't shy away from that. America is an empire. Fantastic. I have no problem with that. It's been the greatest boon to the world by America being an empire. There is more peace, there is more prosperity, there are more people who are fed, more people who have been lifted out of poverty because of American capitalist empire. That's just a fact. The left may not like it, but it is true. And good. Let's embrace that. Let's go forward with that. That's the problem we have today. Okay. So, by the way, please let me know if the volume is right. It looks like I'm peaking a little bit here. Let me adjust that a little bit. I don't want the volume to be too loud or too soft. So not everyone will agree. That's okay. You can reach us on YouTube, on Facebook, on Rumble. You can super chat, or you can send in a Rumble rant and say, Mike, I don't agree. I think you've misunderstood. If you think I'm overestimating the impact of the wokeness in our entertainment, if you think I'm overestimating the impact of wokeness in our colleges on the next generation, please tell me why you think that. I'm happy to hear that. I would like to be wrong. I would love to be wrong. That's not what I'm seeing in empirical evidence. And there is a culture war, and it is more than just a culture war. It is a political war that is going on as we speak. It's not a civil war, but it is a war for what is the definition of normalcy for this generation and generations to come. And it is being waged right now, most of it economically, but we are seeing it spill over into physical violence in various pockets around the world. It is something that we have to deal with if we're to move forward. So, okay, thank you, Joel. Joel says the volume is good. Thank you, Joel. I appreciate that. Now, I know this is something that most people aren't going to hear about. This is not a viewpoint anyone has been talking about in terms of Snow White. And maybe very few people agree with it. Maybe everyone agrees with it. I don't know. But that is one of the things I take from this. From a political commentary standpoint, not looking at it from the entertainment, but the failure of Snow White is a positive for us going forward. It means that the woke ideology, the progressive leftist ideology has not taken hold. It is not normalized as much as the elitist intelligentsia from our colleges are trying to make it normal, as much as the news media are trying to gaslight you to think it is normal. Look at what they did And this is exactly what we see in all of our politics over the last 10 years, where we are told, oh no, you should love this. This is a great idea. You will enjoy this. This is a benefit for you. Enjoy, whether it's the Marvels or Echo or Snow White. This is what is your future. You must embrace this. And when people don't embrace it, things work out better. We get better results when we don't embrace it than when we do. And we find out often afterwards, after we see the initial push telling us how wonderful and how great everything is, then we get the reality afterwards. This is very much what we've seen in politics over the last 10 years. We get the initial story. Oh, Bidenomics is working fantastic. The economy is great. You've never had it so good, as we were told for 4 years under the Biden-Harris administration. Meanwhile, you watched your food prices go up by double, if not triple in many cases. You watched your paycheck not go as far as it used to by 20, 30, 40% because of inflation. You saw energy prices go up, even as you were forced to switch to electric stoves, even as you were told that solar and wind are the future and gas is horrible, oil is terrible, and we don't need them. We just need renewable energy. Meanwhile, you were promised that not only will the world be cleaner, but that you would be able to save money, and you haven't saved money. And when you look at the cost of energy from renewable sources, from solar panels, from wind turbines, which are toxic to the ground, that cannot be reclaimed, they can't be recycled, and so they have to be put into toxic pits and buried. You aren't seeing any of the promises that they made come true. This is what's important about this. So, again, you may not agree, and I'm not telling you you have to, but I want you to understand how this is interrelated, that the culture and the politics are connected. And what we are seeing in Hollywood is a reflection of the politics and what we are seeing in Congress and what we are seeing in nations around the world. That this battle is happening, and it is happening both politically and in terms of entertainment, and it is meant to make you obey. That has been the push from the left. Whether it be Democrats or progressives, the Green Party, they're pushing for you to obey. Stop asking questions, just accept the slop that they provide you and obey. And that has not been positive for anyone. That trade-off has not been a benefit for anyone. As an example, everyone's forgotten about Afghanistan. The news media immediately in 2022, January of 2022, stopped talking about Afghanistan completely. It fell off of all of the news. Meanwhile, 5,000 Americans were abandoned in Afghanistan. We have been showing you that evidence for over a year and a half, actually about 2 years now. We have provided the evidence about 5,000 Americans being abandoned in Afghanistan, something that the Biden administration knew they were doing and did it anyway. They lied to you again, and they've been caught again, lying to your face. But we were also told that the Taliban would be a new, kinder, gentler dictatorship, that their religious fanaticism would not stop women from being able to go to school, from having jobs, from being able to lead productive lives. Well, that was a lie. And we knew. Everyone who's followed politics and watched what the Taliban, a terrorist organization, knew. They lie, because terrorists lie every time. I'm not talking about politicians lie and, you catch them in a goof of something that they said. No, I'm not talking about flip-flopping. Terrorists outright, blatantly lie to keep power. And then they do the worst extreme of what they promised not to do. They always do that. And we know that over the last 2 years, under the Taliban, young girls going to school, like in Iran, were poisoned. Schoolgirls were poisoned so that they couldn't learn to read, to prevent them from becoming educated. We know this happened. It was international news, credibly sourced. We provided you the sources and the information. Today, as of March 21st, in fact, we see that this comes out from UNICEF. This is an article from UNICEF. The new school year in Afghanistan is starting, and almost 400,000 more girls, not 400,000, 400,000 additional girls are being deprived of their right to education. Education isn't a right, but let's go on. Bringing the total to 2.2 million. This is on the third anniversary of the ban of secondary education for girls in Afghanistan. They lied to you. You were promised, under the Biden-Harris administration, you were promised by the left across the world that this time the Taliban would be different. They believed the terrorists, that the terrorists had a kinder, gentler soul, that they were going to do things in a different way. They wouldn't be as mean and terroristic now that they had power, because they were small. And because they were small, they would be more just once they got power. And when they got power, they weren't just as all. They were the same as they had always been. They were terrorists then, they're terrorists now. They were oppressive then, they're oppressive now. And this is why you don't hear about Afghanistan. This is why this isn't national news. It's not like UNICEF isn't a credible international organization. They're telling you right there in front of you. They're saying the women are being oppressed. Where are the women's groups throughout all of America, all of Hollywood? Why are they not screaming about this? Why are they not standing up and protesting in front of the Afghanistan embassy? Why are they not writing letters on social media, doing TikTok saying how horrible what is happening to women in Afghanistan? Don't they support those women? They did under the Biden-Harris administration. They did when the United States left. They were cheering the United States being embarrassed across the world as we ran away with our tail between our legs, leaving behind weapons and money and ammunition. The left was cheering this, saying that the small guy, the Taliban, the terrorists, were going to take power, and that was a good thing according to their ideology. And now we have the results. And they don't want to talk about the results because they were predictable. We did predict them. You can go back on this channel. You can look over the videos that we did 3 years ago talking about this in 2021 and going forward. We've consistently covered this, and you're seeing this is the fruit of that progressive seed. Oh, they supported the small guy because the small guy has got to be better than the big guy politically. And they were wrong. They lied to you. And now they're covering up the consequence of their actions, of their failure to look ahead and see the most logical outcome that everyone could see. It was plain as day. Okay, let me move on. Because I know Afghanistan, not the biggest story. Not everyone's interested in that. Well, what about, again, in the Middle East? Israel right now has taken strikes against Lebanon. Israel attacked Lebanon, even though there was a peace deal between Hamas. And see, this isn't fair because the BBC is saying Israel strikes Lebanon. No, they didn't go after the Lebanese government. They went after the Hezbollah, a terrorist organization that has almost as much power as the Lebanese government and controls much of the southern region of Lebanon, which is borders with Israel, the northern border of Israel. That's the West Bank of Israel. And so they were attacking the terrorist organization, Hezbollah, that happened to be in Lebanon. But Israel wasn't attacking Lebanon. So the headline is meant to mislead you. It's meant to make you think of Israel as a bad guy in a certain way. I mean, it's not untrue to say that they struck in Lebanon, but they didn't strike the government of Lebanon. They struck the terrorists, Hezbollah, in Lebanon, and that's a very different thing that completely changes everything when you understand they weren't attacking the government, they were attacking the terrorists. And why were they attacking the terrorists? Because Hezbollah was rearming itself. Hezbollah, which has been notorious for trying to kill Israel, just like Hamas, just like Iran, just like the Houthis, these terrorist organizations have promised to genocide a group of people, Israel, because they have a different belief than these terrorist organizations. That's horrific. And we should be against that, except if you go to Harvard, if you go to Yale, you go to Columbia, UCLA, Binghamton University, Cornell University. Somehow our students have been taught by the administrations from the president on down, the president of these colleges on down, that genocide's okay if you happen to be a small terrorist group fighting against a larger government, which is insane. So Israel carried out multiple train strikes against Lebanon because they feared Hezbollah, not against Lebanon, against Hezbollah, because they believed Hezbollah was reforming to be able to attack Israel again. Whether you like that or not, that is a true reading. I'm trying to point out how you have been lied to by the news media, how they use the wording to be structurally true, but not ideologically true, that they're not being factual in the wording. They're trying to mislead you to come to a conclusion subliminally that isn't what is happening on the ground. It's not the truth, not the whole truth. It is missing context, which is vital for understanding the situation. Now, you can say to me, Mike, but I don't agree with Israel. They shouldn't have gone after Hezbollah. That is an argument you can make. But that's not the argument that's being presented by the BBC. That's the key. We can talk about whether Israel is overreaching or not. That is a different discussion than what the BBC is saying, that Israel is trying to take over government after government after government. That isn't what is happening. That isn't the reality on the ground. That is a lie, and they're trying to sell you that lie because they agree with the terrorists who believe in genocide, which is really sad when you think about it. That's terrifying and sad that our news media, much like our colleges, agree with genocide. If they were saying genocide against black people, you would be enraged. If they said genocide against women or Native Indians or Samoans, I don't care. Name your group, name your place. And if they said, well, genocide them, you would be outraged. They're supporting the people who said genocide against Israel. Why is it any different? Why is that acceptable when it wouldn't be acceptable for any other group anywhere else in the world? Doesn't make sense, does it? When you stop to think about it, when you don't just zip past the headline and keep on going, if you don't think about it, it may seem okay. But when you stop and you really understand what is the message, the underlying message that is being said to you that they are trying to normalize, then suddenly becomes far more dark and dangerous to the world. Again, you may disagree with Israel. That's fine. But let's have this conversation. We deserve, the world needs us to have this conversation and not to accept the message as being said normally, that they want us to normalize this, that this is the normal way forward. I don't agree with that. So we also hear, and now some may disagree with the source. I've only found one source on this. So it is, the Jerusalem Post is an internationally credible news agency. They, of course, do have a bias. No question on that. I tried to source out and find another source that could confirm this. I was not able to do so. Not to say that it doesn't exist. I wasn't able to do so in the time to be prepared for the show today. But according to the news that came out today, there are members of Hamas that seem to be telling some of the Arab news media, telling the Middle East, that they are willing to give up control of Gaza to move forward, to get
peace in the Middle East, to get peace for the people of Palestine. Now, I think this is important if it is true. And again, I cannot confirm this other than from the Jerusalem Post. I don't know if this was incorrect context, that the statement was said properly. But Abdel Latif Al-Qanu, I'm sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that name properly, told a Qatari-backed Qatar is the center of leadership for Hamas. That's where their money is. That's where some of their top leadership are. That's why they negotiate in Qatar. Qatar backed Al-Arabi Jadid. Sorry if I mispronounced that. My Arabic is bad. Very, very bad. So that's as close as I can get to that. Said on Saturday that Hamas is not interested in ruling Gaza after the Israeli-Hamas war, in direct contradiction to statements made by the U.S. envoy, Steve Witkoff. Witkoff said, this is the Hamas representative said, Hamas are not interested in being part of the Gaza administration, the government of Gaza, and that is why we agreed to a form of community support committee in Gaza that does not include Hamas, the terrorist organization. We have no ambition to govern Gaza. What concerns us is the national consensus. There is no nation of Palestine, and we are committed to its outcomes. Now, I find this to be very interesting on several levels. It seems to me that there is a division within Hamas. Hamas is the duly elected government of Gaza. That's a fact. So if you support Gaza, you support Hamas, because the Gazans, the Palestinian people, elected Hamas, a terrorist organization that believes in genocide. So if you support Gaza, if you support the Palestinians, their government is Hezbollah, a terrorist organization that believes in genocide. You support genocide. There is no way to escape that. The news media hates to remind people that that is the direct consequence. That is a direct line of facts. So if you support this, you are supporting the continued attempt to genocide a nation, and that isn't Israel. That isn't Hamas. It's you're supporting the genocide or attempt to genocide Israel. That's the reality. That's the thing that the news media does not want to talk about. They don't want you to focus on that. They want you to think that Hamas are somehow the good guys. They're not. Not even close. Their murder of 1,200 people on October 7th and their repeated attempts to wipe out Israeli people and anyone who happens to be around when they're committing these atrocities for decades now, and their written and declared statements of wishing to genocide a group of people. They are evil and vile. There's no two ways around that. There is no justification for that. And yet the left wants to justify it. I don't understand that. But that's fine. But they're now saying that they are willing for the first time in 2 decades to give up power. If that is true, that is the first positive sign in the Middle East in decades. I hope it would be true. I would love for that to be true, that Hamas has been so devastated, that Israel has been so successful, that Hamas has been removed, that they've lost the support of the public. The people of Palestine have rejected them in such a strong wave that Hamas can no longer govern. They can no longer pretend to be a government or anything but the terrorists that they are, and that they have lost enough economic and political support that they are removed. That is a victory for Israel, and that is a victory for all of the Middle East. That means that Iran has failed. That means that terrorism has failed, and that is a positive. I hope this story is true. Again, I cannot confirm it beyond the one source that I was able to find. And just to remind everyone, at the end of the show, about an hour afterwards, I will provide links to every story that I'm talking about so that you can review this on your own and you can see all the information, take it as you will. So we do provide that at the end of every program. Let me move forward. And I know this is not being loved by YouTube, by Google, by the social media giants. They're repressing this. Please, folks, do speak up on this. Whether you agree or disagree, please like and share. Whether you agree or you disagree, just for the mere fact that I have the balls to talk about this, because they are trying to suppress this story as we speak. This is why you probably haven't heard some of these stories. You haven't heard some of these viewpoints before, because everyone else is terrified that they're going to get shut down, that they will not be able to be monetized, that they will not be able to make money and support themselves to go forward. I know, because I've been denied the opportunity. I have been struggling. I am in poverty because of the suppressive effort by Google and YouTube and many other social media giants. Let me go on. So, you've been told many times, well, we have to have compassion for the Palestinians who support and whose government is Hamas. You have to support and have compassion and pity for Hamas, the terrorists that created the recent war. Again, if Hamas did not kill 1,200 innocent civilians on October 7th, 2023, there is no war that happens now. Any death that has occurred from October 7th, 2023 to today, any death has been because of Hamas, only and explicitly, and there is no justification for it. Hamas killed civilians. They took 256 individuals from 50 different countries, took them prisoner, hostages, tortured them. They sexually abused them as confirmed by the UN, and they killed them. Killed them. In particular, of the 32, there were 32 Americans on October 7th, 2023, that Hamas killed outright. And in addition to the other 1,200 individuals that were killed by Hamas. There were 22 Americans that were taken hostage at that time. We've talked about this every single weekend since it happened. We do not forget. 22 were taken. Of those 22 people, 16 have been killed under captivity by Hamas, murdered by Hamas. As recently as the fall of 2024, where one of the Americans was minutes, literal minutes away from being rescued, and the members of Hamas shot him and 5 other internationals, shot them in the head to deny them the ability to be rescued, to return to their families and loved ones. They massacred them. They murdered them horrifically just to deny them freedom. That's what Hamas does. The mainstream media, the colleges, they don't like to talk about that. They never talk about that. They ignore that. They memory hold that as fast as they possibly can, because it does not fit their narrative that the small guys, Hamas, well, they're not really terrorists. They're just small and you should like them. No way in hell you should. They're evil bastards. Let me go on. So in part of trying to convince you that Hamas are the victims here, that Hamas, the terrorist organization that started this entire conflict, that they're the ones we should feel sorry for. They picked the fight. They started the war, and we're supposed to feel bad for them for deciding to pick a fight they knew they would lose. Oh yes, CBS News comes out and says the death toll in Gaza rises to 50,000. 50,000. Here's the thing, and it isn't often talked about. It is often ignored. Where does that number of 50,021 Palestinians are supposedly have been killed in this war started by Hamas, the terrorist organization? Approximately 50,000. Where does that number come from? That number comes from Hamas itself. The terrorists are telling you 50,000 people died. No one has confirmed that. No other agencies confirm that. Hamas, who is in the war, who is losing the war, who is looking for support from colleges and other places around the world, they're looking for support and sympathy. They need money and they need weapons. They need pressure on Israel for a war they started. They need to memory hole how this started, so they have to be the victim. And they are telling the rest of the world, it's 50,000. Hamas lies on a regular basis. They have been proven to be liars for decades, repeatedly. There's no reason to believe anything they say. And CBS does admit the ministry, Gaza's health ministry, the Hamas health ministry, the terrorist ministry of health, does not distinguish between civilians and combatants. That's why you never hear how many people in Hamas are dead. You don't hear about the army of terrorists. They've never, according to Hamas, they've never lost a single person. They have lost 0 fighters. None of their soldiers, none of the terrorists have ever died in this war that started in 2023 because they don't believe there are any. And so every single soldier, every terrorist that Israel justifiably has fought and killed, well, they don't count as a soldier. They count as a Palestinian. It's dishonesty. It is absolute dishonesty. That's like America going into Vietnam. And the Americans don't count any American soldier dying in Vietnam. They just don't exist. We just won't count them. Just like they didn't want to count the KIAs, the missing in action, the MIAs in Vietnam. For a long time, those individuals weren't counted by the United States government. They just didn't exist. They stopped existing. We didn't know if they were dead. We didn't know if they were prisoners of war, like John McCain, the Hanoi Hilton. We didn't know what happened to them. They just stopped being counted. And that's unacceptable. That was outrageous. It's seen as a form of government deception, and it was vile, and it was opposed, and the American people spoke out and said, no, we will not forget our fellow Americans. We will not forget what they died for, the sacrifice they have made. We won't forget the people that are in the Hanoi Hilton being tortured. We will not forget them. And so, in the same way that we can't forget them, we can't forget that in Israel, fighting right now in Gaza, Hamas have soldiers. They're not all civilians. They're not just regular people. So when they tell you 50,000 Palestinians, well, that's not true. We don't know what the breakdown is. Could it be, 50,000 Hamas soldiers? Could be. Could it be 30,000 Hamas terrorists? Could be. Could it be 5? Unlikely. And it is estimated by Israel, who's also not saying that they're the honest broker in this. Israel's also involved in the war. They're saying that they killed 20,000 terrorists. 20,000 terrorists have been killed by Israel, according to Israel's numbers. Now, that leaves 30,000 civilians. That is horrible. That is horrific. And we can have a conversation about how many casualties in a war is too many. We can have that conversation. And those people who say, well, 1 is too many, you're not realistic. Please, let's be realistic. Let's drop the Pollyanna pie in the sky. No civilian should ever die in a war. That's just not reality. Hasn't been reality since World War I. It's just not the truth. Matter of fact, it wasn't true even before then. There were always civilian casualties in a war. It happens. That's why it's called war. And there are no rules in war. Like my friend Larry Sharp often says, what rules in war? Who's enforcing them? Who's going to enforce them? No one. During the war? Absolutely not going to happen. You may see people enforce laws after the war, once we know who's the winner and who's the loser, but you're never going to see it during the war. That doesn't mean anything. That's just political hype. It means nothing. So you want to tell me, oh, but Mike, civilians died. It's a war. Civilians die. That is a reality. That is an absolute fact. That doesn't mean I'm happy about it. It's not a positive. It's the fact. It's the truth. And it's supposed to be unpleasant. It's supposed to be unpalatable so as to stop people from going to war. It is the knowledge that civilians die, children and mom die in war, and we don't want to see that. So don't go to war. That's the point. So if you want to tell me, but Mike, it's 30,000 civilians, that's just too many. And if you say it's one too many, screw you. But if you say, yeah, it's too many, well, we can have that discussion. We can have that conversation about what's acceptable. Does this mean there has been excesses by Hamas and by Israel? Is it all right for Hamas to use children in schools as a shield? Is it acceptable for Hamas to use a hospital full of 6 people as a shield to protect them? Is it right to still attack those terrorists even though they're using humans as shields and the public has been notified? These are different discussions, but CBS isn't having this discussion. They buried the news that these numbers are misleading, that this is an attempt to use propaganda to gaslight you. They buried it. Look how far down. They start with the headline, 50,000. Well, that's not entirely true. Yes, the Palestinian officials said the war has killed more than 50,000 people. People, yes. Absolutely, no one disputes that. How many of them are soldiers? Oh, we don't know. 0. What? If they told you 0 soldiers died, you go, that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. That's obviously a lie. You're gaslighting me. They didn't say that. They are doing their damn best at CBS to gaslight you and to support Hamas without saying they support Hamas. They want to say that they support genocide, but they can't say that legally, so they try and find other ways. The editor is doing a fantastic job. 50,000 people, not how many soldiers, how many civilians. These are the distinctions we need to get an understanding of the context of the fighting, to know if Israel truly is being excessive or are they being effective? If it's 40,000 Hamas terrorists that have died and 10,000 civilians, that's a pretty good exchange. It's better than almost any war in the history of mankind. If it's 10,000 members of Hamas and 40,000 civilians, that's pretty piss poor. That's a different argument. Maybe Israel needs to be pulled back a bit. Do you notice the difference between the two? It's a very different conversation between the two when you know the facts, when you understand the reality, when you understand what we're talking about. What are the costs? What are the true costs? As opposed to, oh, we're just going to hide it from you. We're just not going to tell you. We're just going to propagandize you. We're going to lie to you. I know there are some people in the audience who are going to be pissed off. They're not going to be happy with this news. They're going to be upset about this. And I don't care. Because you deserve to have the truth told to you. You deserve the opportunity to make up your own mind, to understand the context and the consequences, and to then make a decision. But you're not being given that. You're being gaslit. You're being directed down one path and told that there is no other way for you to go, that you have to come to this conclusion. You have to accept that Hamas, the terrorist organization, are the good guys and Israel are the bad guys. They are trying their damnedest to sell that message in every way they can, subtle and blatant. They are doing this to you. And I have to question, if they have to sell Hamas this hard, that tells you how bad Hamas is. If they have to use this much propaganda, this much gamesmanship with the words and the facts to disguise this from you, to hide this from you, well, that tells you a lot. And again, I'll go back to the CBS News, internationally credible news organization. Why did they bury this is essential facts to the news story. To put context into the 50,000, it is essential to understand who those 50,000 are. Again, are they civilians? Are they terrorist fighters? Is Israel being excessive? Are they being efficient? Is it something else? That is essential to understanding the impact of the lives that are being lost, of the fight that is going on. And you cannot know that unless you have the answers. And CBS, rather than providing that initially, right up front, and telling you that so that you can then understand everything else in proper context, they buried it. You are never supposed to notice those two paragraphs. You are never supposed to think about this. That says a lot. Let me move on. Obviously, as the last story from CBS mentioned, the BBC is also mentioning, and the world is noticing, that the ceasefire between Hamas, the terrorist organization, and Israel has ended. Now, if you ask people who support Hamas, the terrorist organization, they will say Israel broke the ceasefire. If you ask Israel, they will say Hamas broke the ceasefire. I have zero confidence in anything a terrorist organization says because they are liars. They will lie for their ideology because they don't care. They want to genocide a group of people. They are liars. They will do whatever it takes so that they can genocide a group of people. I have zero trust and faith in them. I don't believe anything that they say, ever. That's my bias. I'm telling you up front. I'm telling you my reason for it. I don't trust terrorists. Terrorists lie. They will do anything to get their ideology to win. So I don't trust them, ever. Israel also there are things that they have done in this war that I feel is excessive. That's true. Now, am I more upset with the excess of Israel than the terrorists of Hamas? No, I'm more upset with the terrorists. I'm absolutely livid and have been for years now on the fact that Hamas has killed American civilians, that they took them hostage, they sexually abused them, they tortured them, and they killed them systematically. 16 out of 22. There is one American that is still held by Hamas to this day, 500 days later, who is being tortured, who is being sexually abused, and we don't know where he is. And Hamas will not give him back, will not give us the bodies of our 16 dead. They won't give it to us. They will just hold that one last person. They want us in this fight. Hamas wants my ire. They did this on purpose. They could have released all the Americans and I wouldn't care. Quite honestly, I'm being directly honest to you. If all the Americans were not held, if they didn't kill any Americans and all of the Americans that were hostages were released in perfect health, I probably wouldn't care about this conflict any more than I care about the conflicts in the Sudan or other parts throughout the world. I know that it happened. I wouldn't care that much. But they did. And they did that to bring America into the conflict. They thought that they could get the support of America against Israel. And they did succeed with the colleges, but not with the common people, not with anyone who's paying attention to the details. So when Hamas says it was Israel's fault for the ceasefire to end, I don't believe them. I just don't. You might. I don't. They're terrorists. Terrorists lie. Often. All the time. On everything. I have no reason to believe Hamas. None. Now, Israel, when the ceasefire ended, said, okay, ceasefire's over. Therefore, we're going to go back to what we were doing. You still have our people. You still have hostages. You still have their dead bodies and those of our allies. We want them all back. We want the terrorists to end. And it's not happening fast enough. They're not going away. Israel doesn't want them just to not be in power. They want them gone from the face of the earth. That's not unlike the stance that Donald Trump, the United States, has now taken against the Houthi terrorists in the Red Sea, which I will get to in just a moment. I have to say, again, we can have the debate, and I'm happy to have it on this channel, of anyone who says, oh, Mike, but Israel has gone too far. They're excessive, overkill in fighting Hamas. We can have that discussion. Is it overkill? We can have that discussion. What we can't do is just say, well, Hamas good, Israel bad, we're done. I'm sorry. That's what CBS News wants you to believe. That's what Harvard and Yale, who hire, CBS hires their graduates of Harvard and Yale to run their news media organizations. So the indoctrination is deep in the mainstream news media because it's deep. The indoctrination is deep within the colleges. I don't agree with it. At least I'm honest enough with you that I tell you up front. I tell you why. I'm not just telling you that you shouldn't believe Hamas. I'm telling you why you shouldn't believe Hamas. But CBS News, BBC, they don't have the balls to do that. Because if they told you that, you might not agree with them. You might not support Hamas. Which I honestly don't have a problem with, but they do. Because they do support genocide. They do support Hamas. And that should scare you. Especially since they don't want to tell you that. At least if you knew that's their opinion, you could at least evaluate it knowing that fact. But they don't want to discuss that with you. So yes, there has been a renewed, obviously, if there is no ceasefire, there's no reason for Israel not to continue the war that they were conducting before the ceasefire. There is no reason why they wouldn't continue to eliminate the threat to their people that have promised to genocide them, that have killed 1,200 innocent civilians from Israel and around the world. They have absolutely no reason not to pick up where they left off and continue to wipe these people off the face of the earth. Whether you like that or not is a different thing altogether, not the same conversation. Please, your feelings about it have nothing to do with the reality of what they're doing and why they are doing so. And it seems that the most recent airstrikes were successful in killing yet some more top leaders, in this case, a top Hamas political leader named Salah al-Bardawid, I think, or Bardawil. I'm not sure if that's how the name's pronounced. And quite honestly, it's a member of Hamas, so I don't care. And so we see that they are back to the fighting, which means it's going to be difficult to get back to where we left off, where we were at with the ceasefire. We're almost, not quite, but we're almost back to day one negotiations. Mind you, this can be resolved very simply. One of the key points in the ceasefire consistently has been give back the hostages, alive or dead. Give back the hostages. This is what all that Hamas has to do. Again, we said this before the ceasefire in the first place. We said overnight, Hamas can get international support. Give back the hostages. That is their key. Give back the hostages, alive and or dead. Give them back, and Israel will be under pressure to stop. The fact that when Hamas agreed to give back hostages, the fighting stopped. The international pressure on Israel to stop was insurmountable. Israel stopped. Period. The hostages were going to be released. Yay. You were promised by Joe Biden that all the Americans would be given back. You were told that there was 3 out of 19 Americans that were held by Hamas. You were told 3 Americans would come back. 1. We got 1 back. There's 1 more being held. Everyone else was killed. Joe Biden left that out. He didn't mention that when he was trying to take credit for the ceasefire. He's like, I'm going to get all the Americans back. We're going to get them back in the first wave of the ceasefire. We'll get all the Americans back. There's 2. We got one still being held. Joe Biden, you failed. Utter, absolute failure. Now, the Trump administration needs to be admonished as well. There were 2 Americans. We found out there's only 2 Americans that were left in 2025, held by Hamas and alive. 2. Everyone else is dead. We got one of them back. Not a lot of fanfare on that. Should have been a lot more. Partially because of the news media downplaying it, partially because of the Trump administration not trying to emphasize it. There's one more American held by Hamas. We should be talking about this. This should be a priority. This should be talked about by the Trump administration, saying we want that person back alive now. We have heard Trump say that we want the bodies back. He hasn't said we want the living person back. He hasn't emphasized this. He said it in February. We need to be talking about this every week until we get them. We need to make sure that Hamas is terrified of the ever-living power and might of the United States government being turned against them if we don't get back our last living hostage. We want that American citizen back. And the holy hell of the United States being pissed off can be dropped upon Gaza. And if they think it's a moonscape now, it could be flat Earth if America gets pissed off enough. The devastation that they've gone through is nothing compared to what America could do to Hamas. Give us back our last living American, and then give us all the dead bodies you killed. Every single one. And no, there is no conditions beforehand, no preconditions, no promise that America will not retaliate because you decided to sexually abuse women and then kill them, because you decided to sexually abuse American men and then kill them. No, you get no pass for that. Give us back the bodies of the living and the dead. Give us everyone. And maybe then we tell Israel, calm down, talk with them, stop fighting. Maybe. Give us back our people. Again, you may not agree. That's okay. That's where I stand on it. We have a comment from Lynn who says, Israel will start taking their land. Maybe. I'm not really upset about that. By the way, they won't start. Lynn, let me clarify. Let me go back here. Hang on. Let me clarify, Lynn. It's not that Israel will take back the land of Gaza. They already own it. It's literally Israeli land. And they won it because of conquest. It's the ancient way of getting land. How does a nation get formed? You take enough land. That's what happens. And every country that exists in the world today, no matter where you are in the world, no matter who the indigenous people are, the winners own all the land. The nations that exist are the lands of the winners of conquest. That's just a fact. I don't care which part of the world you point to. Everywhere there's been battles, the nations that exist are the winners who conquered the land. Period. And it's their land. Whether you like it or not, doesn't matter. That's the reality. Israel owns Gaza. Period. Full stop. You don't have to like it. It's the truth. They fought for it. They won the war. It's their land. Period. There is no Palestine. The Palestinians don't have a land. The Gaza territory was gifted to the Palestinians by Israel. It's their land. So if Israel wants to take it back, they can. People like to ignore that fact. The news media, I should say, and the colleges like to ignore that fact that Israel won that land by conquest because they were attacked. They didn't go out and attack everyone else. They were attacked. They fought back. They won. They took over those lands. It's their land. So if Israel wants to bomb that land to flat, it's their land. So I'm not upset with it that much. And again, I tell you again, my bias is with anyone but the terrorists. That's where my that's where I start from in this conversation. You took our American citizens, you tortured them, you killed them. my allegiance, my initial thoughts in every conversation are not with Hamas, period. Am I biased? Absolutely. Absolutely. Am I triggered? Probably. Probably. At least I'm honest enough with my audience to tell you exactly where I stand. Again, you don't have to accept it. You don't have to agree with me, but we can understand where we are. Let me go on. And why is the war back in place? Because why did Israel go after Hezbollah? Because the Houthis went after Israel. And if the Houthis, which are much smaller, they have less funding, they have less weapons, they have less fighters than Hezbollah. Hezbollah is far larger, far more powerful, far more soldiers, terrorists, and far more weapons than the Houthis. And the Houthis are now firing not ICBMs, but ballistic missiles are being fired by the Houthis in Yemen against Israel. In fact, 3 of them. Within the last 48 hours, it is confirmed that at least 3 ballistic missiles have been fired by the Houthis against Israel. Not against the United States at the moment. That's a different battle. We'll talk about that. But against Israel directly. So Israel's looking at, if the Houthis have ballistic missiles and they're firing at us and they're the smaller guys, and Hezbollah, we know that they are arming up, they have rocket launchers, we see them moving around, yeah, they'll probably use them too. That may be why Hezbollah was struck. Again, not Lebanon, Hezbollah. And again, not Yemen, the Houthis. We have to be very specific about this, because when you say, well, it's Yemen, no, Israel isn't fighting Yemen. The United States is not fighting Yemen. We're fighting the Houthis. They're in Yemen. We're not fighting Yemen. Big difference. Massive difference. It's not just semantics. It's international politics. It's a difference between a global war, a regional war, and fighting terrorism. Big difference. But that's why Israel has been ramping up in terms of Hezbollah and the Houthis and Iran. They're ramping up their fighting because, well, they're attacking now. Because the ceasefire ended. Because Hamas won't give back the people. They won't give back the hostages. And that's the ultimate problem. Everything begins and stops with Hamas gives back the hostages. If they give them back, they get ceasefires. When they don't give them back, they get nothing. They continue a war. It's that simple. And we've seen it happen. Hamas refused to give back the hostages. They got war. They accepted the terms as presented by the United States and said, hey, give back the hostages, you'll get a ceasefire. They gave back the hostages, they got a ceasefire. They stopped giving back the hostages, they went back to war. It's that simple. Hezbollah and Houthis are jumping in because they want genocide too. They're evil, they're terrorists too. I got no problem with labeling them such. Let me move on. I know I get very incensed about that. I don't like other countries. I don't like terrorists killing my people of my nation, fellow citizens, because it could be me. It could be my family that they could be killing next time. I have no love for terrorists. None. I have no sympathy for terrorists. None. I have no sympathy for those who support terrorists. None. At least I'm honest. Anyway, let me move on. So Donald Trump ordered strikes, and as we mentioned, the Houthis, even though they're attacking Israel and fired off 3 ballistic missiles at Israel, didn't work. They were shot out of the sky. But at the same time, the Houthis are being felt, or they're dealing with the consequences of their actions, because it was the Houthis for the last 18 months that started fighting against the United States, against our allies, against civilians and our military. We've been fighting them for a year and a half, the Houthi terrorists, not Yemen. And I love this. Trump ordered strike on Iran-backed Houthi rebels in Yemen. That's one of the best titles I've seen. Most of the news media don't word it this way because they want you to think that we're fighting Yemen. We're not. And the Houthis are being devastated, and they should be. They are supported by Iran. They are terrorists. They've been fighting in Yemen for, back at least 15 years, going back to the Obama administration. They picked the fight with us. They didn't like that we wouldn't denounce Israel, our only ally in the Middle East. And because we wouldn't denounce our only ally in the Middle East, that we wouldn't support as a nation the terrorism that is Hamas and Iran, they decided to attack our merchant vessels delivering food around the world. And I've had several episodes, several live streams where we've discussed how by the Houthis attacking merchant ships, people are starving throughout Africa. People are starving in Southeast Asia. If you have sympathy for people and you're like, we got to feed the world, then you want the Houthis to be stopped because they are making people starve around the world. They're increasing the cost of food around the world. That is a fact. It's not disputed. That's pure economics 101. It's fact. It's empirical fact that they are increasing the cost of food around the world. They're increasing the cost of energy around the world. They're increasing the cost of goods around the world because the Houthis are attacking merchant vessels of U.S. allies and the United States. They're also attacking our military ships. That's a fact as well. So this is irrefutable. If you want to help people not starve in the world, you want the Houthis to stop fighting in the Red Sea. And Donald Trump is stopping or attempting to stop the Houthis from continuing to fight. Because unlike the Biden-Harris administration that decided to give the Houthis money, and they did, they said, they're not terrorists, let's give them money, humanitarian aid, because that will stop them if we just give them money, because that was the answer then and now. That is the answer by Democrats on every political issue. Throw money at it. That's their answer to everything. Throw more money at it, and we'll talk about it down the line, somewhere in the future. Just keep throwing money at it. That was the answer from Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, and all of the Democrats. Throw money at it. That didn't help. The Houthis took the money and bought missiles from Iran. And that's how we got into this problem now. Because we threw money at the problem, and the money created a bigger problem. That's the fact. Trump isn't throwing money at the Houthis. Instead, he's dropping bombs on them. And I think that's a lot more effective. I think that'll get them to stop. We are not done yet. And Trump has threatened to annihilate the Houthi terrorist threat. It's very much like what we hear from Iran talking about Hamas, except much smaller scale. But it's essentially the same thing. Now, the argument can be made, is Trump overreacting? I don't think so. You can make that argument, that people can argue that, but let's, again, logically think through this. Put the emotions on the side. It's not about feelings. Look at it factually. The Houthis, by attacking the United States, they are the aggressors. That's one. Two, they are causing less food to be delivered globally, so people are starving. That's a problem. Cost of goods for the United States and around the world are increased because of the longer shipping times. That's a fact. That's a problem from the Houthis. That's an issue. Energy is higher because people have to go the long way around instead of going through the Red Sea. That affects the American people. That affects the world. That's a problem because of the Houthis. So Trump, in trying to stop the Houthis, not what the Biden administration did, which was tick for tat. If the Houthis attacked us, a U.S. vessel, whether it was civilian or military, he would then respond. And in fact, under the Biden administration, it was almost entirely only if the Houthis attacked a U.S. military vessel, then we would respond with an attack against that Houthi terrorist rocket launching facility. And that's it, which isn't stopping them from continuing to fight. It's just making it harder. It's just slowing them down. Biden didn't stop them. He wasn't trying to wipe them out or remove their ability to continue to attack America and our ships. Biden was basically kicking it down the road for someone else to answer the problem. He just kept it going. Trump is trying to resolve the problem. Now, you may think he shouldn't do that. That's one way of looking at it, and that's probably going to get you an A over at Harvard. But in the real world, that's not an answer. So he has to have some kind of military intervention. Trump has decided that he's going to blow them to hell where terrorists deserve to be. Okay. You may say, well, Mike, he doesn't have to blow them into hell. It's better than leaving them crippled. But, choose whichever way you want. But they're not talking because they don't want to talk. Because they are religious fanatics. They are terrorists. And they have no desire, because their answer is, yes, but we have to genocide everyone who doesn't believe what we believe. That's what the Houthis believe. That's what Hezbollah believes. That's what Hamas believes. Is Trump correct in what he is doing? I think so. I think Trump is justified in ending the war, not playing a tit-for-tat game that will go on for the next decade or longer. No, resolve this. End this. Finish this problem. The Houthis started the problem. Finish it. End the fighting. Force them to either they're wiped out or they come begging for an end to the fighting. I don't care which one happens. Either is good. And if we see that happen, if Trump eliminates the Houthi threat, or he is able to bring the terrorists to the table to negotiate a peace, then that reduces the price of food in the world. It reduces the price of energy in the world. It makes sure that people get food that is edible, that didn't rot in containers being shipped around the world. It will help to remove or reduce the amount of starvation in the world. It is a net positive. Whether you like Donald Trump or you hate Donald Trump, it is a net positive to the world that the Houthis are eliminated or at the very least stopped. It is a net positive for the world. It is essential. And France wouldn't do it. England wouldn't do it. The European Union wouldn't do it. Japan wouldn't do it. India wouldn't do it. Mind you, all of them have had their military and their civilian vessels attacked. Each and every one of those nations I just mentioned. Not one of them have stood up to take out the Houthis. All of them are just living with it, knowing full well it is hurting their economy, it is hurting the global economy, it is hurting people who are starving around the world. They know that for a fact, and not one of those other nations stepped up to do anything about it. They didn't end this. They didn't go into negotiations. They neither forced nor accepted the Houthis into conversations to end the fighting. None of them. So I don't want to hear from the EU or from France talking about, oh, well, you're just being a dictator. You're just doing this horrible. You've been letting people starve to death. The inaction of France and Europe allowed people to die from starvation, to allow poor people to remain poor because of their inaction against terrorists. I don't care what Macron has to say. I don't care what the EU has to say. They have proven themselves to be useless. Utterly, absolutely useless. Lynn says, and let me go over here, Lynn. Lynn says, the Palestinian children will be Hamas leaders unless Israel gets rid of Hamas. They are taught to hate Jewish people from birth. It's a disgusting group. Hamas is a disgusting group of people that neighboring Arab countries don't want. It is true. They do not want them. Oh, Peace Logic. Peace. Thank you. Peace just came in with a super chat, and I thank you for the super chat, Peace. It's for $10. I appreciate this. And Peace Logic says, let's see, YouTube Super Chat now working. Thank you. says, thanks for all the hard work. Saw a lot of disagreement from you on Larry's show yesterday with the Ukraine, Russia, NATO, and etc. More insight. Well, I'm kind of going through that right now, Peace. And yes, mind you, folks, I am I'm kind of like this everywhere. Larry Sharpe, as many people may know, or some may not, is a libertarian. He's run for governor. He's a libertarian. I've known him for a decade now. He's also a former Marine like myself. We served at about the same time in the Marine Corps. And Larry he's a personal friend. And we disagree. We disagree in real life. We disagree in our programs on social media. Not so much that we disagree with the end point. We agree on the end point, ending the war, ending terrorism, improving America, making America a great nation, because we always have been a great nation, our love of America. We don't disagree on things like that. Same thing with another friend of ours, Kit Cabello, who is a leftist. Kit is essentially a progressive. And I also disagree with Kit. We have discussions in person and on our social media. And we all have been on programs together. We disagree on certain elements. And I think that's a good thing. That people can know, yes, I have friends, they are friends, that they can say, oh yeah, I know Mike, he's a Republican. And I can say, yeah, I know Larry, he's a libertarian. I know Kit, he's a progressive. We all sit down, we can talk, and me and Kit talk about 40K, Warhammer 40K, and our love of that. Larry and I talk about all of our stories. Also, Kit's a Marine as well. We talk about our military stories. We talk about the things we like in sci-fi and movies and video games. We're real people, and we have real conversations, and we have real disagreements. And we aren't afraid to say, I disagree. I don't think you're right in that. I understand where you're going. And the thing is, because we're talking about it, we get to understand the issue better. We have different ways of looking at these issues. And by talking about them, we can try to get to a better solution, because we all want the same thing. We want more peace. We want a smaller government. We want more peace in the world. We want more individuals involved in our government to make better decisions, to end the corruption, because corruption leads to terrorism. That's a fact. So we want the same things. We have different ways of going there. We have different things that we find more or less important. And that's okay. I think it's great that you bring it up, Peace Logic, that, yeah, we disagreed with our friends. We can do that. We can respectfully disagree, have different viewpoints. We know different amounts of information. We can have the conversation. We can appreciate each other's point of view, and we can see if there is a way to bring us all together and say, okay, let's get to the same goal. Let's get to the same outcome. What can we do together to get to the same endpoint, which we all want, which is peace? Smaller government, less corruption, peace. That's what we all want. You don't get there by not telling people, I don't agree with you. I don't agree with that. So that's kind of what we're doing here today, Peace Logic, is we're having that conversation a little bit more about the Houthis, about how did they get into conflict with the United States? Why is Trump bombing them? You can't just say, well, Trump's bombing them. Why? Why are we fighting with the Houthis? You have to have that understanding. And modern news media doesn't really like to talk about that. They don't like to explain that, oh, it's because of what Biden did. It's because of the Biden failure in his foreign policy. That's what led us into this conflict now, which has to be resolved with more violence than if Biden had started this off and resolved it initially, either by negotiation or by force, whichever one. If he had started that process back in January of 2024, we would not be bombing the Houthis today. That's a fact. If he had immediately, instantly responded to end the threat, to end the fighting, we wouldn't be there. We wouldn't be where we are here today. So we need to deal with this in time. So that's what this is all about. And that's why it's so important to have the conversations and have the disagreements. Because if we don't resolve things today, they only get worse going forward. And that's why I'm willing to put out my point of view. Even if people disagree with it, I'm happy to hear dissenting voices, as long as they're respectful. And thank you for the $10. We appreciate that. It really does make a difference. And I do appreciate that deeply. Oh, we're at the 2-hour mark. Look at that. We're at 2 hours in the show. Almost done. By the way, when I say Trump is having an impact, I'm not kidding. Because as you can see, Houthi media reports, the Houthis, again, the terrorists are telling us, not Yemen, not the country of Yemen, not an independent source, but the terrorists are telling us that the Trump administration is attacking an airport. The Hodea airport. It's unclear. And again, this is not confirmed. There's only one source on this. I have not seen this in other sources, but I am letting you know that this seems to be the Houthis, the terrorists are saying that Donald Trump is attacking an airport. Well, Donald Trump's been attacking where the Houthis are. So if the Houthis are at an airport, then he's attacking the airport. If they happen to be in the middle of a forest, he's attacking the middle of the forest. It's not that we're just randomly attacking an airport. He's attacking the Houthis. So the Houthis have just identified they're at the airport. So is Donald Trump wrong to attack that airport if that's where the terrorists are? I don't think that's a problem. I think that's the answer. Attack where the terrorists are, not where they're not. If you want to be effective, attack them where they are. And if they are using an airport and the resources of that airport, let the civilians know, don't use that airport. Use a different airport. And 9 out of 10, let's be honest, if the terrorists have overtaken an airport and they're using it as one of their base of operations, because you would notice if you're getting on a plane and you will see rocket launchers rolling down the tarmac next to your plane, you kind of know that this is being used for something other than just planes. That this is, if you see them firing off missiles, if your plane flight for you and your family to go on vacation is delayed as you watch rocket launchers firing off missile after missile, you kind of know that's not a civilian location anymore. So I don't feel bad. The terrorists took over an airport. Trump's attacking the airport because the terrorists took it over. Yeah, that's what you do. And civilians probably know, don't use that airport. It's not an airport you would use to go on vacation with your family. It's only being used by terrorists. And eventually someone's going to bomb it because they're terrorists. And people respond to terrorists who drop bombs on their heads. Bound to happen. At least that's the way I look at it. But again, I want you to see that information. I want you to have the news. I want you to be aware that also that the Secretary of Defense, Pete Hegseth, is increasing the amount of aircraft carriers in the Middle East. We already have the Harry S. Truman aircraft carrier fleet already there, and they're sending in the Carl Vinson aircraft carrying fleet into the region as well. This is a show of force. Again, this is an attempt without dropping bombs to convince the Houthis to stop fighting. That's what it is. It is saying, we have 2 aircraft carriers. One is enough to wipe out a city. 2 of them will leave the ground flat and level. We could level all of them. Give up. Have a conversation. Stop fighting. Guarantee us, give us the promise that you're going to end fighting. Again, no one can guarantee that there will never be fighting in the future. That's one of the things about the discussion with Russia and the Ukraine war. Europe's like, oh, we want a guarantee. Ukraine wants a guarantee that there'll never be any more fighting again. No one can give you that. That's anyone who says, I promise that there'll never be another fight again. You're a liar. You're a liar. It's not true. That's just an open-faced lie. You're just saying it because you're just saying yes to anything I say. You're buttering me up. But realistically, what we can get them to say is that they will stop fighting now, that they will stop firing missiles at the United States, our civilian ships, our military ships, and our only ally in the Middle East, Israel. We can get them to say that, and if they do that, that's more peace for the world. That will mean more people will get fed, and the cost of things around the world, inflation globally, will decrease. I think that's worth the trade-off. I don't think Trump is overreacting. I think this is a good thing. If you disagree with me, that's okay. And I happen to say that, and on Rumble, we now have somebody, Air Bauer. I think that's how the name is pronounced. Air Bauer, who's there cursing up a storm. Doesn't like Donald Trump, doesn't like the United States. Doesn't like Israel, doesn't like the United States. They don't really have anything that they say. They're just repeating the same term over and over and over again because they have no original thoughts. It's one thing to say, I disagree. It's another thing to just say, curse, 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 curse. I curse you, I curse you, I curse you. You know what? You're meaningless. It's mindless. It says nothing. Thank you, Air Bauer. Well, you're doing nothing except explaining that the opposition, you're embarrassing your own side. You're actually taking their argument, taking any critique, and you're throwing it out the window. Say something intelligent. Anyone, a 6-year-old, can curse. Say something intelligent. Tell me why. Why don't you like the United States? Why don't you like Israel? Why do you not like Donald Trump? Give me reasons. Real reasons, not feelings. I don't care what your feelings are. You have feelings. I don't care what they are. I have my own feelings. I don't need yours. Give me reasons. Talk. Talk like a human being who has a knowledge of the English language. Pull out a dictionary, pull out a thesaurus, and work real hard. Take your time typing and use your words. I assume you got out of 6th grade. English is your primary language. Use your words. And the answer in response, as you can see on the screen, is, nah, you're pretty embarrassing. Really? Those are the words you picked? Really? Is that the best you can get out of a thesaurus? Anyway. Let's see. Grace says, you can see from where the rockets are being launched. Yes, they're at airports, so we're bombing them. Okay. It's apt. Yeah, I know. Air Bauer is just, it's pitiful. Look, I know many leftists. Don't embarrass him. Air Bauer, you're embarrassing your whole side. Just stop speaking. Or do better yet, get an adult, tell them what you think, let the adult write it in English. Let them write it in real words. Okay? So go get an adult and let them argue for you. Air Bauer says English isn't their primary language. I'm shocked. Because there's more English on the world. Not English isn't my primary language because there's more than English in the world. No kidding. My God, you are so brilliant. Air Bauer, you have solved one of the ancient mysteries of the modern world. There's more than just English as a language. Internationally, people are able to speak, languages like maybe French, German. Я знаю по-русски, да. Я знаю по-русски. Да. Я сказал очень плохой сейчас, да. Oh, you don't know Russian? I do. Yeah, we know there's more than one language in the world. Again, let the adults speak for you. Look, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take a break because I'm going to walk my dog. Because we always do. It's been 2 hours. We always take a break to let everyone get a drink of water, have a cigarette, walk your dog, just like I'm going to do. Walk your dog. And we'll be back in about 45 minutes. And then we'll pick up and we'll move forward. We've been taking a lot of time about the Middle East. We'll move forward from there. There's a lot more that's been going on. There's a lot more to talk about. What's happening with Chuck Schumer, what's happening in the mayoral race. New York City, are going to get communist stores. Yes, believe it or not, they want to have stores, communist stores in America, in New York City, and that's going to feed everyone. We're going to talk about that. That's a big one. We're going to talk about a lot more things when we get back from the break. But again, it'll be about 45 minutes, so that means it'll be 5:15 when we get back, and we'll pick up from there and we'll move forward. Again, I appreciate each and every one of you, whether you agree or not. It helps when you use your words, speak like an adult. I hope you've graduated from 6th grade, because Erbauer didn't. But even then, I don't mind that you joined in. I appreciate everyone who's speaking, whether you're on Rumble or on YouTube. And I thank again Peace Logic for the $10 super chat. You too can super chat and be involved in the conversation, because we respect every one of our viewers. We will be back in just a moment. We're not done with the show. We're just taking a break. And while we're gone, I think this is appropriate. This is an older conversation that we had, and you can see it. It's part of our YouTube channel. It's part of our Rumble channel, part of I think I've done like 2,000 videos on there in the last 20 years. And we'll let you listen to this, and then we'll be back.
Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon of the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today, March 23rd of 2022, to discuss the American dream. That's a big statement. What is the American dream? What does it matter? Especially as we look at America going forward, as we look at the world and how it is changing. Does the American dream exist? And do you believe you can have a part of that? We're going to ask that question and look into it. But first, we do want to mention that if you are new to the channel, we want to welcome you and thank you for viewing. We want you to know that we do long-form political commentary, and every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we do a live stream with you. We reach out on all the social media that the internet overlords will allow to be able to hear your voice, to hear you speak. Because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in your right to be able to speak about the issues that matter, no matter where you are in the world. So even if your government does not agree, we want you to join us every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time to provide us your texts, your chats, and your phone calls to tell us what you think. So the American dream. What is the American dream? I mean, that's a really big question. And it's a really difficult question. It's a question that I don't know anyone can nail it down to any one thing. Is it owning your own home? Is it being able to have freedom to be able to speak? Is it being able to have a high-paying job, or to be able to have a family with as many children as you want? These are really interesting questions, because depending on where you are in the world, you can't get a home. You may only be able to get an apartment, either because you can't afford a home or there isn't enough land. You may be in a nation like China where you're not able to have a family and have as many children as you want, or even to have children of whatever gender that you want. As we see, China has selections on that and limitations on that. In many nations around the world, you can't speak freely or express yourself freely. We've seen that in Australia. We've seen that in New Zealand. Most recently, we've seen that in Canada, where Justin Trudeau punished fellow Canadians for daring to oppose his point of view on draconian vaccine mandate laws. So, being in America and having all of that available, and the ability to move up in status, to be able to go from being poor to being rich, is something that everyone in America can do. And we've seen it many times. Warren Buffett wasn't always the most richest man in the world. Neither was Bill Gates, Steve Jobs. There are many people who have built their wealth in America that started from nothing and came to greatness. Oprah, another great example.
So those are the megastars, though. What for the average American? What does the average American think? In fact, that is the question that brings us to today. It's a question that a YouGov poll released today is addressing. And their question is, today they would like to hear your thoughts on the American dream. They define this as the American dream is the belief that anyone in America, regardless of where they were born or what class they were born into, can attain their own version of success in a society where upward mobility is possible for everyone. The American dream is generally thought to be achieved through sacrifice, risk-taking, and hard work rather than chance. We're going to address this poll point by point and to give some insight on the questions and the way the questions are being asked, as well as the answers that we see. But before we do that, we have to understand, where does America generally stand? That's a tough question, but I think we can find answers in other polls. In particular, there is the Gallup poll that came out on August 13th of 2018. So 4 years ago. And Democrats were more positive about socialism than capitalism. And I think that's important. So at the time, according to Gallup poll, 47% of Democrats viewed capitalism positively, down from 56% in 2016. 57% of Democrats viewed socialism positively, which was little change from 2010. So essentially, a little more than half of Democrats believe and have consistently believed that socialism is the thing. Why is that important? Well, we believe this is important when we look at this in looking at 2010, 2012, 2016, and 2018. That's almost entirely President Obama. And President Obama, with Vice President Biden, promised to transform America. And we believe that he meant that transformation not simply as transforming America from a manufacturing nation into a service economy, which we can see some of the difficulties that brings at this moment, but transforming America from a more free nation into a socialist nation. And we are seeing that transition even today as Joe Biden picks up the mantle from Barack Obama and continues that march towards transformation. Now we can see, as presented by Gallup News, that in 2010, the positive view of socialism by Democrats was at 53%. By the end of the Obama term on this, as we can see here, in 2016, it was 58%. So that's a pretty dramatic increase. Meanwhile, Democrats felt very bad about capitalism, going from 56% at the end of the Obama realm to 47%. That's an interesting thing. So what can we take from that? It would seem that Democrats, who maintain the majority of positions in teaching and in higher education and our colleges, have been pushing this ideology of progressivism, of democratic socialism, and under the Obama administration, it seemed to be reaching a peak. And that is a transformation of everything about America. So that has continued. Those Americans in 2010 are still the Americans that are with us today in 2022. And we should also take into account something else that's important. Looking at the Gallup, again, looking at the Gallup poll, which came out on July 17th of 2019, 1 year after the poll on socialism, where Democrats are favoring socialism. And when we look at this poll, which is a poll to see most Americans see the American dream as achievable. Now, in that poll, nearly 3 in 10 viewed the American dream as unattainable. Only 30%, 29% of Americans think you can't achieve the American dream. Republicans are more likely to say that the American dream is achievable. These are the very same Democrats that are saying they want socialism, not capitalism. Now, we thought this was pretty interesting. And as we can see here, in the article, Democrats are less likely to view the American dream as achievable. And we see that in 2009, under the first year of the Obama administration, there were 68% of Democrats that believed they would be able to achieve the American dream. In 2019, that has gone down to 60%. So as President Trump transitioned America away from the policies of the Barack Obama and Joe Biden administration, as he transformed America to an America First policy rather than going around the world and apologizing for America being the great nation that it is, Democrats took that negatively. Meanwhile, independents remained about the same in their view, and Republicans became more encouraged and believed it was more possible to achieve the American dream. Although, we have to say, 2/3 of independents and 88% of Republicans believe you can achieve the American dream. And that's very similar to the numbers when President Obama came in with 67% of independents and 81% of Republicans. So we can see independents and Republicans have a strong view of America and the possibility, the potential in America. Less so with Democrats, and increasingly less so as America became a more positive image in American politics under the Trump administration. That leads us to the last question, and this comes from, or the last background, which comes from December 6th of 2021, just 4 months ago. Socialism, capitalism, ratings in U.S. unchanged. So let's see. Capitalism is viewed positively by 60% of Americans, 38% socialism. Positive image for big business, and Democrats continue to view socialism more positively than capitalism. Even though the majority of Americans, but that would be the independents and the Republicans, who see the potential in America to live the American dream and reject socialism, they're the ones who are supporting this, and Democrats aren't. That's not my saying so. Again, we're going to the poll, and I want to show you this so you can see it for yourself. The positive image of capitalism by political party. Now, this is for Republicans in the red, Democrats in the blue, and what we see is 72% of Republicans and those who lean Republican have a positive image of capitalism. It is virtually unchanged from 2010 all the way to 2021. Democrats also had very little change, but there was some change. They went and decreased to 52% by 2021. Looking at socialism, though, we see the exact opposite. What we see, and again, Republicans are in the red, Democrats are in the blue, and we see that from the time of the Obama administration going forward to today, Democrats have become more interested and more supportive of socialism than where we have seen Republicans and those who lean Republican become less interested in socialism. Now, when we look at that, we have a very interesting point of view. If the American dream is to be considered the ability of an individual to break through and have upward mobility, regardless of what level, what class of American citizen you may be, whether it's social or economic, it doesn't matter, that you have the ability to move forward in life, to move upwards in life, that you have the ability to gain wealth, to gain housing, to achieve your goals. How do you do that in a socialist country where that isn't allowed, where you are given what you need and not more than that, to each what they need. One of the key tenets of socialism, which would defeat the American dream. It's a scary prospect. And I do want to keep in mind and make sure that we have it understood. So in looking at the time period that we've just been discussing, the Obama administration, the Trump administration, and now Joe Biden and Kamala Harris, we look at two things: the unemployment level and the real gross domestic product. And overall, we have seen that this has been essentially positive to flat, with the exception, of course, of the pandemic. But separate of that, America has been trending and consistently doing pretty well. There has been generally a growth in GDP, which also reflects a growth in the value that Americans have as a nation, and a general improvement in unemployment, minus the most recent catastrophe. Okay, so now that we have that background set, let's take a look at this daily YouGov poll. So their first question to us is, do you think the American dream is more of a reality or a myth? And we know that looking at the data from Gallup, the majority of independents and Republicans have already stated consistently they believe it, that it is real, and that it is attainable. And we say it is a reality. Well, according to the poll, 47% of the people taking the YouGov poll say that it is a reality. 48% say it's not. 4% aren't sure. Now that stands out to me because we have data. We have repeat data for many years. So that the YouGov poll is saying something so out of skew with what we have seen consistently. In the 70 percentile, somewhere between 2/3 and 75% of Americans have consistently said they believe in the American dream to some form or extent. And here on YouGov, it's nearly a 50-50 split. Something seems off about this poll. Something seems wrong in the data to have such a major discrepancy. But let's go on, because this isn't an official poll, but we'll go on. Compared to other Western countries, do you think it's easier or more difficult to achieve success in America? I would say it's easier. According to the data that we can see across this nation and for the history of the last 75 years, there are millions of individuals from every country in the world lining up to come into America, legally and illegally. That is a fact. There are millions who have come to the United States, tens of millions illegally, and millions online to become American citizens legally. And when asked about this, we have consistently seen in polling over decades that the answer is because they have the potential to have a better life, that it is easier and better in the United States than to be in their home countries, whether that would be Cuba or Venezuela, North Korea, China, but even nations in the second and first world like France or England, the United Kingdom or Germany and other nations around the world. So the results were that 45% agree with us that it is easier in America than it is in other nations around the world. And only 30% though, said it's more difficult in America than anywhere else in the world, which seems to fly in the face of the fact that while millions are trying to get into America, barely tens of thousands, barely less than 100,000 people from the data that we have seen are trying to leave America to become citizens anywhere else in the world combined. That says a lot. So it makes us think somewhat suspect, again, on this poll, that we're seeing 30%, such a large number, are saying America is more difficult than any other nation. Fair enough. Which of the following do you associate with the American dream? You get to choose 3 choices. We chose success, home ownership, and freedom. But here's what the majority of people taking the poll at the time that we took it said. 77% said financial stability is associated with the American dream. Fair enough. Many people do find that America is one of the most financially stable nations in the world. And our wealth, the dollar, is the currency of the world. So to say it's financially stable would be an accurate statement, and I could see that. Homeownership, again, something that virtually anyone in America can do. As long as they save, they have the funds, they can go out and buy property. Large amounts of property or small amounts of property, Americans can own property as they wish, provided they have the funds or are able to get the funds, even with loans for those funds. And 64% agree with us that home ownership is part of the definition of the American dream. 42% would say freedom. Now that's a little scary. Only 42%, not even half of the individuals taking this YouGov poll say freedom is about American dream. Now, that's interesting because America is defined by the Constitution. It is defined by the clause, the life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. The First Amendment, freedom of speech and religion. The Second Amendment, the freedom to be able to defend yourself, to be armed and to defend yourself from all threats, domestic and foreign. So that's a lot of freedom. Things that you do not get in any other place in the world. Nowhere else in the world do you have a pursuit of happiness. And nowhere else in the world do you have the same degree of freedom of speech to question governments, elected officials, news media, or anything else. You don't have that in the rest of the world. If you go to England right now and say the wrong thing, you will be jailed, you will be fined. That's true in Canada as well. And they're some of the most free nations in the world, just not as free as the United States. So to see that freedom, only 42% believe that the American dream is connected to freedom is shocking and makes me question about the American education system. But let's go on. 32% equal opportunity. Again, not outcome, but opportunity. That many people believe that in coming to the United States, man, woman, white, black, Hispanic, whatever you might be, you have the opportunity through hard work and sacrifice to be able to succeed, as we have seen many people do. Many people come from overseas, and it's often made a joke, but it's true that many individuals from India will come to the United States, and do they own franchises? They do, and they are very successful at that. Families working together to make sure that each of them are able to work in a business, build up that business, and then use that success to then leverage for another member of their family to gain success as well. They've done it as a very successful system, and I am happy for them to do so. More people should follow that same kind of pattern, that ideology, but it just shows us that success is not tied to race or gender. It is open to everyone if they have the hard work ethic. Education. 22% of people believe that education is part of the American dream, which is interesting, maybe as a component to provide you with the ability to have success and to have financial success, perhaps, but it doesn't seem to be as important a component, although 22% of those taking this YouGov poll think education is. Then again, the United States has one of the most robust free education systems in the world. So we could say that. How about success itself? 21% agree. having a partner and children, 21%. Again, in much of the world, especially in places like China, you don't get to choose. In India, you often do not get to choose whom you wish to be your life partner. And many people in China do not get to have children, nor do they get to have female children. That's just the way that their government works. That's not a freedom that you have. And for those who may be LGBTQ plus whatever, then they don't have a freedom to have their partners in many parts of the world, like in the Middle East, where they will be stoned to death or thrown off of buildings, as we have seen the Taliban, ISIS, and Al-Qaeda do on a regular basis, because freedom to express yourself and to love whomever you love does not exist in other parts of the world, but it does exist and is protected in the United States under capitalism, under democracy, under the freedom that we have today, which is being transformed, as we have seen under Barack Obama and now under Biden and Harris. But wealth, something that many people might have thought would be a big part of the American dream, it isn't. Only 10% believe wealth is a part and a defining part component of the American dream. Wealth isn't the same thing as financial stability. Wealth may or may not get you a home, but that's not a requirement, nor is it required for freedom. Wealth is something completely different, and that's not part of the American dream. People aren't dreaming to become billionaires. People are dreaming to be able to have their own home, and they can. That's an interesting difference there. Let's go on. The poll goes on to say, how accurately do you think media such as TV, movies, and books portray the American dream? We said somewhat accurately, depending on which TV, movies, and books that you happen to be watching. And the answer from most people we see, and this is interesting because suddenly the poll shifts from the highest number to a different ratio altogether, where we see the answer in the survey is 2% very accurately. Why is that the first response when it has the least number of people? I don't understand. Are they trying to say that this is something you shouldn't go after? That they're presenting you the least largest number to tell you don't believe in that? I don't know. 22% said somewhat accurately, while 45% felt that it was not very accurate, that movies, TVs, and books do not portray the American dream. And again, depending on what you're looking at, if you're watching Batwoman as an example, if you're watching Supergirl as an example, if you're watching some of the CW types of movies, these politically motivated and politically infused movies and television shows, well, I can understand why you would say that's not reality, because it isn't. Not even as a caricature of reality. The next question would be, how attainable, if at all, do you think the American dream is for most people living in the United States? Now, notice it didn't say most citizens living in the United States. That's an interesting departure because the poll is asking about illegal aliens as well as legal aliens in the United States, people who have been asked and allowed to be in the United States, as well as American citizens. So there is a bit of unfairness in this poll because it's asking criminals, and illegal aliens are, by definition, criminals. So they're asking criminals whether they think if a criminal is able to attain the American dream, that can illegal aliens who are criminals, who are evading prosecution of the law every day that they are in America, can they buy property in America? Which, no, they can't, and they shouldn't. That they are able to attain wealth, that they are able to get education. They shouldn't, because they're criminals. But let's see what the poll says. 23% believe it is very attainable for most people living in the United States to attain the American dream. Now, obviously, some portion of the people that may be answering this poll or looking at the poll question will say, well, it's not possible for illegal aliens because they are criminals. And therefore, most of the things that people would be looking for as a definition of American dream are beyond them because they are criminals. And therefore, they can't own property in the United States. As an example, they'll never be able to own their own American home or in a business in America because they're criminals, and they shouldn't. But the thing that gets me is that 31%, though, said it is somewhat attainable, that the American dream, for most people will be able to attain some aspect of the American dream. Maybe you don't get to own your own home, but you are able to attain wealth or have financial stability, that you'll be able to have freedom, which freedom is not tied to anything else. In the United States, you are free because you're an American citizen. And again, that would only be somewhat true because if you're an illegal alien, you're not free because you're a criminal. You've invaded the United States. So this makes sense. But I find it also troubling that 25% say that it is somewhat unattainable, that the majority of people cannot attain the American dream. And that's troubling that 25%, 1 in 4 are saying, no, you can't get that. Why? Are they illegal aliens? Let's go further. For me personally, the poll asks, how attainable do you think the American dream is? I think it's very attainable. And in looking at the poll, 39% agree with me. Yes, it's very attainable. You can get the American dream. If you want to buy a home, you can do so. You want to buy property, you can do so. Do you want to build a business? You can do so. Will it work? Maybe, maybe not, but you can start that business and you can attempt to grow that business. That's on you. You can have financial stability. You can make investments and you can grow your wealth. These are things that are easily attainable. You have, by birth, as an American citizen, freedom. As a naturalized citizen, you gain freedom. That is an absolute. So the things that I believe make the American dream and that many others believe are big, major components of the American dream are attainable. And 39% would agree. And 33% would say it's somewhat attainable. Maybe you don't get that house. Maybe that business fails. These things happen. So you won't get everything, but you can get some things. You still can get education. You still have freedom. You still have the ability to try. I can live with that. Only 14% believe it is unattainable for them to be able to get the American dream. Only 14% say it's somewhat unattainable, that they won't get everything, and 13% believe it's almost impossible. Again, how many of those are illegal aliens? I don't know. Poll goes on to say, in your opinion, is the American dream something people should aspire to achieve or not? 73% say that the American dream is something to achieve, or something to reach for, which matches what we see over and over again. 71% of Republicans in 2018 had a positive view of capitalism, a key component of America and the American dream, where only 47% of Democrats believed that. Looking at more recently, in 2019, 88% of Republicans, 66% of independents believe that the American dream is achievable, as opposed to only 60% of Democrats. Looking most recently, in 2021, 65% of Democrats believe socialism is the answer, only 14% of Republicans. While 72% of Republicans and 52% of Democrats believe that the answer is and have a positive image of capitalism. when we look at the poll, 73%. Almost everyone agrees that reaching for the ability to be able to own your own home, to have freedom, to have success, to be able to have children, to be able to grow wealth, to be financially stable, to have an education, these are all things that are worth reaching for. These are things that can improve and are valuable to a life. I can't imagine what the 15% who disagree, I don't understand what they're disagreeing about. What of the things that we have discussed so far in this video, what is there not to want to have? How about those who want to have a choice in their LGBTQ plus whatever relationships that you can do in America? That is part and parcel of the freedom of America that you don't get in other parts of the world. Look at the Uyghurs in China, persecuted, being killed, the genocide there, the genocide in the Sudan, the genocide that happens in the Middle East. Is that what they are preferring? It's possible. I don't know. Going on, the poll asks, and what would you say to the American dream is relevant today or is it outdated? And the answer from the YouGov poll, 63% think that that's a modern, great idea. It matters today. It is relevant. 34% think that that's an old-fashioned idea. And I have to ask you, to those 34% who answered the poll, what do they think is relevant today? Because the answer, it seems, is socialism. Socialism is the relevant answer and has been since 2018, if not before, among the youth of America, among Democrats, amongst progressives, and the Democratic Socialists of America, especially the Ithaca chapter that believes in violence, and Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Ilhan Omar, Cori Bush, Anna Presley. Yeah, they're the face of that difference. What's the difference? Socialism. They believe that's relevant because that's what's in social media. That's what's being promoted on a regular basis. Be a socialist. Socialism. It's a good thing. Except it doesn't give you any of the things that the American dream is giving you and that this poll repeatedly identifies as being the most valuable things, not just for Americans, but for people taking the poll. Do you think the American dream is any more or less attainable today than it was for prior generations? Now I would say, no, it's about the same. If you're an American citizen, you always have had the chance to buy property. You have had the chance to have a family, to be able to, well, today, maybe a little bit more likely to have the LGBTQ plus whatever, so on, relationship you want to have, although people have had them back in the 50s, back in the 1800s, they existed. They have more protections today, and we see a large growth of that with media imploring us, with many Democrats telling us that we must have that we must teach children, and we must, and some would say, groom children to become more LGBTQ plus and so on. But that's something that we have, and we have, to some extent, always had it. So I would say it's about the same. Now, according to the poll, only 19% of people agree with me with that. 33%, again, some reason it's put on the bottom. 33% say it is much less attainable today than it was for prior generations, which doesn't really make sense to me when I hear that. It is less likely for LGBTQ plus AIP, whatever, to be able to have a family today than they had in the past. That doesn't make any sense. That it is harder today to buy property than it was in the past, that's not accurate. Not by data, not by action. That's not true. Is it easier today to get more education, being able to remote learn for your college degree, to take classes remotely. We've made it easier to get more education, to get more influence. So I don't see how they say it's less attainable today than it was for prior generations. How do they view that? And then I think, and I come up with the answer. It's not just socialism. It's critical race theory. It's intersectionality. It's gender identity politics. People are being told, taking this poll, many of the youth are being told in our schools that they don't have a fair shake, that there's more
into No Soundbites Allowed today. I'm the political dragon, Michael Voss, and I hope you've enjoyed this conversation as much as I did. Remember, on this podcast, we don't settle for sound bites. We dive deeper, challenge assumptions, and have the conversations that matter. If you liked today's show, subscribe, share, and leave us your comments. Your support helps us reach more people and continue to bring you the hard-hitting discussions you won't hear anywhere else. Follow me on the major social media platforms like X, Twitter, YouTube, Rumble, and more to stay updated on upcoming episodes and join the conversation live on our next live stream. We love hearing from you and we value every perspective. We stream live, responding to your chats and calls starting at 2:30 p.m. every Sunday. Until next time, this is Michael Voss, and you've been listening to No Soundbites Allowed. Stay informed, stay engaged, and as always, don't settle for the sound bites.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us here at No Soundbites Allowed. It is March 23rd. It currently is 5:16 in the evening. I thank you, each and every one. Whether you're watching 5 minutes or you've been watching 5 hours, I appreciate each and every one of you. And I thank you for being here with us. I do thank Peace Logic for the $10 donation, his super chat that he provided to us. We thank you very much for that. And yes, we are trying to find the best way forward. And we believe we get there because we have conversations internationally with everyone around the world to speak about the issues that are affecting each and every one of us as a celebration of the First Amendment, whether or not the social media giants like it, whether or not your nation may like it. That's important. And it is a right that everyone has around the world. And we thank you for joining us this Sunday and every Sunday for the last 8 years in this process. I do want to mention that if you don't know, every year on my birthday, which is April 6th, which this year will be on a Sunday, every year on my birthday, I do a extended live stream. I go and speak with you for 12 hours or more and talk about every subject. It's like an AMA, Ask Me Anything. We talk about all the issues that you have. We talk about more personal issues. We have an extended conversation. This year, we will have some guests. I can say that Larry Sharp and Kit Cabello are two individuals that will be joining us throughout that day. We will have a couple of Patreon members who will join us throughout that day, as well as hopefully some other guests and some announcements. As well as we will be supporting a charity which helps veterans, homeless, and children. And we'll be promoting that and throughout that entire day on my birthday to help raise money for them. So we're going to talk more in depth about that next week as we get closer to my birthday. But again, put it on your calendar, April 6th. I'll be here for at least 12 hours, starting at 9 a.m., going until 9 p.m. Just me talking with you, as well as a few guests, of course. But with that said, we had left the last segment, and we've been talking about international. I got held up a little bit. I got a little triggered, gotta admit. I got a little triggered when I was talking about the terrorists in Hamas, the terrorists in the Houthis, and their impact internationally and as well to the United States. And I know there are some people out there who disagree with the actions of the United States, especially with the Houthis. But I have to say, when there is no other nation willing to step up and take any action in reference to the Red Sea specifically with the Houthi terrorists, and when no other nation, no first world nation is willing to step up and try to protect the food, the energy, the goods that are needed around the world to help lower inflation, to feed those who are starving and the poor, if no other nation is willing to step up, they can't criticize us. And they are. They're saying, oh, in the United States, Trump has gone too far. Is he? Is he really, when he is benefiting the entire world by taking on the Houthi terrorists? I don't agree. And yes, it is correct to say, by taking on the Houthi terrorists in the Red Sea, that helps to feed people around the world, to deliver energy around the world and lower the cost, to get goods around the world and lower the cost, to lower inflation. It is to the global benefit and global stability to end the threat of the Houthis. And we should talk about that more. Now, I do want to mention, before I get to the breaking news that happened while we were away, we did have a couple of comments on Rumble, not Rumble Rants, but just regular comments on Rumble. One from Mr. Histories, who disagrees with me, and that's okay, and also from Air Bauer. Now, I was a little bit terse with these individuals, and I apologize because I was terse. I was already triggered, and they were just coming out with personal attacks. Screw you, screw Trump, screw America, which isn't a comment. Look, I like free speech, and I would prefer that those in the audience, those who have questions, those who disagree, tell me why. Don't just curse. Don't just say, oh, America's terrible. Who cares? That's just a feeling. Oh, they're going to say, oh, Mike, you're old. No kidding. Look at the gray. Yeah, I am older. They're going to say you're ugly or you're dumb or America's stupid or some other insult. That doesn't help. And I know some people don't have English as their first language. And I'm not upset with people who speak on this channel from around the world. We've got people who are watching in Thailand and Sweden. We have audience members who are in India and in Africa, various nations in Africa. We have an international audience. Not everyone speaks English as the first language. That's fine. So I don't want to pick on anyone because they don't speak English well. I pick on if the only thing that is being said is screw you, that's nothing. You're offering nothing to the conversation. Tell me why you don't like what Trump is doing. Tell me why you think he may be overbearing or overreaching. Tell me what you think is a better solution than what has been going on. If you don't like capitalism, tell me where has socialism and communism been successful in the world? Because there is no record of it that I am aware of. Educate me if you think I'm wrong. Tell me why. Let's have that intelligent conversation. Let's disagree, that's fine, but give me a reason why your argument is a better argument. Besides, you feel it. I don't care what you feel. Just like you don't care what I feel. Remember, the left is constantly telling us we have to adopt their feelings. Why? What's wrong with my feelings? Oh, they don't want my feelings. Well, I don't want theirs. Anyone is entitled to have whatever feeling you want, but that doesn't mean I'm obligated to share in that feeling. So rather than debating feelings, give me something substantial to deal with, something to debate and to evaluate. Don't just say, well, I'm right, you're wrong, so there. That's what sixth graders do. That's what kids in elementary school do. We're grown adults. Let's have an adult conversation. So I wanted to clarify that. Now, while we were gone and while we were on the break, two things came up in the news, breaking news. We always like to try and deal with that. One of the items that came up after the show started was that there is an announcement that a school bus in New York City, in the Bronx, and I happen to live in the Bronx, there was a report on Friday that a school bus was struck by bullets. Now, it's unclear why the assailant shot at a school bus full of children. It's just not clear at all. This happened over at 161st Street. But we know that these are small children. These are younger children from the news report. And somehow, this happened about 2:20. So they're coming home from school on the school bus. And somebody decided on East 165th and Trinity, someone shot at them. We don't know why. That's insane. That is just insane. And this person then ran away. I hope people who witnessed this crime turn over that individual to the police. Please stop with this idea that we can't turn to the police. You can't. Who are you going to go to? The Crips, the Bloods, a bunch of gangs? No, they're not going to provide you justice. They're not there for the law. And turn this person over to the police. This is a public danger. This person needs to be sent to jail. I mean, how hard is it to understand? You shot a school bus of small children. What is wrong with you? That person needs to be captured. They need to be, and again, this is alleged. They need to go get their trial. If the evidence confirms that they did in fact do this, they need to go to jail for a very long time. Put them in prison. So that's something I thought that was kind of important. And I think it's important to understand this is yet another example of the failure of gun control laws. You were promised by then Governor, disgraced former Governor Andrew Cuomo, that the New York SAFE Act would prevent this from happening. You were promised by Kathy Hochul that all of the changes she made to the gun laws in New York State, over 1,000 different gun laws in New York State alone, would protect you and your children from this kind of event. They promised you that you were safe. Kathy Hochul has spent the last 6 months telling you that you are safe. You're not. That's a lie. They lied to you so that a bunch of progressives and liberals and donors could go to sleep at night feeling like they did something, feeling like they were safer than they in fact are. And we are seeing the reality is you're not safe. That this is not, that we're not becoming safer. Gun control has failed. It has never worked. Not once. And you are not safer because of all of the obstacles they have put before the Second Amendment, all of the problems that they have placed on you being able to be secure and safe and to protect your loved ones. And we have a society that is willing to harbor dangerous individuals. And I do believe anyone who would just shoot randomly, apparently randomly, at a school bus full of children is a danger to the public. If they're willing to kill small children on a school bus, they're willing to kill anyone. That is a present danger to the public, and this person needs to be arrested, tried, and put in jail if they are truly guilty of this crime. This is horrendous. That came out during the break. It won't be national news because it doesn't help the anti-Second Amendment, anti-gun Democrats get elected. Not in New York State, not in any blue state. So they will not tell the American people that the gun laws have failed, that they have not made anyone safer. Nor has, this is probably someone who's on drugs, most likely. And obviously that means the drug laws have failed as well. Separate of that, also breaking news, and this is a little different. It goes into something we'll be talking about later in the show. But the IRS, and I'm going to get to the comments. I do see them. I do see them on Rumble. I'm going to get to them in just 1 second. The IRS has now said that they are prepared to help ICE, immigration officials, law enforcement in the United States, to deport illegal aliens. Now, this is, of course, from the New York Times. So they want to call them immigrants. No, when you read the word immigrant, you have to read the word illegal alien. As a difference between legal migrants, which are perfectly fine. No one has a complaint about them. No one is arguing about legal migrants. They are law-abiding. We have no problem with them. But the illegal aliens that are misreported as migrants, they are unwelcome, they are undocumented, they are criminals, each and every one of them. Some of them are violent criminals on top of the violation of our immigration laws. They are a problem. So the IRS is saying that they're going to help to identify and verify these individuals. Now, you may say, why in the hell would the IRS be involved in this process? What does the IRS, the Internal Revenue Service, the tax department of the United States, what do they have to do with illegal aliens? I mean, illegal aliens can't work in America. That's a crime in and of itself. So it's yet another crime. If they're working in America, those illegal aliens have committed multiple crimes, as did the business that employed them. So if there's a record of this business employing criminals, illegal aliens in America, which is in itself a crime, then that business also should be punished. And it's documented with the government. We know exactly which business, and we know the individuals. They should have been picked up years ago. They should have been imprisoned years ago. This shouldn't be, even if this were something that could be identified by the IRS, it should have already been connected. This is the federal government doing this. The federal government should have ICE, the Department of Immigration and Customs Enforcement, otherwise known as ICE, should have been looking at these records all day long and said, hey, by the way, there's that business. We have to close that business and we have to arrest all those illegal aliens and deport them. But under the Biden-Harris administration, their open border policies, they let them stay and they let them work. They let them commit crime upon crime upon crime and increase the burden on cities like New York City, which is going bankrupt because of the open border crisis. So when I was looking at the story while we were away on the break, it's noted here, and I quote, many undocumented immigrants, that means illegal aliens, people who are not allowed to be in the United States, criminals. If you don't like the word illegal alien, criminal, same thing, same difference. Many criminals who are illegal aliens file tax returns with the IRS, giving the agency information about where they live, their families, their employers, and their earnings. Why are they still in the United States? If you have all this information, why are they here? I mean, we should be deporting these people. They should have been the first ones deported. We should round them all up and have them gone. Obviously, it's because the IRS, one hand of the government, is not talking to the other hand of the government. They are aware of laws being broken, federal law being broken, and rather than turning over those criminals, they have hidden them from the law enforcement of the government. That's insane. That's corruption. That is corrupt. The article from the New York Times goes on to say, the IRS has long encouraged illegal aliens to pay their taxes, which shouldn't be possible because that means you're encouraging them to break the law by getting a job that they can't have. You're encouraging them to come to America to get a job so that they can pay taxes and be here. Do they get tax refunds too? These are illegal aliens. Are they getting tax refunds? On my tax dollars, I pay in taxes almost every year. On my tax dollars, going to give a refund to an illegal alien? Does that sound efficient or effective? Going on. The IRS long encouraged illegal aliens to pay their taxes, giving people without Social Security numbers a separate 9-digit code called an individual taxpayer identification number to file their returns. Well, a TIN is not just for illegal aliens. Small businesses get a TIN or an EIN as well. So having a TIN doesn't necessarily mean someone's an illegal alien. Let's be clear. But the IRS clearly knows that these are illegal aliens. And they know where their families, where they live. They know their employers. So unless someone has completely fabricated the IRS document, which the IRS would know, if they're giving them a false address, an address that doesn't exist, they would know that. If it's a business that they're saying and it doesn't exist, the IRS have the records, they would know that. So these are legal verified documents. They know it's a real address. They know it's a real business. They've identified these are real payments. We have all the information. Deport these people. Why are we having this conversation? Why is this anything to question? How did the IRS even have it in their mind that it's an option for them not to reveal criminality to the United States. I have to ask the question, is the IRS aware of people scamming other American citizens and they're allowing that to happen? What crime isn't the IRS willing to allow to happen? If they're willing to allow illegal aliens to get a job, to pay taxes on the books, what else are they willing to allow? What other crime are they willing to live with and not report to the very same government they work for, the very same government that the IRS is part of? That's the biggest thing. And I understand this is the New York Times, so they're trying to turn this into a negative thing. They're trying to emotionally manipulate people to think, hey, this is so evil. This is so terrible. The IRS is being corrupted to enforce the law. But guess what? That's their job. They're not supposed to support crime. This shouldn't be a shocking news development, but it seems to be. All right. With that said, let me jump over to some of the comments that we got. Dal is with us. Hello, Dal. Thank you for joining us. And Dal says, it doesn't contribute anything, but I believe he's talking about, well, we'll see. It doesn't contribute anything, but it does prove there are disingenuous, paid and otherwise, people who try to get into the U.S., whether to live here or rob us. They don't try that with any other nation. I can't say that illegal aliens, especially those with disingenuous reasons for being in their countries. I'm talking about the drug cartels, gangs, religious fanatics, like the various terrorist organizations, ISIS as an example. They try to get into any country. They try to get into many countries. But they tend to target first world nations because first world nations have the resources they need to fund more terrorism. They tend to have the population that they need to try and corrupt. So you do see the corrupting force of these illegal aliens, these fanatics, in places like Germany. And there are no-go zones in many of these countries, like in France. There is the entire Moroccan section. You cannot enter it unless you're Moroccan. The French police don't even go in there because it's a no-go zone. You have the same thing in Germany. In many parts of Germany, there are no-go zones that if you are a native, natural-born German, you can't go into certain parts of cities because they are filled with illegal immigrants, and some of these individuals are very violent and controlled by gangs and corrupt. And so you just can't go there in your own country. So we do see this. And Sweden has experienced this. Switzerland has experienced this. Italy is experiencing this. The United Kingdom experiences it. Canada, most of the first world nations have experienced this. So I do want to correct that. Let's see. Dow goes on to say, in the absence of security by state institutions, it falls to the people to be their own first responders. And if New York continues to fail the populace and restrict their right to self-defense, well, yeah, again, Kathy Hochul and the Democrats, New York State, for people who are unaware, New York State is run by Democrats. It is a single-party state. While there are Republicans elected to office, they are the minority. The extreme minority. Every law, every regulation, every tax, every fee comes from Democrats. That's it. Democrats control the entire thing. Since about 1958, Democrats have controlled all of the rulemaking portions of the New York State legislature and the governor's office almost entirely from 1958, almost entirely straight through today. So gun control has been a Democrat issue, and they have been extremely vigilant in trying to remove the Second Amendment. And they keep telling us, for at least the 57 years I've been alive, they have kept on saying, don't worry, it's for your safety. You will be safe now. And you never are. It's not like we don't have enough laws. Literally, there are well over 1,000 local, state, and federal laws on gun control in New York alone. In fact, even there are about 5,000. And that's enormous. And that hasn't helped. And every year, New York State, the Democrats try to come up with more laws against law-abiding citizens who are factually, literally, 99.994% law-abiding. That is the majority of gun owners. 99.994% of law-abiding gun owners don't break the law. It is a fraction that do break the law, and they are a big problem when they don't follow the law. But if you look at the gun control out there, none of it addresses any of that. It isn't protecting anyone. And what happened on Friday in the Bronx, when this nut, whomever that may be, this psycho, shot a school bus full of small children, that's the proof. That's all the proof you need. Gun control didn't work. Those kids, that bus is a gun-free zone. Those kids should be protected to the fullest extent of the law. Fullest extent of the law should protect those children. And some maniac decided to try and shoot them. Gun control failed. Every one of the gun control laws, red flag laws, failed. They didn't identify this individual. The SAFE Act failed. The 24 gun control laws passed by Kathy Hochul, governor of New York, failed. The rhetoric coming from the far left, whether it's AOC or Zoran Mandani, they failed. They didn't protect anyone. Let me go on. Dow goes on to say, the community will eventually no longer wish to live under the shadow of gang violence and crime. The thing is, the Bronx is filled with people who have no choice. The Bronx is stuffed to the gills, something else that many people may not be aware of, with migrants and illegal aliens. So a lot of the open border illegal aliens that entered America have been pushed into the Bronx. The Bronx is one of the poorest boroughs of New York City. And it is filled, we constantly, or the powers that be, take the illegal aliens and they put a large portion of them throughout the Bronx. And so they tend to be very poor. They have very few options. They're not in America to assimilate, many of them. They're here just to take advantage of the free money system that the Democrats have promoted in New York State, as well as under the Biden-Harris administration. So they don't have mobility. They can't go to another city and just, or many cities, and just assimilate. They can't travel. They don't have IDs. They don't have a right to be in this country. So if they're identified, they're under the threat of being deported, as they should be. So they're stuck, and they're getting benefits from New York State. You know, whether it's staying at a 3-star hotel, or they're getting a credit card to be able to buy food or other supplements that are being paid for by the citizens of New York State to be here illegally. So they can't really afford, nor would they want to leave New York and the Bronx in particular, because they're getting paid to be here. And they're getting paid more money than many of these people would get in their home country if they were working. I mean, think about it. If you make $12,000 a year in the United States, that's more than 62% of the rest of the world. Let me say it again, because I want this to hit home. If you get paid $12,000, that's abject poverty in the United States. Abject poverty. And you're getting $12,000 in the U.S., you are making more money than 62% of the world. Many of the illegal aliens that came under the Biden administration into New York State under the open border system, that came into New York City under Eric Adams and the open border policies, they're getting supplemented. They're getting payments from the government that is more than they could possibly make in their home country. Why would they ever leave? Let's see. Texas Spy Historian says, swinging through for a like and a share. Thank you, Texan. I appreciate that. I appreciate whether you're here for 5 minutes or 5 hours. I love and appreciate everyone who stops by. Please, everyone, like, share, subscribe. It is important. Going on. Dow says, My first comment was addressed to the negative emotive comments, smack talking, and making derisive remarks of personal character and the nation or leadership. Yeah, I get that. Let's see. Dow goes on to say, thing is, our entire country's national foundation is steeped in memery, sarcastic criticism, denigration of poorly informed public figures, and bad policy. We're absolutely brutal. Look, I don't mind that people, it's part of the First Amendment, and that means that we take the good with the bad. So when people want to be pedantic or they want to be childlike and immature, they want to just let their feelings run rampant without any check by their brain or any sense of morality, that's fine. But we call them out for that. And we can ask them to be more substantive. Because perhaps that individual actually has a real critique. They just can't get past their emotions to express it. Well, take a breath before you start typing and think about what you want to say. I think that's fair. Dow goes on to say, so their emotional manipulation is meh. Well, it's not emotion. It doesn't work with me. I don't care about their emotions, so they can't manipulate me. Probably get them arrested in their native countries. Well, yes. Like if they're typing that from Britain, you could be arrested for that. Literally, folks. In Canada, France, Germany, definitely in Germany, in England, you can be arrested for some of the cursing and personal attacks and derisive attacks that you saw that were coming from some individuals earlier in the show. It is what it is. So I wanted to address it. Again, these were all items of breaking news, which I wanted to address. I want to zip through some of the things in the international that I did not get to, that I think are important, but we haven't had a chance to speak about them yet. And so let me just jump right through, because I know this took a little longer. Again, I got triggered earlier talking about the terrorists, but I left off the United States is sending in a second aircraft carrier to reinforce to Iran, Houthis, Hezbollah, Hamas, to reinforce the thought that we are serious and that we want to see the terrorists end their fighting, to end their acts of terrorism, specifically the Houthis at this moment. And that's good for the world, as we've explained earlier. One of the other things that probably isn't getting as much national attention as it should is that currently, right now, Japan, China, and North Korea are in conversations about the future economics of the Southeast Asia. And that, of course, reflects the politics and the tensions that are in Southeast Asia. We've talked a lot about that over the show over the last couple of years. We've been talking about how that could be a third regional war zone if things go badly, and that we have seen China has been preparing for war. We've seen some Air Force generals have already predicted that somewhere between now and 2028, China would be willing to, he was projecting, saying that China might be willing to go to war to take over Taiwan and possibly the Philippines and Southeast Asia. That is a real and current fear. It has not gone away, even though President Trump is in power, because President Trump won't remain in power forever. At most, he have 4 years. Depending on how the midterm elections go in 2026, Trump may not have the power to stop another nation invading somewhere in the world, because Democrats may lock down his entire presidency. And it's not like he's got another 4 years after that to go forward. I know Steve Bannon said he thought that there could be another presidency. Trump could get reelected in 2028. That's just bluster. It's not realistic. That's not going to happen. Trump's not going to get a third term. So it means that depending on who is likely to get elected, China may still be very much an aggressor in Southeast China, much like they were under the Biden-Harris administration. If they think it's another weak president, then that's something we could see. But that's what this conversation is about between China, Japan, and South Korea, to see if there's an economic way that they could have cooperation to lower the tensions and the temperature in Southeast Asia, which under the Biden-Harris administration had been increasing. We saw a lot of conflict between China and the Philippines, with the Philippines demanding that the United States step in and protect them. We saw Australia decided that they needed to build 30 new nuclear submarines to counteract the doubling in the size of the Chinese Navy. We see that Japan, because of the weakness of the Biden-Harris administration, decided that they needed to build their first army since 1945. That army, by the way, should be built and trained, at least initially, by the middle end of 2028, which also falls in line with the prior Air Force general saying that they think China might take aggressive actions at about that same time, which would be at the same time that the next president would be identified, or likely to be identified, for America, because Trump won't run again. And will have been past the 2026 midterms. So we'll see if Democrats were able to get control to stop the Trump agenda, and if that was accepted by the American people. Would we have another strong president? Will they be a Democrat or a Republican? Will they be advancing some of the policies we've seen continuously by Democrats and or Republicans? We don't know. It's a lot of future think, but these are some of the concerns. And so that's why Japan, South Korea, and China were talking, and they were talking about the safety of the Southeast Asia, in particular talking about North Korea and North Korea's nuclear missiles, and having China put more pressure on North Korea, their puppet essentially, to tone down, to restrict the nuclear activities of North Korea, to not support Russia in its fight with the Ukraine. So we've seen some motion towards that. This is something that's not getting a lot of international, U.S. domestic attention, but it should. In addition, China is now saying that they want to be part of the Ukraine peacekeeping. The question is, are they coming in on the side of Russia, or are they coming in on the side of Europe? Now, they're doing this at this time to make it seem like there is more credibility in the EU. The EU has said that France and the United Kingdom wants to send in troops into the Ukraine after a peace deal is determined to help secure the Ukraine. Of course, it means nothing. What's really important is, are the U.S. going to have U.S. civilians rebuilding the infrastructure of the Ukraine? Are there going to be Americans who are going to be doing the mining for rare earth minerals? Are there Americans who will be managing the nuclear facilities? And those things would be deterrents to stop Russia from going back into the Ukraine. Because then if they attack and kill American civilians under a strong U.S. president like Donald Trump, well, then America is going to react. And Russia does not want to take on the United States directly, not under a strong president. If they had another weak president like Obama or Biden, then probably, but not under a strong president. Not when American civilians are actively working to get resources and to rebuild the infrastructure of the Ukraine. It's a secondary thought that the EU would also be there, but they're not going to be leading the protection. They're blustering and they're beating their chest saying that, we're going to make sure it's safe. They can't do it. They've already admitted, Keir Starmer 2 weeks ago admitted to the world, maybe it was 3 weeks ago, that he was in a speech and he said, we can't do it without America. Ukraine has already versed its position about the minerals deal because Europe can't do it by themselves. As much as they say, we're going to go to 3% GDP. It's 1% more than what we've been doing. Yes, they did add 50% more to their GDP to their defense spending. That's meaningless. The United States dwarfs that in terms of our spending. And they need significantly more spending to build up a true defense in Europe. Besides the fact that they don't like each other, they don't work well with each other, and they don't agree with each other. So that is a problem. No one's taking it seriously. But if China were to say that they're jumping in to guarantee peace as well, that makes it far more credible that the peacekeeping force outside of the United States actually is credible. That would be another very large, very powerful nation. The only question would be, are they going to be helping the EU, Europe, or are they going to be helping Russia, who they have ties with? China's in a funny little spot there. Because of the Biden-Harris administration and sanctions against Russia, Russia has grown closer to China. But they don't like each other. They ideologically, for a lot of historically, they don't like each other at all. They kind of hate each other, but they hate America more. So they work together to screw over America as much as they could, especially under a weak president like Joe Biden. China has the opportunity now, if they go into the Ukraine and they support Russia, that ties them together more strongly than they have been, even though Trump's in charge now, and that would be a good thing. But if they joined with Europe, that gives them a new partner for trade deals. And China desperately needs the trade deals. They need the boost to their economy. And if they have closer ties to Europe, they have better economic ties with Europe that helps the Chinese economy far, far more than even Russia by itself could do. And therefore, they would be in a much better position. Plus, it makes it harder for the United States to put sanctions against China. So they get some protection and some support from Europe, which they're already getting from France, but the rest of Europe would possibly back them up in protecting them from tariffs that Trump is putting on them at this time. So we could see, and I think that China is saying they want to jump in so that they can get a better deal with Europe, and this way they get more protection from tariffs from Trump. That's why I think now, after all this time, where China has stayed virtually out of, they've been out of this conflict completely. They've had nothing to say except a few comments where they're leaning towards Russia, but they haven't been fully committed. I think this is China trying to use Europe for their own advantage. I think that's what you're seeing there. But not a lot of people are talking about this. So again, you're not going to hear about this until it becomes a done deal. But I think that's what China is looking to do. And as I said, France and Italy do not agree with the rest of the European Union. The European Union is trying to put together a deal. First, they were going to fund 40 billion euros to the Ukraine. That fell through. Now they're down to, they scaled it back since all the nations of Europe are saying, I don't know if I'm going to give money or not. I don't know if I'm going to give as much money as Greece. I'm not sure if I'm going to give as much money as France or Germany. They're all having this argument. No one can come to an agreement, which again tells you how useless the EU actually is. It's a lot of people talking as if they're unified, but they hate each other. They disagree with each other. It's a useless organization. Literally, it is. So here we see that France and Italy, so now they said, okay, we're going to make this a $5 billion or 5 billion euro deal, down from 40 billion to 5 billion. Way, it's 1/8 as much. So they knocked it down like 84% in the size of the deal that they all say they agree with, that they all support the Ukraine. And yet, this deal is only for ammunition. This is just to make sure that the Ukraine, if it chooses to not have peace and to continue to fight, to rebuild its ability to continue to fight and defend itself, that's all this is for. And they still can't get an agreement. They still cannot get an agreement. I don't know. I thought I had a section identified here, but essentially it's $5 billion for ammo. France is saying no. Italy is saying no. Many of the European nations are saying, no, we're not going to fund that either. Well, then what's the point? You got 27 states, 27 members of the European Union, and none of them can agree on even providing ammo to a country they say they want to protect. And you're telling me they're going to put an army, a fighting peacekeeping force of 30,000 into the Ukraine? No, they're not. There's a reason why Russia isn't taking it serious, why Russia doesn't care, why Europe is not part of the negotiation. They can't put together $5 billion for buying ammo. And you mean to tell me they're going to put together an army? No, they're not. No, they're not. That's never going to work. They can't agree on anything. They are useless. So if you want to see Ukraine supported, you have two choices. Ukraine fights until the end and everyone dies and Russia wins everything. Or the only other option, Trump. That's it. If you want to support the Ukraine, you effectively have to support Trump. There is no other way around it. I know there are some people who are going to hate that, but that's the reality. And everyone who's saying, well, Europe this, Europe that. No, you're joking. You're dreaming. It's just not it's now reality. If they can't agree about ammo, they can't agree about anything. Germany, by the way, yet another thing that we're seeing in Europe that is an example of their incompatibility. Germany is preparing to run away from the South Sudan. Now, mind you, America already ran away. India already ran away. England already ran away. Joe Biden abandoned 16,000 Americans in the Sudan in 2023. It was actually the last week of April, first week of March, May, the first week of May, last week of April in 2023 that Joe Biden closed the U.S. embassy and ran away because they started their fighting then. This is a conflict that's been going on for 2 years. This isn't new. It's just that the news media doesn't talk about what's happening in the Sudan very much. Germany stayed. Unlike the other nations, as I mentioned, which left their embassies, closed their embassies already, Germany stayed. Mind you, Americans, the 16,000 Americans, what's happening in the Sudan very much. Germany, what's happening in the Sudan very much. Germany stayed. Unlike the other nations, as I mentioned, which left their embassies, closed their embassies already, Americans, the 16,000 Americans, when Joe Biden 16,000 Americans to figure out their own way home. Literally said, figure it out. Find a way out of the nation as they have a civil war. This is one of the reasons why I hate the Biden-Harris administration. Absolutely miserable. No foreign policy whatsoever. And Democrats don't even talk about this. They ignore the fact that Joe Biden did this to fellow Americans. This is why the world considered Joe Biden to be weak because of what he did as an example in the Sudan. But it also tells you that the Sudan is getting worse. That the problems started under the Biden-Harris administration are continuing to escalate, which means Trump has a long way to go. Peace in the world is very far away. We're still dealing with what happened over the last 4 years. We haven't even begun to deal with what Trump is going to be doing. As part of what Trump is doing, and is getting some publicity, not a lot of publicity, about the fact that Venezuela is taking back their people, finally. They finally made an agreement. Now, all the leftists were upset because the illegal aliens from Venezuela were deported to El Salvador because they're not American citizens. They don't belong in America. They have no right to be in America. So he kicked them out of America. But Venezuela didn't want them. They didn't want their own people because they knew these were criminals. They didn't want the criminals back. So they were trying to force Trump to keep the criminals in America and have America deal with their crime the causes of crime, the root causes of crime in Venezuela. They're trying to keep them with Trump. Well, and they even went so far on March 8th, the Venezuelan government, President Maduro, killed Chevron's oil deal, which was only possible because of the Biden-Harris administration, killed the Chevron oil deal to try and force the Trump administration to keep the illegal aliens. Now, for those who may not remember, President Trump is the reason why the Chevron deal, while Venezuelan oil, was something the United States could not buy. It took an executive order by the Joe Biden administration, had to put in an executive order to restart the right for American businesses to work with Venezuela to get oil. That's how Chevron got the license in the first place, because of Joe Biden, because Trump had already cut it off. So when Venezuela, the Maduro presidency, cut off Chevron, no one cared. Trump didn't care. He didn't want Venezuela in getting oil shipped out anyway, because they have a crazy country and they've been forcing their people to starve to death. So trying to change that government, to change that government's policies, to get them to be less socialist, he said, we're not going to trade oil. We're not going to buy Venezuelan oil. We won't let American businesses work in Venezuela. So them saying, oh, well, we're going to stop American businesses from working in Venezuela to get oil is not a threat against the Trump administration. He didn't want you to have it in the first place. So since the pushback by Venezuela completely failed, it was a non-threat. That's why we now see that Venezuela is taking back their criminals from Venezuela, from El Salvador. And they told El Salvador, our people better not be hurt in your prison. It has nothing to do with America. We don't care. And we shouldn't care. They're not our citizens. They're not our responsibility. We did the nice thing. We tried to send them home. But Venezuela didn't want them. So we put them in El Salvador, said, we'll take them. Great. You deal with the problem. They're a bunch of criminals. We don't want them in America. Don't care where they go. And that, I think, is the correct answer. They're not our people. We tried to send them home. Their country didn't want them. That tells you how much of a problem these people are. Venezuela had to be enticed to take them back. They were bad people. It was the right thing to take all 300 of them and get them out of America. They are bad people. So now Venezuela has no choice but to take them back. I think that's the way to understand this story, which is not being said this way. You're hearing the colleges and the far leftists go, oh my God, you can't deport them. How could you do this? This is so evil, so mean. These people are so corrupt. They're so criminal. Their home country doesn't want them. They already know the type of people, the nature of the people that they had. These are already people who were in the Venezuelan prisons to start with. The only reason why they're not in a Venezuelan prison already is because they used the open borders in America and said, go to America instead. You'll make more money. Get on out. We'll let you out to prison as long as you leave Venezuela and go to anywhere else. Go to America. And they did. And they were living high on the hog in America under the Biden-Harris administration. That party has ended, which is a good thing. Let me go back to some of the comments here. Now, I know Dal is talking up a storm, but Dal is not the only one. I know there's more people watching. Come on, guys. So Dal goes on to say, Trump's actions to this point in order to settle the conflict in Ukraine is the best hope for global stability and a peace that can allow what is left of the Ukraine to rebuild and hopefully prevent further destruction. I agree. It may be distasteful and hard to swallow, or Eurasia can sort itself out and watch the Ukraine be reabsorbed in its entirety. Look, it can be as unpleasant. Geopolitics is not nice. It's not about feeling good. It's about being effective and efficient. I say that all the time. Politics is not about feelings. That's for the public. That's when they're trying to get elected or reelected. That's when all the, kissing the babies. That's what that's about. It has nothing to do with actually being effective and efficient. And sometimes the most effective and efficient thing isn't the most pleasant thing that could happen. Do I want the Ukraine to have its entire country back? Sure. I mean, even with a corrupt government that they have, I want them to have it back. Is that going to happen? No. That's unrealistic. That's not reality. Not going to happen. What's the next best thing? So let me move forward. And in terms of, what do we got here? Computer's acting up. Hang on. Now, I do have criticism of Donald Trump. And I do want to point this out before we get into the domestic issues, which I know I'm way over on this, but let me go into the domestic in a second. President Trump, I do have a criticism for him, two of them. One happens to do with the fact, and this is going to be the big story of the week, I think. You're going to hear about this on Monday, probably a good part of the week, where they're now going to have people screaming about the Cubans and Haitians. Donald Trump is revoking some of the Biden-era refugee status of Haitians in particular. About 500,000 Haitians are going to lose their temporary status. Now, you would say, but Mike, Haiti is still a horrible place. The gangs are still fighting for control of that country. Of course we should give them refugee status. No, not really. No. They should fix their country. They should be there to help put in a strong enough government that the gangs aren't in obvious and absolute control of their country. They should be there to help rebuild their country, to make it a country of law and order and not about corruption and crime. But Mike, that's not an easy thing to do. You're right. It's not easy. It's difficult. And it takes time. And they need to be in their country making those difficult choices, spending the time doing it. They don't need to be in America. They need to be there. But Mike, it's a terrible place. Yes. They're in the middle of fighting. Yes. Fight for your country. Defend your country. Rebuild your country. You can't do that from America. Not everyone will agree with that. And I know there's 40,000 Americans in Haiti right now. And I do think, and I did blame the Biden administration for abandoning those 40,000 Americans to the gangs that are fighting for control of the government of Haiti. I do think we could have and should have done more, but now that time has passed. Biden had the opportunity to go in and to calm the whole thing down. As I said on this program, all it takes is you fly a couple of F-35 fighters over low and over Haiti and remind them that the United States is less than 3 hours away. We can have tons of planes over there in a second. We can drop troops in an hour in Haiti. We can take over the entire country in like a day. The gangs are not an army. They're gangs. They will not hold up against an actual army, an organized army, and more importantly, against the United States military. So I would say, fly the F-35s, send them that message that we can have troops land in an hour. If any American is hurt in this conflict, as Haiti tries to figure out which corrupt politician is going to be in charge, which gang is going to control which corrupt politician, that's their government. They want a bunch of corrupt politicians run and controlled by gangs. That's them. They have to deal with the consequences of that. And Americans living there, they have to live with that consequence as well. They made that choice, but we still protect our people. And I would have said, and I said then under the Biden administration, I say it now, that we need to make them aware if they harm any American, then we will come in with the full force of America and settle the situation. We'll kill all the gangs. Kill all the gangs. I don't care which gang it is. Doesn't matter if it's good gang, bad gang, whether they're somewhat less corrupt or more corrupt. I don't care. Wipe them all out. Our military come and wipe them all out and make sure every single American is safe. And then let whoever's left afterwards, let them run the country. Now, some people will say, Mike, that's pretty extreme. Yes, it is. And I am extreme at times. You don't agree with my solution. Fantastic. Don't make it the only eventuality. That's my solution to you. Before the only choice is my choice, the one that I'm suggesting, which is brutal, but incredibly efficient, before we have to go there, don't kill any Americans and fix your country. And you can't do that from America. That's the simple answer, I think. I understand the compassion, but that's virtue signaling. But we have to take them in because their place is horrible. There's lots of horrible countries around the world. There are horrible conflicts in every single continent across the world. We can't fix those things. We can't fix it, and you definitely can't fix it by just taking their people from their home and putting them in America. That's not fixing their problem. In many cases, that's making it worse. So that's me agreeing with Trump. But the Cubans, I disagree with. The Haitians, I agree. They got to go back. The Cubans, no. Because we've seen consistently that the Cubans that are coming into America have been, for the most part, middle-class individuals who don't agree with the communist government in Cuba. They are refugees of the spread of communism and the communism that has enveloped and literally encapsulated Cuba in the 1950s. They've never advanced. And there's a reason why Cuba is so poverty-stricken and so destitute. And I say that on a national level in terms of quality of life. They're destitute. Cuba could be a jewel of the Caribbean. They're not even close. And they could be competing with Puerto Rico for being the highest quality of life. They have the resources, they have the capability, but they have a government that doesn't believe in any of that. I do believe that the Cubans do have a justified refugee status in terms of they are running from communism. They're running from a political system that does oppress them, because that's what communism does. It oppresses the people. I know. I lived in Moscow. I saw it happen before my eyes for a year and a half. Unlike many of these college professors that are only going by a book that someone else wrote, I actually have firsthand experience of how the communist system works. Every day, day after day, for a year and a half. Guess what? I don't support communism. And I understand why someone would be a refugee from a communist system. I don't agree with revoking the protections of the Cubans. I do agree with Haitians and other groups. But they're all different. Now, it is true that, according to the BBC, the Trump administration will be looking at each individual refugee individually and evaluating their case-by-case basis. But I agree. Biden was wrong when he thought that what would stop illegal aliens from entering America was making everyone entering America a refugee. That isn't the solution. He just legalized the crime after the crime happened. It's basically he gave them a pardon. That's not a solution. And as we saw, it didn't make the situation better. It didn't improve Haiti. It didn't improve the crime rate in America. It didn't make the quality of life for those aliens better because they were refugees in America instead of being in their home country. I agree with Trump in terms of Haiti. I agree with him in reversing the Biden misconception of refugee status. I don't agree when it comes to the Cubans. Maybe everyone else disagrees with me. That's fine. Okay. Whew. Yes, there was a lot of foreign policy today, which people who watch the show know I follow foreign policy a lot. More than most of the political commentary out there. And I have been following it for a decade, if not two. I've always been very much involved because what's happening around the rest of the world is important to what's happening in America and how America is going to react to the rest of the world. We're codependent on each other. Foreign policy is domestic policy. It's just, it takes a little bit longer for the impact to hit America. So that's why we do so much on foreign policy on this channel. I know sometimes it can be very exciting for people. Sometimes it's very divisive for people. And sometimes people just don't pay attention. It happens. Now, going domestically, one of the big things that a lot of people were talking about this week is the auto pen. Joe Biden and the auto pen. And I think this has been unfair because the news media is focusing on one aspect of this, and I think it's the least important part of the argument. In fact, they're using it as a shield to turn you away from paying attention to what is important. Because it's not really about the auto pen, that there's an automatic signature being made for Joe Biden. And Joe Biden has said, well, he wasn't using it to sign important documents. We don't know. No one has confirmed that. The auto pen, the automatic signature might have been used for various legal documents by the Biden administration. Since we don't know for sure, and that puts all of his executive orders and laws that he signed, they are all suspect because we don't know. We do know that Joe Biden was a part-time zombie president. That is a fact. We know that he is not mentally stable and should not have been president. He should have been removed with the 25th Amendment early into his presidency. Should have happened. It didn't. But Trump said that it should be void, that any of the pardons should be void. Now, the news media, and in this case, PolitiFact, they're focusing in on the auto pen. Is that legal? Was that the thing that made the difference? Have other presidents used it? Is that legal for other signatures other than the president to be on a document that the president authorizes? And their answer is, well, no, we have seen over time other presidents like Abraham Lincoln, they use that as an example. There have been functionaries of the government, his secretaries of state and his staff, that would sign the president's signature for him. Now, we can see there's a lot of different signatures here. But this is actually Abraham Lincoln's actual signature, which looks nothing like what we're seeing on several documents that were said to be by the president himself. None of them were his actual signature. So with that as one of the basis for the complaint, the first thing is, well, other people have signed documents for the president in the past, and that's still legal. I don't think that's the important issue. The other argument that the news media is putting out there is that we can't reverse the pardons. No one has ever reversed a pardon. In fact, it was considered, but in 1869, the federal court said the law is undoubtedly that when a pardon is complete, there is no power to revoke it, any more than there is the power to revoke any other completed act. You can't reverse it. Once the pardon's given, it's done. Now, the argument from Trump is, well, the signature is invalid. Therefore, the pardon isn't valid. Therefore, these people don't have a pardon. In addition to that, and I think the true actual claim, the really important thing isn't the auto pen. It isn't that there was a signature that wasn't exactly Joe Biden's signature. That's not the problem. It's whether or not Joe Biden knew that there was a signature. It was whether or not Joe Biden understood the pardon that was being given. There's a big, no, I don't have it. There it is. That's the big argument that's out there right now. Did Joe Biden understand what was happening? Now, we see that this is from the New York Post. Biden sources suspect key aide may have abused the auto pen. This is what Trump is talking about. This is the argument that the news media is distracting you from. That Joe Biden didn't understand the documents that he was signing because he didn't have the mental capability, especially at the end of his presidency, and back in December of 2024. He didn't understand what was going on. He didn't have the mental capability to comprehend or to agree or to disagree. He was incapable. So he may have signed it. It may have been signed by auto pen. He may not have been in the country. He may have been in the country. We're not clear on these things. But if Joe Biden didn't have the ability to understand what was written on that pardon, and he was signing it because he was told something different, or it was just stuck in front of him and said, sign it, or someone else signed it for him, and he said publicly that he agreed with it, but he didn't know what he was agreeing to, then that makes it void. And that's the part I think is important. That's the part that the news media doesn't want to address. Did Biden understand what was going on? Was he mentally capable to understand whether or not he would sign a pardon, whether or not he would sign it under those terms and conditions? That makes it valid to say it's void. Besides the fact that someone might have abused this, and it's easy to abuse. It's called elder abuse. We have a series of crimes just for that, because it is very easy to take someone who has dementia, who has Alzheimer's, who is not mentally there, to tell them any story you want and have them sign or okay and authorize any action. And we know Democrats will do that. Look at Dianne Feinstein. Look at the final days of Dianne Feinstein. Democrats wheeled her around on her deathbed, knowing that she would die at any moment. They wheeled her around from meeting to meeting, telling her what to say, telling her what to vote, telling her what to sign. She had no cognizance there. She wasn't active. It wasn't because she wanted to do these things. They didn't give her a choice. They told her everything to do. She was a puppet on her deathbed. She was back in the last week of her life. Every single moment was used by Democrats to advance the Democratic political agenda up until the moment she died. We know Democrats will use elder abuse to advance their political agenda. They've done it in the past. They will, and that, when I say the past, I mean just a couple of years ago. And I have no reason to believe they wouldn't do it again. And we know that Joe Biden was damaged goods, that Joe Biden had a deficiency that compromised him. Is it impossible to say that a mentally impaired Joe Biden, having a, quote, bad day, as the Democrats like to call it, having a bad day, was presented a series of documents, God knows what story he was told, so they signed it by auto pen because maybe Joe Biden was incapable of signing his own signature, assuming he was in the country at the time that the document was signed. We don't know if it was or wasn't. And then after the fact, after the document signed, after the news media is saying that he passed these pardons, now he's told, well, you already did it. So you just got to say yes. You have to agree with us. Whether you wanted to or not, whether you wanted to say this or that, doesn't matter. It's already done. Everything's been taken care of for you. So when you show up in public, you're going to nod your head yes and say, yes, I wanted to do that. Yes, I agree with that. And mind you, there was almost no commentary from Joe Biden in December of 2024. He had almost nothing to say about the pardons that he made. So it's not like he was out there confirming for the public with full force saying, I absolutely want this. I signed this. I agree with every word in those pardons. I truly believe that these people should be pardoned for these reasons. He wasn't saying that. He was laying low, saying almost nothing. And it was the White House staff that was making all the comments. It was the White House staff that were telling you how Joe Biden felt. It was the press secretary saying that Joe Biden feels. You weren't hearing Joe Biden. So is Trump correct about the auto pen? Maybe, maybe not. I'm going to get to the comments. I see your comments, Dow. And if anyone disagrees with me, let me know why. Tell me why you think I'm wrong. Tell me what am I substantively getting wrong here if you think I am wrong. Or do you agree that there is an argument here and the news media, knowing that there is a valid argument, does not want to address it because that would mean that the pardons might be null and void because Joe Biden didn't have the capability of making that decision. So therefore, they're null and void, just like we would do in any other elder care case, any mentally impaired person's case. Any decision, any action would be null and void if they didn't have the ability at the time to understand what they were doing. That's legal precedent. It's very clear. And that would invalidate the pardons because there would never have been a pardon. It supersedes it. And I think that's why they don't want to do this. The left-leaning media want the pardons. They want to protect these individuals. They don't like Trump. They don't want Trump or Republicans to investigate them. And God knows how much corruption the media is protecting under these individuals. That's why we're not having the argument about Joe Biden's competency, because that's really the core of this. They are misquoting Trump so that they can avoid having to have this discussion on competency. I thought I had a section in here. No, I don't. I thought I had a section in the quote here from Donald Trump on what he had to say. Nope, I don't. I have it in a different article. But I think that's the important thing. Now, let me go to some of the comments. Dow says, which would always have been the case. Well, no. He says, yes, that's the crux of the issue. We have the potato in chief. My money is on Dr. Jill Faust Biden, PhD. Yeah, Jill was not above using Joe Biden as a mouthpiece and as a tool to leverage for her advantage. So, and we know his son, Hunter, is not above using the Biden name and prestige and political power to advance his own agenda. His brother, Joe, also used the family name Biden, Biden's position as a bargaining tool in business deals. This isn't something that Democrats and the Bidens wouldn't do. I think that's the real question here. It's not about the auto pen in and of itself. It's not about whether you can reverse a pardon in and of itself. Those are byproducts of the original argument, of the core problem. Did Joe Biden understand what was happening? If Joe Biden wasn't mentally there and capable of making the decision, and there is good reason to believe he wasn't, then it's null and void. None of the rest of it matters. Just notice my color there. That's it. And the fact that it's an auto pen just shows that Democrats knew they could take advantage of him. And this is the way in which they took advantage of him, which was with an auto pen. And they were counting on the fact that pardons cannot be reversed to give them the final shield against investigation. No one wants to talk about that in mainstream news media. They will suppress this channel just for that segment alone. The entire channel will get suppressed. That's why your like, your share, and most importantly, your subscription matter so much, because I'm talking about something we should have a discussion in America about, that we should have some clarity. We should be able to definitively say Joe Biden either was mentally competent at the end of his presidency, if not the question about at the beginning of his presidency. We should have a clear answer, and everyone should be able to say he either was competent or he was not. We don't have that definitive answer. We don't even have anything close to a definitive answer on that. We have no idea. We have massive disputes, even within Democrats, even within all the different political divisions in America. There is no consensus on whether or not Joe Biden was mentally capable to be president, at the very least at the end of his presidency, and perhaps at the beginning of his presidency. We need to have that conversation in this nation. And so the news media is lying to you. They're taking advantage of you. Let me lighten this up for a second. I saw this on Facebook, and I thought it was really funny. And I want to read this for you guys in case you can't see it properly. This is a meme about the Lord of the Rings, and I thought it was great. So we have, it's not Eowyn. Is it Arwen? She is the daughter of the king of Rohan, and she's talking to Aragorn. Mind you, I don't know her name. She's not a significant character. And I know, the feminists out there, oh my God, how can you say she's not a significant character? She's not. I've read The Lord of the Rings more than once. She's not a significant character. She is a character. She is an important character for what she does. She's not really that important. Other than her fight with the Nazgul, king of the Nazguls. Other than that, not that big a character. But I think it's Eowyn. So I think Eowyn here says, she goes, I refuse to be a housewife and have a husband bossing me around. This is feminism 101. This is a great meme about feminism. So she says, I refuse to be a housewife and a husband boss and have a husband bossing me around. So Aragorn responds, you'd rather be an office wife with an actual boss, actually telling you what to do and how to do it and when to do it and what it's worth to do it, and deciding whether or not you get to keep doing it. She turns around and suddenly it dawns on her. The feminist upbringing, the feminist propaganda, I don't need a man. Yeah. Suddenly, that doesn't make as much sense. What she's fighting against is the worst case of it is what she's getting. She's fighting to get worse treatment than what she was being offered to start with. And so, as she realizes that, and this is the part of the meme that really sells it for me, and I love this part, and this is why I wanted to show you guys it. The last thing is, Aragorn says, this is why I chose Arwen. This is why he chose his elf wife, because she understood the difference between the propaganda and the reality, the opportunity and the benefit she already had versus the degradation many are fighting for. And so I thought this was a great meme. And I would suggest anyone clip it and send it to your favorite feminist out there, whether it's someone you know or a teacher at college or something, and send them this. And let them refute that. I want to hear them with their argument. How do you say that's not true? Because that is what they're doing. Oh, we don't want to, I don't want to be a housewife. No, you want to be an office wife. You want to be an office worker. You want to be under someone's control. Someone who you don't have a romantic relationship with, someone who has no care or concern about your life and well-being, somebody who's not going to benefit you emotionally. They're just going to use you for your business acumen, for your business profit, or potential profitability. You gain nothing from it at the end of the day. You get some money, maybe you get a title, and that's it. You don't get a family. You don't get a significant other in your life. You have nothing except some wealth, maybe, as long as they keep you employed, as long as you're profitable to them. Is that worth what you've given up? I think it was a great meme. I love it. Yeah, Aowen. I said it right. So going into some of the comments, Dow says it's Aowen. That's what I said. Aowen. Didn't I pronounce it right? I thought I did. Did I say something else? Okay. Well, whatever. And Forest Mommy's with us. Hey, Forest Mommy. Always glad to have you. I know you had your show on earlier. By the way, folks, Forest Mommy has a show on Rumble earlier in the day on Sundays. I try to watch it sometimes as much as I can as I prepare for my show here today. So it's always good to see you when you're after your show coming on here. And Forest Mommy says they really did turn the government into their husband, the feminists. They have. They really, really have. They've turned business and government into their significant other more than anything else. And that's why so many women are single, that they have cats and pets instead of families. And they're miserable. And that's not I'm not taking a dig at the women for this, but this is all they're left with because they have believed in the feminist propaganda so much, because they have been indoctrinated with the intersectionality for so many years, and they bought into that. And now they're seeing the fruit of that is that they are alone and they are miserable. And I don't doubt they love their pets, but they're not being fulfilled. And that's why women are some of the most active activists and the most miserable as groups of people in America are. Truly is. And it's kind of sad. It really is. Let's see. I wanted to cover, I think I covered this last week about the VA is ending trans-related surgeries. I'm pretty sure I did that last week, but I wanted to bring that up. I'm going to skip past that. And again, here's something else. Oh, before I get to this, let me mention I do have a critique of Donald Trump as we're going through this, because I was talking about the executive orders, the Biden executive orders, and why I think there are some problems there, especially these pardons. But I should also mention, I have a problem with Donald Trump. It's too many executive orders. As much as I think it's valuable what he is doing, and I understand the reason why he's using executive orders, which is because there has been no movement any other way. The status quo has been maintained by Democrats and Republicans in the establishment consistently. They have kicked the can down the road under the establishment constantly for decades upon decades. And that has led to the more stagnant we have been in our government, the more corruption has grown in our government, and how much more pain the American people feel because of that. That's true. And so the only thing that's moving us forward is the fact that Donald Trump is legally using the power of executive orders and making changes to our government that we have been promised for a long time. Transparency, Obama was all over there saying he's going to be transparent, super transparent, most transparent ever. He wasn't, not even close. Biden, I'm going to be transparent. No, he wasn't, not even close. Hell, he wasn't even honest about why he wasn't doing conversations with the press. Nothing, no transparency whatsoever. And we had Republicans saying, we're going to shrink the government. We're going to shrink the government. We're going to shrink the government. You didn't. You didn't shrink it at all. You didn't close any departments. You didn't defund anything. You didn't shrink a damn thing. And we just kept increasing the national debt. So Trump is doing what he's doing because Congress has been ineffective. The establishment, both left and right, have been such a failure. So I understand why he's using so many executive orders. And some have said that he's used too many executive orders, that he is overreaching the power of the presidency with not by the number, but the nature of the executive orders he is putting out there, because it is such dramatic change. I would argue that because he is using the power of the executive branch on offices and departments that are under his control, such as with the Department of Education, which I am absolutely happy is being wiped out. It is being completely defunded, and that's a damn good thing for America, because the Department of Education has completely and utterly failed. And I know that people like Schumer and all the Democrats are like, no, we've got to have a Department of Education. How could you get rid of a Department of Education? We don't need it. We have never needed a Department of Education. As I've said before, and I will say again, we put people on the moon, we created computers, we created the internet, all of that without the Department of Education. We don't need it. I grew up without a Department of Education. At the very end of my school, my public school career, did we have a Department of Education? And that wasn't important. It was just starting up when I was getting out of high school. The fact is, we don't need it. We never needed it. And when we didn't have a Department of Education, our kids were able to learn to read and to write at higher proficiency levels than they are right now. And they were also able to type. They were able to learn how to play an instrument. They had shop classes. They were able to determine if they wanted to be a carpenter, an electrician, and they got trained in that, a car mechanic. They got home ec to learn how to cook basic meals, how to balance a checkbook. That's what we used to have in my lifetime when I was going to public school. You don't have any of that now. Kids can't do any of those things. They don't have the option in the schools, and they have no appreciation of these things in their life. They have no appreciation of music, classical music, current music, jazz, anything. You name it. They don't understand and appreciate music, which is why music is down. It's why writing is absolutely, kids don't know how to read anymore. We know this for a fact. I've talked to you about the teachers I've spoken to in the Bronx and outside in New York State, where we spend the most money on each and every single student, and we have the lowest reading scores. We have some of the lowest math scores in the entire country. We are failing. So am I glad that Trump is defunding the Department of Education? Absolutely. The problem is, he did it with an executive order, which is a lot of power that he shouldn't have to use in that way. But here's the other problem. It's an executive order. It's not an act of Congress. What you can do with an executive order can be undone with an executive order. As we have seen, Biden undid the executive orders of the Trump administration, and Trump undid the executive orders of the Biden administration. Tit for tat. And yes, Trump's doing more executive orders, but all of the executive orders being done by Trump can be reversed by another executive order. We need Congress to step up and to codify into law, to make this a final absolute, that the Department of Education, as an example, is gone forever, that it's not coming back, because we don't need it. Would I have liked the Department of Education to be codified by Congress to say, we're shutting it down and it's going to be shut down over the next 3 years? Would that have been better? Yes, absolutely. It would have been more manageable. It would have given the states time to prepare and to get their internal systems set up. It would have been easier for people who are getting fired from the government to find jobs at various states or into other careers. It would have been less hectic, far more manageable, far more organized. Absolutely. Would Congress ever do that? No. They have made it absolutely clear. They will never do that. They would rather kick the can down the road and just live with the problem. And they did for decades. We have known for decades that the Department of Education is a complete failure. And Congress lived with it. Just Let the experiment run. We haven't given it enough time. Let's throw more money at it. That's what Obama did. Just throw more money at it. What did Biden do? Throw more money at it. We'll just throw more money at the failure and we'll see what happens. Well, we're seeing what's happened. Our kids can't read. They're going into college and they're illiterate. It takes, according to some of the people I've been following here, it can take a kid 6 years to get through a 4-year course of college. 6 years. And that's because the first 2 years, they're learning the basics they were supposed to have in junior high school. They're learning how to read. They're learning how to write. We're seeing, I don't know how many students in college are dependent on things like Grammarly and text to speech and speech to text to write and to understand what is written. They are illiterate. Department of Education has failed. There is absolutely no reason to keep it. None. There is no argument that's been put out there that makes sense on why we must have a Department of Education. Would I have preferred it to be more organized? Yes. Would I have preferred it to be something coming from Congress? Absolutely. But that's never going to happen, so Trump did it with an executive order. But I do think he's had too many executive orders. I want to see Congress get off its ass and do its job. But that's my critique of the Trump administration at this moment. Just wanted to put that out there. No, he's not perfect. That being said, Trump is touting, I love this Newsweek article. Trump touts prison in El Salvador for Tesla attackers. This is a lie. This is from Newsweek magazine, major news media organization, credible internationally. Newsweek and they printed this on March 21st, 2025. They even put in an update on March 21st of 2025. So 2 hours after they made the initial story, they came back and they updated it. And the title is Trump touts prison in El Salvador for Tesla attackers. That is fundamentally a lie. And they put that out there for people who just read headlines. For people on Twitter, on Blue Sky, this is what they gave them because they knew you weren't going to read more. Because if you did read more, you would quickly come upon, and I think I have it highlighted. I think so. Nope, I had it highlighted. It's not highlighted now. I believe it's in the first couple paragraphs here. Here it is. So this is what President Donald Trump had to actually say. And I think this is important. They start their article off. President Donald Trump has suggested sending people who are attacking Teslas to prisons in El Salvador if they are convicted of crimes, as a number of the automakers' vehicles and showrooms have been targeted by reported arson and violence. Now comes the quote. I look forward to watching the sick terrorist thugs get 20-year jail sentences for what they are doing to Elon Musk and Tesla. He goes on to say, perhaps they could serve them in prisons of El Salvador, which have become so recently famous for such lovely conditions. So what did Trump say? Did Trump say, is he touting the prisons in El Salvador for the Tesla attackers? No, he's not saying what the editor at Newsweek is saying. Trump is trying to throw Americans in prison. Trump is trying to throw Americans in a El Salvadorian prison. Trump is deporting American citizens. This is the logic of the left. This is the message that the left is hearing. Now, you on the right may not hear that. This is the message for the red meat for the left. This is how it is being reinterpreted by the left. This is how they are sharing this. See, Newsweek said that Trump is deporting Americans to El Salvador. And this is the message that Democrats will use to get reelected. This is the story they're going to tell through their community organizers at their rallies to get donations and to select their primary candidates. They're running around saying, oh, Trump's going to deport you. He's going to deport you, an American citizen. This is the lie that they push and that we've seen on Twitter. Trump's going to go after you, an American citizen. He's taking away freedom of speech. He's a dictator. Newsweek even said so because he's talking about putting American citizens in El Salvador in prisons. No, he didn't say any of that. There are legitimate arguments against President Trump like any president. Of course, he is imperfect. He's a human being. Absolutely. But this isn't one of them. And we have heard, I know everyone watching this and everyone who hasn't watched this yet will be able to say they heard a story about Trump. He's going to take away freedom of speech. He's going to put you in prison. And he's trying to do it now. We've all heard that. That's all over the internet. That is all over Twitter. That is all over Blue Sky. It's all over TikTok. We've heard this. What he said is, if convicted. And that's a big difference. And he's very careful about his wording. He talked about the Sikh terrorist thugs get 20-year sentences. These are convicted individuals. He's talking about the people who get convicted of a crime that they should get 20-year sentences, that people who are guilty of arson, of death threats, of political coercion, that they need to be punished for their crime. And then he jokingly puts in, they could serve their time in El Salvador because that's popular now, because we're talking about it in terms of deporting illegal aliens. And the argument from the left is El Salvador is not a good place for them to be. Like we care. They're not American citizens. Oh. See, there's a difference between what is said and what is meant, what is being used as a weapon in terms of politics to gain the support of low information voters. This title is for low information voters. This title makes people think Trump touts prison in El Salvador for Tesla attackers. Well, Tesla attacks, people attacking the Teslas, destroying Teslas, keying Teslas, arson on Tesla facilities. These are American citizens. We are seeing that in the news. We're seeing video of them as they commit these crimes. These are American citizens. So when you know that the Tesla attackers are American citizens, well, then this headline reads, Trump touts prison in El Salvador for American citizens. They use Tesla attackers so that it isn't obvious, so that they can't get sued. But that's not what they're saying in this headline. He's saying Trump is throwing Americans into prison in El Salvador. None of that is true. But that's what the title is saying. That's how they manipulate you. This is how they're manipulating, especially low information voters who are only paying attention to the headlines. Tesla attackers. Who's attacking Tesla? Let's go. It's a bunch of American citizens. Oh, Trump is taking American citizens and he's throwing them in jail in El Salvador. I heard something about El Salvador. America is sending people to prison in El Salvador. Think of this from a low information voter, someone who only follows NBA basketball. They're maybe a fan of the WNBA. I mean, really small group of people there. Or they watch the Housewives of whoever gives a damn. And they don't know about any of this. And they're going to go, oh, yeah. So El Salvador. Yeah, Trump sent some prisoners there, right? That's all they know. Tesla. Wait a minute, I saw that. I saw a video of that. Those are Americans. He's taking Americans and he's putting them in El Salvador? That's what Newsweek wants you to think. They never expect the low information voter to get past the headline. And this is to help Democrats. This is the devious manipulation that is going on. They have people who get 6 figures to write these headlines, to write these titles, to push a message in the least amount of words as possible. And they're very good, some of these people. Some of them are very good. They're editors. They're incredibly good with their knowledge of the English language. And some of them are very political. And this is political. This is very political. And I know I get accused, Mike, you're seeing things, but that's not it. Think of it from the point of view of a low information voter. What do they know? They know the video they saw on TikTok, and those were Americans. They know they heard something about prison in El Salvador, Trump sending people to El Salvador. They heard that. Put it together. That's what they're selling. This is the way that they hope to win the 2026 midterm elections for Democrats. This is how they hope to weaken Donald Trump. This is how they try and get a conversation, a whisper going through offices all across America saying Trump's trying to take Americans and put them in jail. He's trying to deport American citizens. Oh man, if he's deporting American citizens, wait a minute, that means he's going after black people? Because Democrats have told me that Republicans are going to deport black people, that they're going to put black people in chains and in jail. So Trump's trying to get black people and throw them in jail in El Salvador? That's the conversation you have with low information voters. And trust me, I speak to the public about politics on a regular basis. You do hear this. These are the comments that come out of people. And this is the reason why they come up with those conclusions. This is the thought process they go through. Makes no sense if you follow politics, but most people don't. And they know it. They're taking advantage of you. Let's see. We got a comment here from Dow who says, Tesla attackers are being reported to be under scrutiny for being labeled as domestic terrorists, and they should. People know terrorists here already have been taken to El Salvador. So Newsweek is taking the possibility of Tesla attackers being labeled domestic terrorists, and they're trying to link Trump admin to a policy of othering his opposition to prove dictatorship. Yeah, this is all about dictatorship. Trump's a dictator. He's throwing Americans into prison. No. If you are actively trying to intimidate people by burning their property, well, that's terrorism. And burning a Tesla is an act. If you're doing it because you want to intimidate someone because you don't agree with their politics, that's intimidation, that's coercion. That is terror. That means you're a domestic terrorist. Yes. But again, you're on the same track as I am, Dal. Again, people who don't follow politics, they don't see this. And that's why I want to explain this, how this is deceptive, why this is deceptive, why it's worded in those words when that's not what he said. That's not what he said. That's not what he meant. But this is useful if you happen to be a Democrat. If you're a Democratic politician, this is very useful. If you're you're part of a political organization with a specific political agenda, this is good for you. You can use this to your advantage. And that's what Newsweek is doing. I just wanted to point it out to people because a lot of people, they don't realize that. They don't see that. Let me point out something else. So going back to the Department of Education. When something isn't working, you try something different. The Board of Education is not working. Maybe we should try something else, something different. This is a chart, which is from the Digest of Education Statistics, National Center for Education Statistics, Table 213.10. This is through 2022. And what we can see here is, and I've said this to a lot of people, I've gone over this with people over and over again. What do we see? Number of students, basically the same. Number of teachers, basically the same. The number of principals, which is administration, that's increased. The number of vice principals, that's increased. The number of administrators, middle management, people just moving around papers, that's the increase. Why are we spending so much money on teaching our kids. It's not because we're improving their reading skills. We know that for a fact. It's not because we're teaching them better math skills. That's a fact. We have the data on that. It's not because there's more students. There really isn't. It's not because we have lost teachers. We really haven't. It's because we're spending money on middle management. In fact, if you follow the chart, and I know because I did a report on this, since 1980, there has been a 300% increase in the cost of education in America. 300% increase. That's because of administrators. It's not because of the number of students. It's not because of the number of teachers. Those numbers have been relatively flat. The 300% increase is in the number of administrators. Let me give you another real life, and I've mentioned it before, real life example. I went to Evander Childs High School. That's on Gun Hill Road. Okay? The building still is there. Evander Childs High School. Very old high school. I went there. It still exists. The building still exists. It's right, so it's there physically. About 5 years ago, 10 years ago, 5 years ago, they closed Evander Childs High School. Not because there were less students. There were 4,000 students going to Evander Childs High School when I went to high school. 4,000 students. There's about 4,000 students there now, using the same exact building. But instead of it being one high school with 4,000 students and 4 floors, now it is 4 high schools, one high school on each floor, and each one is different. And each floor has a principal. Each floor has a vice principal. Each floor has administrators. So we have 400% increase in the number of the administrators. We have the same number of teachers, the same number of students. But we have increased by 400% the number of high schools. And we've increased by 400% the amount of administration. Students have benefited nothing. They gain nothing. They're still in the same building. The classrooms have the same exact size. Nothing has changed there. The only thing that's changed is each floor is now its own high school somehow. And they have more administration. That's the real world example of what we're talking about here. And if you don't believe me, go and look up Evander Childs High School. You will see my face. If you look at 1986 graduating class, you'll see me. I was number 6. And you can look. Carl Hastie, the speaker of the New York State Assembly, he went to Evander Childs High School. He was a couple of years before me. So, yeah, we've had a lot of people who went to Evander. It's a very old school. It's got a lot of people who actually were there, including current members of politics in New York State. And now, if you go onto Google and you look at it, look it up, 4 high schools in that same building. That's what we're spending money on. And you tell me that we don't need we don't need to get rid of the Department of Education? 400% in administration, 0 increase students and teachers. Who's making money? The teachers union. That's who's making money. That's what Democrats are fighting for. The teachers union, to get more donations. They're not fighting for kids. Kids aren't getting a better education. We're dumping in money hand over fist for administration, not for teaching kids how to be adults. Forrest Mommy says, that's so insane. Let's just create more schools in a school infinitely. Yeah, every classroom will be its own high school at one point. I mean, why not? We'll just have more high schools. That's the answer. Just more high schools and more high schools and more high schools. And, we'll have more administrators for more paperwork and more paperwork. The kids aren't going to learn a damn thing, but who cares? It's not about them. It's about the donations. It's really sad. So I wanted to get into, this one is something that's going to this one really pissed me off. Really, really pissed me off. I was mentioning earlier about communism in New York City, about trying to turn New York into a socialist well, if not the entire state, at least New York City, into a socialist hub. I mean, straight up communism. This is the most stupid idea I've heard. And this is from Zoran Mamdani. Now, Mamdani, I already don't like. Last week, we saw that he was jumping up and down trying to get into a physical fight with Tom Homan because of illegal aliens. He just wanted to keep illegal aliens. He wants an open border. He believes in open borders. He believes in socialism, and he just flood into America. It doesn't matter, even though we can't pay for them, even though we can't take care of them, even though it's a crime, he doesn't care. And he was willing to fist fight Tom Homan about it because Tom Homan is enforcing existing law. It's not like Homan created a brand new law. It's not like Homan is using powers that don't exist. He's doing everything legally. And this man, Mamdani, wants to end that. He's against enforcing existing law. He is an assemblyman, and he is running for mayor of New York City. He is a Democrat, a progressive Democrat, and he seems to be very, very popular. And I want you to hear what he has to say. This is really, just listen to his words himself. I'm going to blow this up full screen so we can hear exactly what he says here. Oh, wait a minute. Got to put the sound on. Okay. So, with the sound, let's start it from the beginning. And there are words here, so here we go.
Grocery prices are out of control. The cost of eggs and milk has skyrocketed.
The cost of eggs and milk had skyrocketed. Let me go back. See, that's not exactly correct. Here's the price. This is from Training Economics. This is current, the price of eggs in the United States right now. This is the 5-year chart. So we did see under Biden, we can see, and also a little bit of, this is also Trump. Eggs, the prices have been going up and down. Now, if you've been following this program right about here, right about January of 2022, we first heard about the avian bird flu. In fact, the first human being died from the avian bird flu was in Russia, and we heard about that roughly about February of 2022. So we started to hear that birds were being infected and dying and were being killed. We were culling the chickens and the turkeys and the ducks across the world. That started in 2022. Now, not many people were paying attention because we were still dealing with the lockdowns. We were still dealing with the jab. And we were also dealing with the war in the Ukraine that had just started. So not a lot of people were paying attention. Although, and you can go back and you can watch my live streams in 2022, I was consistently talking about the bird flu, that this was going to affect poultry prices. This was going to affect people. And so we were talking about that and whether or not the bird flu would be the next major flu that would affect the world. It wasn't. It was never going to be, but that was the fear, especially since one Russian had already died. So that was the fear. And then we saw that throughout 2022, we saw that there were a lot of birds. Over 12 states in the United States were infected with birds with the avian bird flu, and they were destroyed. And so we destroyed the birds, we destroyed our poultry, our chicken, our ducks. They were all destroyed. And the price of eggs went up and up and up as a result. And then we saw that, well, we got it under control. We had depleted entire population. I think something like 13 million birds were destroyed at the end of 2022, going into 2023. We had over 10 million birds have been destroyed. And so we had to regrow the population of chickens and ducks and turkeys. We had to, hatch them and raise them up so we could start to get back to the normal levels we had previously. And that's what we see in 2023. And right about October of 2023, we started getting back to normal levels. We've had egg production at consistent levels. We had our supply back, the cost of drumsticks. I mean, if you get chicken wings and you go out to bars to get hot wings, the price jumped up and then it came back down in 2023. But it was skyrocketing for a while right after the end of the lockdowns going on into 2022. And then the prices came back down. That's because we had chickens again. And then we had another wave of bird flu. Not as bad as the first one, but again, another year of destroying millions upon millions of turkeys, chickens, and ducks. And that increased the cost of eggs again. Now, at the same time, we had more inflation at that point because inflation peaked in August of 2022. We went into a recession in 2022. So we were at the peak. So the prices were already going higher. They were naturally trending higher, and they got much, much worse in 2023 and going into 2024. So that added extra pressure. And that's why we saw the price of eggs get up to roughly about $6 at the end, towards the end of the Biden administration. In fact, in January, I believe, it was about $6 at the end on January 20th of 2024. That's where we left off. Now, did the price continue? Yes, because in December of 2024, there was another 10 million bird cull because of the avian bird flu, which was well documented. If you were following the avian bird flu, as I have been for years, if you were following that, you were aware. If you grew chickens, if you followed meat and the cost of meat, you saw this. It was well publicized internationally. No one was surprised. The news media didn't talk about it. They had other things to talk about. They were talking about Biden and Trump and the new administration. They didn't care. And so all of a sudden you had from January till about the end of, where is it? Right here. Right about up until February, what was it? Yep, February 24th. Democrats sent out tweet after tweet, email after email. They went on press conference after press conference saying the price of eggs, they're skyrocketing. They're too expensive. Oh my God, you can't afford eggs anymore. They were like $10 in New York, $11 to $15 in New York City. The average person in America was spending about $8 for a dozen of eggs. It was insane because we killed all the chickens and we had all the inflation from Bidenomics. And then we had the chickens back. The price dropped. And right now, it's about $3.20. $3.20 from $8 because the chickens regrew. We regrew the population of chickens. And so we started having more eggs. The scarcity went away because no more bird flu. See, so that's the reality. This guy, Mandani, is lying to you. The cost of eggs and milks have skyrocketed. No, it dropped. It dropped. It skyrocketed because of the bird flu. It dropped. But he's, again, trying to push a lie. He is trying to convince you that communism is the answer. And he doesn't care if he isn't being honest. He doesn't care if he's not telling you the truth.
Some stores are even using dynamic pricing, jacking up the cost over the course of a day depending on what they can get away with.
No, that's called keeping up with the market. If the price is changing throughout the day, as it did throughout the time under the Biden administration because of the number of birds that were being killed, and every time that there was a publication that we killed another 50,000, 100,000 million birds because of the bird flu, Well, the market reacted to that instantly as they got that news and said, well, the price is going to go up because that means there's 1 million less eggs that are going to be available. So the price has to go up. And if you have 3 announcements in a day, well, there's going to be 3 changes in the price because the market is doing the math. If there's supposed to be 10 million birds and we killed 1 million, that means there's 9 million birds left. That's 9 million eggs, not 10 million. The price is going to change. Oh, they just updated it. Now there's only 7 million birds. Well, that's another 2 million eggs that aren't going to be there. The price changed again because we know you're not going to get eggs from nowhere. The price is going to go up. So no, dynamic pricing has nothing to do with trying to cheat you out of money. It's called keeping up with the market, because when the price goes down, when we get extra supply, hey, they didn't actually kill 7 million birds. We just got the updated number. It was 8 million birds that are alive. They killed 1 million less than we thought. Okay, that means the price went down too much. Let's bring the price. Let's lower the price because they didn't kill as many birds. It's real simple. Dynamic pricing is keeping up with supply and demand. And the problem is the Biden administration, Democrats, the Democrat policies destroy supply. And they know that. It is not conducive to business, so they tend to only see things go up. They never really notice things go down because they're not building an economy with lower prices. They're building an economy with higher and higher prices that requires more and more intervention by government, means you have to be more dependent so that they can write you a check saying, oh, you need government aid, you need food stamps to live. Well, I'm doing it. I'm a Democrat. By the way, I'm up for a re-election. Here's your SNAP benefits, your food stamps. Here it is. Remember, I'm up for election, by the way. Republicans aren't giving you this check. Republicans aren't giving you this money. Of course, Republicans didn't cause the price to skyrocket in the first place. Oh, but Mondani, he doesn't want to talk about that. He wants to skip past that. Let's go on. He says it doesn't need to be this way. He's right. We need less government. Then it wouldn't be in our way.
Doesn't need to be this way. I'm Zahran Mamdani, and as mayor, I will create a network of city-owned grocery stores.
This is communism. This is straight up, absolutely communist. The government is going to now, the same government that can't do anything right, that has failed in everything, the same government that has failed in making you safe, the same government that said, oh, don't worry, your school bus is going to be fine. That bus in the Bronx that just got shot because of gun control. Gun control is going to get rid of all the guns and you will be safe in New York City, except those kids in that school bus. Nope, they weren't safe at all. Yeah, he wants more government, the same government that can't protect your kids on a school bus in the middle of the day on a Friday. He wants that same situation, that same structure, that infrastructure to now control stores. I want you to think about that. He's going to create a network of city-owned stores. The city can't, we have a rat problem. We have a rat infestation in New York City. There's like 8 million rats and we can't get rid of it. That's the government in action. We have kids who are facing guns being shot at them. That's because the government isn't able to protect you, and they promised that they would. We have inefficiencies everywhere. Corruption is all over New York State, whether it's in the state government or city government. And Mondani is saying he's going to create a bunch of stores. We know that it's almost impossible to fire a government employee, a city employee, a state employee. It's almost impossible. They have unions for everything. You can't fire them. No matter how bad they are at their job, they're going to keep their job. And he wants the DMV in your grocery store. That's what he wants. You ever been to the DMV? Do you see how inefficient they are? Because they don't give a damn, because they don't have to give a damn, because no matter what you do, you still got to get the food from them. You still got to go on that line. No matter how bad their service is, no matter how slow their service is, there is no one to compete with them. because they're the government. And that's what he wants in a grocery store, that you will wait online because they're the only grocery store out there. And you're going to accept whether they treat you properly or not, whether there's dirt all over the place, whether the place is managed well, whether the food spoils or not, doesn't matter, because they're the only ones out there, because it's the government and no one can get fired. This is the kind of corruption he wants to create in New York City. I just want you to understand the reality of what he's talking about and how deceptive and how willing he is to lie to your face. This just came out and we know the price of eggs is down. He's willing to lie to your face. He doesn't care what he sells you. He wants to be mayor. He wants power. And he will lie to your face and he will tell you that crap is actually a rainbow. Let's see what else he has to say.
It's like a public option.
Oh yeah, public health care. Have you seen how the VA, the Veteran Affairs, treats our veterans? That's what they want. One size fits all. Doesn't matter what your problem is. The answer is whatever the government has already approved. You're not an individual. It doesn't matter what you need. What is this? I can't imagine. Is he going to have in these city government stores, is he going to suddenly decide, hey, guess what? Everyone, you have to get broccoli today, but I don't want broccoli. Yeah, but we're the city government. This is the city government store, and you have to eat broccoli. Why? Because the city government says everyone has to eat broccoli on Wednesday. So you're in the store, you have to get broccoli. You can't check out without getting broccoli. City government can do that. A grocery store will never do that. A privately owned store can't do that. They'll go out of business. But a city store, yeah, they can do that. They can control what you purchase. Oh, you have too many cans of soda. You can't have that. We only allow you to have one can of soda because we're a city-owned store. And the city government says everyone can only have one can of soda. You can't get more. That's what he's talking about. That's communism. I've seen communist-run stores. I lived in Moscow. I have seen people wait. I've seen that these stores will be empty for 28 days in a row to get one delivery. Fills up the store with meat and bread and various foods. And there will be a line. I swear to God, there's a line that's 6 to 8 hours long. Now, I happen to be a rich American. I paid someone. When I was in Moscow, I had an employee, someone I paid to wait online and to go shopping for me. They would be on the line at 5 in the morning on the day of deliveries, on the 29th day of the month. They would go online, and I mean actually physically online. This isn't like internet. This was 1991. They would literally walk on over to the store and get into the line so that they could walk in with the first run of people so that they could buy the food that's there. And I gave them extra money to buy food that was only available in the back of the bus. You know, here's the food that we're not putting on. The top shelf meat. Yeah, you got to pay extra for that. That's not for the public. You got to pay Bruno in the back so you can get prime cut meat, as opposed to what they put out for regular sale for the average person. I had someone I had to pay them. I gave them extra bribe money to get me better meat. I had to pay them to wait in line and shop for me because it would take hours upon hours and they would bring it back and deliver it to me. I never once asked how much it cost because it wasn't about me ever getting money back. It was a bribe. I was paying them to do it for me. That's what you get with a government-owned store. Let's see.
Option for produce. We will redirect city funds from corporate supermarkets.
We're going to redirect city funds. What funds? New York City is going bankrupt. New York City loses money. New York City does not have a surplus. We are in a deficit. We lose money every year. And the more that they keep changing these policies in New York State and New York City, the more conservatives, the more Republicans, the more business owners are all leaving the state. People with money have been leaving for over a decade. It started under Cuomo and it's continued since. They are leaving in droves. They're taking their money and their businesses out of New York. They're going everywhere but New York State. And he's going to redistribute money from where? I mean, we will redirect city funds. What funds? We don't have extra. So you're going to take money from where to give it to this store that you're making that's going to sell what you want it to sell, and the amount of stuff that you're going to tell me what I must buy and how much of it I can buy. Oh yeah, this is not sounding free at all. There is no freedom in this. This is absolutely authoritarian. And he's trying to say this is a good thing. He's going to be a dictator. He wants to be authoritarian. He's going to control what you eat and what you can eat and what you can buy and how much you can buy and how much you're going to pay for it. He's controlling it all. And he thinks this is a good thing. He's selling this like this is a great idea. Don't you want me to do this for you? No, I don't. Go to hell. But let's see. He's going to redirect city funds, because we don't even have enough money funds. But go ahead.
From corporate supermarkets to city-owned grocery.
How do you take money from corporate-owned supermarkets? That means you have to close out. You have to take over someone's personal private property. He's going to take money from, he said it himself. He's going to take money from corporate supermarkets. He's going to go to the local supermarket in your neighborhood and he's going to take it. He's going to take the building. He's going to take the food. He can't take the employees. He's going to take everything and he's going to seize it. That's called government seizure, asset seizure. That's almost a crime. I would think many libertarians absolutely swear up and down that asset seizure is absolutely a crime. And in this case, I can't really argue with that. This is something that we see only in communist nations, like in Venezuela when the government took over all private business. It is authoritarian and it does not improve the economy. There is nowhere on the world that I am aware of where we have seen a government take over private businesses and be better than the private businesses. It doesn't happen. This is criminal. What he's talking about is criminal. But let's go on.
To city-owned grocery stores, whose mission is lower prices.
Well, it's easy. If you control everything, you control what I can buy, you can control how much I buy, you know that you only need to buy, I don't know, as an example, I'm throwing out numbers here. You only need to buy 500 rolls of tissue paper because everyone only gets to have one roll of tissue paper. So you only need 500. So you can bulk buy only 500 and you're saving money because no one will ever get more because you won't sell them more. This is what I saw in communist Moscow in 1991. And it was evil then. It is evil. This is communism straight up and down.
Not price gouging.
There is no price gouging. Why is he trying to push this lie from Kamala Harris? There is no price gouging. 37 states have laws against price gouging. Not one company in America at this time is being sued for price gouging. Nowhere in America, including New York State. New York State has laws against price gouging. No one is being sued for price gouging. There is no evidence of price gouging anywhere in America. Democrats love to say that because it sounds really mean, so bad. Oh, those evil corporate businesses. Doesn't exist. Isn't happening. They have zero evidence of that. Zero. But they'll say this because you'll eat it up. This is an emotional manipulation of you. He is playing on people's feelings and fears. He's giving them hope and joy and taking away their freedom, and they don't recognize it. This is so evil. These companies will operate without a profit motive. Yes, and look at how badly the government runs everything that the government runs. There is no profit motive because the government doesn't care. And because the government doesn't care, it doesn't matter about quality. It doesn't matter about efficiency. It doesn't matter what they do. And again, he's going to make sure you get only what he gives you. Oh, you like this brand of soup? You don't get it. Why? Because government didn't buy it for you. Government got you brand D, the worst brand possible because it was cheap. But you're going to have it, but you have soup. That's the argument. But you have soup. Yes, but it's the worst brand of soup known to man. It's the worst. It's the most horrible tasting. It is the worst. Absolutely the worst. Under every metric, it's the worst can of soup possible. Yes, but the city got it because it's cheap, and the city is losing money. So the city can't pay for the premium grade A soup. We're going to get the worst soup possible because we can't afford more. And you're going to buy the worst soup possible. Why? Because we're the city. We own the grocery store. You don't get a choice. And by the way, you only get one can. But I need two. I eat 2 cans of soup a day. Yes, but you can only have one. Why? Because we're the city. We own the supermarket. We're out of money. So we're going to give you the worst possible option you can get. And we're going to limit how much of it you can have. Have a great day. That's what he's selling. He is evil. He is evil.
These stores will operate without a profit motive or having to pay property.
Let me be fair. Maybe he's not evil. He could be stupid. He's either evil or he's stupid. I'm not sure. And he's a true believer. He obviously believes in the communist ideology that he's spouting right here. He thinks that communism is a great thing. Of course, he's never lived in a communist nation. He really hasn't lived in a communist nation. He's more than happy. Look at the rings on his finger. He's happy being rich. He just doesn't want you to be rich. He doesn't want you to live with the freedom that he has and is celebrating because he got power. And he wants to maximize his power, and you can just suck eggs. Who cares about you? This is so wrong on so many levels. And what is he saying now about taxes? These stores will operate without a profit motive, which is bad. So that means they have absolutely no reason to do anything efficient or effective. They have no reason to provide you customer service. Because they don't care if they lose money. If they lose customers, they don't care. If you are complaining all day long, they don't care. They'll get paid the same. The city employees will get paid the same. Whether you get good service or bad service, whether they're efficient or effective, doesn't matter. So there that goes. And he goes on to say,
out a profit motive or having to pay.
And they don't have to pay property taxes or rent. Where's the money coming to run these things? If they're not paying property taxes, if they're not paying rent, where's the money coming to run this store? Oh, we have to charge you new fees. We now have a new tax in New York City, which will be the grocery store tax. You have to pay for the grocery stores. Yeah, but I don't buy anything from the grocery store. I am willing to pay extra money to go to a private business that believes in the profit motive. They have brand A soup. They have the best soup, and you're selling the worst soup. I spend extra money to get the best soup, and I don't want your horrible soup. And I know your place is dirty and the employees are miserable and they have horrible customer service because they have no profit motive. They won't ever get fired. They're going to be there forever. And the line, I wait 15 minutes to buy a can of soup because they don't care. They don't need to make a profit. They just need to clock in and clock out. And they don't care whether they sell 1 can of soup or if they sell nothing all day because they aren't there for profit. They aren't there to make money. They're not there to make you to provide a good customer service or be efficient. They're only there to to clock in and clock out, and they don't care what happens after that. But I went to the private store that does have a profit motive. The employees do get paid based on whether or not I like that store, if I like their prices, if they're efficient and clean and effective. And that's why they give me better service. And I'll pay a little bit more for them. But you know what? That's okay because they got to pay for property taxes and rent. The city store doesn't. And now, because the city store can't make money because they're not supposed to make money. They're supposed to lose money. You have to charge me a tax to keep it going because it doesn't believe in a profit motive, because there's no profit to be made. It is inefficient. It is ineffective. It is the worst form of government possible. And this guy, Zoran Mamdani, thinks you want that. He wants you to believe you want that so that he can get more power. Oh my God, this is miserable.
Property taxes or rent, and we'll pass on those savings to you.
Grocery
prices are out of control.
So that was the whole thing. And I tried to be fair. I showed you everything he said. So it can't be said that I'm being a bad guy, that I didn't show you. It's not that I told you how out of his mind and insane he is. This is me showing you his words and pointing out how many flaws, how many lies, and what the reality is, what the real consequence will be. And there are plenty of people who are going to go and say, oh my God, Zoran Mamdani, he wants to be communist. It sounds so fantastic. Socialism's so great. They have never seen what a communist store looks like. They have never had to buy food from a communist store. They have never seen a non-profit, government-owned non-profit organization. They've never had to deal with it. They think he's great. The college students are going, oh my God, it's proof that communism is going to work. No, it's not. No, it's not. Every reason I've given you is just the beginning. That's the tip of the iceberg, the obvious problems with his plan. And yet he wants to be mayor of New York, and he could be. That's the scary part, folks. He could be. He is one of the leading Democrats in New York City and New York State. Straight up socialist. He is a Democratic Socialist of America. As I understand, he's a progressive. He is deep into the socialist viewpoint. He is a leading Democrat in New York City and New York State. He could win. This could happen. This is terrifying. Let me see some of the comments here. I know, guys, I didn't look at the chat for a little bit. I apologize. Let me get to the chat. I wanted to get that all out in one blast because it pissed me off. Dow says, I saw reporting through Crowder's resources that administration budgeting has risen by 87%, far outstripping any of the teachers' wages. Going back to the example of talking about schools, about funding the Department of Education. I don't know what time frame that Steven Crowder may have used. I know when I did the research 2 years ago, and I was looking back, I went to 1980. And from 1980 to 2023, there was an increase of 300% in administration. So that's where the money's going. Dow says, so you're looking at the lion's share being taken up by the managerial apparatus of the public schools. Yes, paperwork. It's all for paperwork. That's it. And that's why our schools suck. That's why kids are illiterate and graduating. And they want to keep the Department of Education. It's not because they're worried about your kids being smarter. They don't want to educate. The kids can't read now. They can't do worse. No. What they're worried about is there's a teachers union. And the teachers union gets their power from the government. So they want to keep getting donations from the teachers union. The teachers union won't have as much power if they're not dealing with the federal government and they're only dealing with the state government. If they actually have to compete, if they have to be held accountable, and they have to actually show results like their students actually can read at the end of the day. That's why they're fighting this. It's all about donations. This is all about corruption. So Dow goes on to say, Zoran is an Islamo-socialist revolutionary, popular because he's young and able to foment the masses with utopia BS. Well, when do you ever see socialists in modern America that aren't young and hip? I mean, AOC, oh, I'm all about the socialism. Yeah, she's young and she's cute and vibrant. She's an airhead and she's stupid. She hasn't passed anything. No one takes her seriously politically. But she's young and she's got energy. Yeah. But she's wrong consistently on everything. And same thing with Zoran. Zoran he's young and he's got energy. That doesn't mean he's right. It doesn't mean he's smart. He went to school, so he obviously failed because we got lots of people who went to school. They're illiterate. Here he is. He went to school. He can't figure out why a profit motive is a good thing. He can't figure out why the price of eggs went up or down. He doesn't even know that the price of eggs went down. So, that doesn't mean he's very smart. Yeah, he's got young and energy does not mean smart. Never did. Let's see. Dow goes on to say, so how is he going to stock those stores? Oh, state-administered farms. Maybe. State controlled by state and federal subsidies, who will then be coerced by government to relinquish their labor having been bought by the government. Yeah, it's possible. It could be, since we have a government store and we need meat, we need eggs, well, we need a farm. Well, the government will take over a farm too. And the government will take over a car factory because we have to distribute. We have to get the eggs from the farm to the store. It's a way to bring socialism into America. It will sound great. And then, but we just need this other thing to become socialist too. We need to take over this entire private sector because, we're the government and we need that because we got to keep this other thing that we've already taken over running. Yes, you have a good point there, Dow. Dow says when he's talking about where's the money coming from, he's going to raise taxes. Of course he is, because Democrats raise taxes. And in particular, socialists and communists raise taxes. The money has to come from someone. They redistribute the money all the time to their pockets, to their donors. But the money has to come from somewhere. And I think it was Mark Thatcher that said, socialism runs great as long as you have someone else's money. Once someone else's money runs out, socialism fails every single time, everywhere, every time. Same thing with UBI, Universal Basic Income. Works fantastic as long as you're using someone else's money. The moment their money dries up, it always fails. Every single time the experiment has been run, everywhere in the world that it has been tried, it always fails. Let's see. Hey, Gracie. Gracie says her chat is working now. I didn't know it was stopped working. I heard that this being discussed a few years ago, and California was talking about doing it then. I'm not surprised. California is the other progressive capital in America, and they didn't do it there because it failed. It failed in California. Now New York's going to do it because New York didn't know it failed in California. So the New Yorkers who they don't pay attention to politics in the first place, so they're not paying attention to the fact that this is an old idea, and this is a very old idea. It's not new at all. This isn't the first time this has been suggested, and it always fails every time it's been tried previously, and they're going to try it again, or at least he wants to try it again, and it will fail again, just like it's failed every other time. You're right, Gracie. Gracie says, so is this being considered, or is this the actual plan for New York City? This is this guy who is Zoran Mamdani. Again, I want to highlight his name here. Zoran Mamdani is running for New York City mayor. He is a member of the assembly now, and this is his pitch to the citizens of New York to get elected. This is his pitch. Communism. The worst form of communism possible. It's amazing. It's amazing. So, I just want to make sure you see that. And by the way, just so you can see how his name is spelled, it's right here. Zoran Mamdani. And again, I will have links at the end of the show so you can see all of that for yourself, folks. And again, if you don't agree with me, if you think, Mike, you just don't understand communism. Well, I've only lived through it. I've only lived in a foreign country that is run by a communist state. Yeah, I have no idea. I lived there for a year and a half. I have absolutely no idea how communism happens. I've only talked to people who have escaped from communist nations for decades. I have no idea what I'm talking about, right? Right? Okay. Yeah. We'll see. Let me go on. But, here's something, and this came out, I think this is with Bill Maher. And we have this guy, Andrew Sullivan. He's on with Bill Maher. And what does he have to say? I do not care about the economy. If the government in this country claims it can break down anyone's doors, seize anyone with no due process, put them on a plane, and send them to a foreign jail, the last person who did this in the country was called George III. Again, this is a culmination of what did I say? This is Newsweek. It's not real. It's not true. But when you were wondering who would believe that, here it is. This is Andrew Sullivan saying that, well, the government can break down anyone's doors. No, the government can't just break down anyone's doors. That's not legal, and we know that. And the government isn't breaking down doors of the illegal aliens to get in. Unless this is a violent criminal that they're going after, and that's an entirely different thing. And they do get a warrant to do so. And they can seize anyone. They can't seize anyone. They can seize illegal aliens because they're criminals. And they can detain them. And they have a reason. It is called law. There is a law. These are criminals. They can detain these criminals. They can deport these criminals. It's not just anyone walking down the street. So he is again sensationalizing. He is lying to your face on Bill Maher with no due process. They do get due process. There's a judge right now trying to put a hold on any deportations as we speak. There's a hold on the Columbia student who's supposed to be deported because he should be deported. And there's a hold on him. We are seeing due process. It is happening. It may not happen the way he would like it to happen. They don't get extra law rights. They aren't being treated in a better way than the American citizens. They aren't being coddled, but that has nothing to do with whether or not they have rights. They are getting due process. He just doesn't like the way it's happening. Well, and he doesn't like the fact that the result is they're being deported because they should be, because it is legal. That is what the law says. And he doesn't like that. Well, I don't care. This isn't about what he likes. It's about what's the law. He goes on to say, put them on a plane. Yes, we can legally do that. Send them back to their home country. Send them back to Venezuela as one example. Venezuela said yes, send them there. Venezuela said no. We sent them to El Salvador. That was Venezuela's decision. It wasn't America's decision. America said we want to send them back to their home. We're not trying to throw them into some foreign land. We said we will send them back home to their home country, where their family and their friends, where they grew up. We're sending them back to their home. He's freaking out. Oh my God, you're going to send them on a plane to their home. How evil you are. They're criminals. They broke the law in the United States, but we're going to send them home. How terrible. And he goes, and send them to a foreign jail because their country doesn't want them. Their country thought that they are such criminals. They're such a danger to the public. They are such a useless human being, according to Venezuela, that Venezuela would not take them. That's not America's fault. We said, we're flying them. We got them on a plane. We'll fly them right to you. And Venezuela said, no, we don't want those people. We know those people are a problem. We know those people are criminals. We sent them out to America because they are a problem. We don't want the problem back. He's blaming America for trying to give Venezuela's problem back to Venezuela. This is someone who is so stupid that when he reads the article, this is reading the article from Newsweek and saying, Trump touts prison in El Salvador for American citizens. That's how he reads that. That's the same kind of idiocy. What I was talking about then, here's the example. This is the guy who doesn't get it. He's talking about American citizens. These are some of the things that are happening to illegal aliens. There's a big difference. There is no similarity. And they want you to think, it could happen to you. No. We have a clear delineation between the differences. Not American citizens. These are criminals. And we're deporting them. They're not American citizens. And he's angry about, he's making up. He has made up a story in his head, just like Newsweek wanted him to, that makes him have TDS. And he says, well, Trump's an evil guy, so this must be the answer. None of what he is saying is true or correct. The context is absolutely wrong. He has no idea what he's talking about. None whatsoever. Let me move on. Let me see here. Gracie says, oh, thank God. There is a slim chance it may not go through in New York City. The mayor, the city-owned stores. I hope for all of you down there that people vote against this. Don't count on it. Zoran Mandami is well-liked. Again, they look at him and go, he's young, he's energetic. He must know what he's talking about. No, he doesn't. He has no idea what he's talking about. He has no clue. He is an idealist, and more importantly, he just wants power. He's AOC in a male body. That's it. And they vote for that. Oh my God, it sounds brilliant. I haven't thought about it. I haven't stopped to think about any aspect of it. It must be brilliant. Same thing like what we just saw here with this guy, Andrew Sullivan. Did not stop to think for a second about anything that he was saying. None of it makes sense. None of it is accurate. It is all headcanon in his mind. None of it has any basis in truth. But he's very, very emotional about it, and that means it must be true. He has a lot of emotion, so it must be true. Mandani is very emotional, so it must be correct. AOC is very emotional, so she must be pure. It must be correct. No, emotion has nothing to do with being efficient, effective, right, having a plan, having an effective plan. Nothing. It has nothing to do with any of that. Yes, exactly. It's like AOC saying she knows what she's talking about. Again, this is Schumer. And Schumer, who currently is being told that Democrats are trying to kick him out, just like Democrats do for anyone. Anyone who doesn't stay on the reservation, anyone who doesn't stay on the plantation, everyone who deviates from whatever the DNC elites decide, they try and get rid of them. It's not the first time that they're trying to get rid of Schumer. He has too much power. But his way back in the good graces of the Democrats is there's going to be a civil war. Notice when Republicans were saying there could be a civil war because of the policies of Bidenomics, of Harris, of Obama, how this is making life harder and worse for American citizens. Crime is going up. Inflation is going up. Government authoritarianism was increasing. And we said, if that continues, it could lead to a civil war. And we were told, we were demonized. This channel and many others were suppressed. Because, oh my God, how can you say that? You are just a right-wing radical. Oh my God, no. America's not going to split up. Everyone loves communism. Everyone loves socialism. Did you go to college? Didn't they teach you that? No, I went to Moscow. I saw it for myself in person for a year and a half. So he's trying to now convince Democrats that there's going to be a civil war. So they have to listen to Democrats even more because there's going to be a civil war now. Why? Everyone's happy with what Trump is doing. This is what we voted for. We have more transparency. He gave us the JFK files. He's getting rid of the illegal aliens. He's protecting Americans and American interests around the world. He's doing what he said. He's getting rid of government waste. Could he get rid of more? Sure. He's getting there. He's shutting down the Department of Education. We're getting everything we asked for, and we voted for it. Why is America going to be divided? The only people who are pissed off are the Democrats who don't have power, the progressives who don't have power. They were always a minority of America. elected officials and the progressive movement were always the minority in the numbers of Americans. They're minorities even among Democrats. They're the only ones who are upset, which is why they're so pissed off that no one's listening to them. Because what they've offered doesn't work. Let me go on. Oh, which one is this one now? What was that connected to? Hang on a second. Oh, yes. But there's another aspect of this. Sorry, I lost train of thought of what my notes were here for. So, Schumer, and he's saying there's going to be a civil war. But he's saying it because Trump isn't listening to the orders, the government orders, because that's the holy grail. Oh my God, Donald Trump isn't listening to the court. Donald Trump didn't stop everything the second that a judge said he couldn't do something. You mean just like Joe Biden? Do you remember when Joe Biden was canceling student debt and the Supreme Court, not just a lower court judge, the Supreme Court, the highest court in the nation, has equal amounts of power as the executive branch, as all of Congress, told Joe Biden you can't cancel student loan debt because he was essentially trying to buy votes. You couldn't do it. It was unconstitutional. And Joe Biden said he's going to do it anyway. And I remember that a certain Chuck Schumer was very happy with that and had no problem with it. He said that, well, the Supreme Court was wrong. We can cancel the debt all we want. Of course we can. Joe Biden, keep doing what you're doing. Don't worry about the Supreme Court. But that same Joe Biden is now saying, oh, Trump, you have to stop everything in the universe because a lower court disagreed with your interpretation of the law. Not that you're not following the law. It's the way you're filing the paperwork on the law. And that's, again, I have to emphasize this. The argument from Democrats is Trump isn't following the paperwork. He's not filing the middle management paperwork that takes forever to get done. It's part of the reason why our government is so inefficient and ineffective. We have too much paperwork. It's not that he's doing something that's illegal. It's not that he's doing something that the law doesn't allow him to do, or that he's assuming power that he doesn't have. That they're not arguing about any of that. They're saying you're not putting in the right paperwork. That's their argument. Why? Because if he has to do the paperwork, they can slow it down to a crawl. It will never get done. Again, it's like going to the DMV. You'll be looking for papers forever. You'll never get anything done in any kind of way that's timely. That's what they want, because they want to waste time until they can get back enough power to stop Trump and all of the changes that are happening. They want to stop, they want to stall this. This is why the Department of Education has never been removed. It's not because Democrats care. It's not because Democrats are trying to do something. They're not trying to help people. This is about them maintaining power. So I wanted to highlight that. Remember that, and I just want to remind people, in Virginia this week, a man, we presume, don't know, there is the potential that the individual, they won't even show him. I know I was covering this earlier this week under the Liberty First Foundation, the Wednesday Roundtable. We were covering this, and we had to go to the BBC, international newspapers, to see the photo of the criminal. And the criminal was wearing the colors of trans, I don't know if it's trans pride or trans support. He seems to be wearing colors identifying himself, herself, itself, whatever it is, as a trans supporter. And this what may have been a trans supporter went to the CIA with a gun and confronted the guards at the gate with the gun drawn. luckily didn't get themselves blown away and eventually surrendered. After hours got passed by, they finally surrendered. News media has forgotten about this story. It's not even being talked about. It is very possible that the individual was a trans activist. If their colors they were wearing as a flag, as a symbol, are correct, and they are the trans pride colors, this individual is a trans activist trying to make a point, and the news media doesn't want to take the chance. They don't want to show you the individual because they definitely look left-wing, what we classically would call left-wing activists. They look exactly like that. And they don't want you to see the colors and to recognize those are the trans pride colors that they're wearing on their pants. They're wearing like a cape, that they're identifying their political affiliation. They don't want you to see that. And by the way, gun control failed. Again, if the CIA is not safe from a lunatic with a gun, whether they're supporting trans or not, if a lunatic with a gun can walk up to the CIA, you're not safe. There is nowhere in New York, in the United States that you can be safe. Gun control has failed. The concept of gun control making you safe is a failure. A lunatic with a gun walked up to the front gate of the CIA. Red flags don't work. SAFE Act doesn't work. Gun bans don't work. Gun-free zones don't work. Name the gun control policy. It does not work. I need no other evidence besides the bus in the Bronx shooting up a bunch of kids in a school bus, young children. Besides that, a lunatic that may be a trans rights activist walked up to the CIA with a gun, and there was a 2-hour-long incident, as they're calling it, before he gave up the gun and got arrested. And the news media does not want you to think about that. They do not want you to remember this. You're not supposed to talk about it. You're not supposed to have a conversation. You're not supposed to remember this. I do. I missed a couple of comments here. Yes, I did. So Graham says, I imagine that the authoritarians watched the public sector bureaucrats in Argentina revolts after Milei asked them, and even though that failed, they think they have the numbers and useful idiots to overwhelm the government and finally get their color revolution. Maybe. Grace says the Department of Education and the teachers' unions are the obvious cancer on the education of young children in this country. I agree. More and more people are homeschooling, and it's not just a religious thing to do. Jessica Abner will be forgotten too. Yes, she will. Grace says trans activists are probably trying to blow up Teslas too. I would not be surprised if there isn't more than a handful of them doing that. I can't say that, but seems to be one of the things they do as a norm. It's part of their modus operandus. Grace goes on to say, if you want to reduce gun crime in Democrats, If you want to reduce gun crime, get Democrats out of office in the cities with the highest gun crimes. That would be Detroit, Chicago, LA, New York, Baltimore. Notice all of the highest gun crime, highest gang violence cities, biggest drug cities are all Democrat run. Every single one of them. It just tells you right there. Okay, so I'm going to be ending the show here, but one final thing. 5.5 hours. I rushed a little bit towards the end, if you didn't notice. But the last thing I wanted to cover real quickly is Don Lemon, you're a racist. Don Lemon, in my opinion, is a complete and utter racist. He is horrible as a human being. This is Don Lemon speaking again with Bill Maher, because for some reason they think if they tell Bill Maher, Democrats will love this, that it's okay. It's not. So here it goes.
It's the same thing that when I see not all black Republicans, but I see a black MAGA person who is carrying Donald Trump's water and they know that he's lying. It is the shortest line.
Okay, notice how many things he's just said there. So it's not black Republicans, but if you're black and MAGA, and by the way, most people who believe in MAGA are Republican or conservative, very much, and they vote, most of them, conservative or Republican, and they are part of, most of the time, Republican Party, mostly, some of them conservative party. So he's talking about black Republicans. He doesn't want to say black Republicans this, but that's the group he's isolated. So he said, oh, no, they're horrible people. They're terrible people. And let's see what he's saying about them.
Line to the front. Because if you're black and you're whatever, you're just in line with a bunch of other Democrats that are doing the same thing that you're doing.
So, according to Don Lemon, you're a black and Republican, and you know that Trump is lying. I don't know where, on what issue. I don't know what subject. Trump isn't lying about everything in the universe. Trump isn't suddenly just making stuff up and every single word and every single issue that he's been talking about. So I don't know what he means by that, because he has TDS. So everything Trump is obviously orange man bad in everything. And so these black people are just sucking that up because they don't know any better. So he's insulting the intelligence of anyone who's black and not on the plantation of the Democrats. Okay. Yes.
But if you become a black MAGA person, it's like, whoa, let's book this person. Let's put him on television.
So you don't think you can be a sincere black MAGA?
Wait a minute. You mean like they used to put, he said, whoa, they put him on TV. You mean like you, Don Lemon? Like the Democrats put you on TV? Like they replaced you with another black man, who I think is also gay too. Just like they replaced you? What do you mean? Oh, well, you mean like Joy Reid? She was another black talking head and is replaceable. So is that what you're talking about, Don Lemon?
Oh, let's book this person. Let's put him on television.
So you don't think you can be a sincere black MAGA person?
No, I just said, I don't think that, I just said, I think there can be sincere Republicans.
But you can't be a sincere black Republican?
I don't think that you can be a rational MAGA, be black and be a rational MAGA person. I think you can be black and be a Republican.
I think they would find that very insulting.
Well, I mean, the truth is often insulting.
Oh, what an elitist piece of shit. Absolutely. Don Lemon is a racist. Oh, you can't be what I don't like. This is the same thing as when Joe Biden says, oh, well, you're not black if you don't vote Democrat. It's insulting. It is insulting. It is racist. Absolutely. And Bill Maher is afraid to say, that's racist. I'm not. Bill Maher is, he's got to walk carefully, tread carefully on tippy toes around the fact that Don Lemon is being racist against black people. And yes, you can be racist against your own race. You can be racist against anything. And Don Lemon, because of politics, is racist. And he uses that to try and prop up his failed career. And it isn't working. Don Lemon is a piece of shit. He is a racist. And and listening to him speak, yes, has he insulted me? Absolutely. But more importantly, he's insulting people that he has no knowledge of. He discounts all of their reasoning, all of their intellect, all of their agency, and he wants them to simply obey because it makes him feel better and it gives him more power and more leverage. I'm sorry. No. Don Lemon is a racist. That is my opinion. Okay. I voted for Trump. I know, Gracie. A lot of people voted for Trump. A lot of Democrats voted for Trump. I don't see him saying, oh, the white Democrats that voted for Trump. Yeah, is he going to call them irrational? Is he going to call the women who voted for Trump irrational? I'm sure he would. I'm sure that anything that has to do with Donald Trump that isn't saying Orange Man bad, anything that doesn't say that MAGA is the devil, is obviously something that's irrational to Don Lemon. But I find his answers to be shallow. I don't know. But that being said, so folks, we've been on for a little while. It's about time for me to take out my puppy once again. He's going to get his final walk of the day, and that means that I've been on long enough. I want to remind everyone that on April 6th, I will be doing my live stream marathon. That will be 12 hours at least. I do expect to have guests joining me. That would be Kit Cabello and Larry Sharp, possibly a couple of other names, individuals that you may know. We're going to be supporting a charity on my birthday. Any and all topics are more than welcome. Members of my Patreon have an opportunity. They will be able to come in and join in the conversation on my birthday live stream marathon. They will be able to come on screen live. They'll be able to join me live with their face, on the show, and ask questions about whatever topic. There's no topic off limits. It's like an AMA, ask me anything, even more than what we normally do. It'll be any topic whatsoever, not just politics, anything in life. You want to talk about video games? You want to talk about sci-fi, comic books, whatever you guys want to talk about. That's what we'll talk about. I'm going to be doing it for 12 hours and also trying to raise money for a charity, which we'll talk about more. I have enjoyed having the conversation with you guys. Come here. And then my puppy, by the way, Khan is 14 now. Say hi, Khan. Yes, I know. Really? Thank you. I am now convinced. He has now convinced me I have to take him out. So he's a good boy. Khan said hi, by the way, before he decided to tell me he wants to go out, really, really wants to go. He's just letting you guys know he said hi. And I hope everyone at least enjoyed some part of the show. Again, I want to thank Peace Logic for the $10 super chat. I really appreciated that. By the way, folks, if you can't afford the super chat, that's okay. If you can afford $1.50 a month, that's my Patreon. You can become a member, and you too, on my birthday, can come on live to the live stream and talk with me. That's perfectly fine. That's only available for my Patreon members. And that's about it. Hey, everybody, have a great night. Don't forget to like, share, subscribe. Most of all, subscribe. It's free. Costs nothing. Come on, folks. I know there's at least 40% of you that watch the show, but don't subscribe. Come on. Just hit the subscribe button. All right, folks. I'll talk to you again very, very soon.